can tell she too sedity, but I really want to kick it. Pretty Nikki says she like me cause I'm needy. I can tell she too sedity, but I really want to kick it. Pretty Nikki says she like me cause I'm needy. I can tell she too sedity, but I really want to kick it. Pretty Nikki says she like me cause I'm needy. I can tell she too sedity, but I really want to kick it. Nikki, look at her, she too sedity. I don't want no pity, I really just want to kick her. She litty, I can tell that she witty, and I wonder if she did me cause she finna get out. And Shawty said that I be doing the most. Say she love the diamonds in the chain when it glow. I be doing the bop on these lames on the low. See the rush just insane, change the climate, let it snow. Whoa, pit the gear and drive, then I go. Hop in out the wheel with my guys, that's my bros. Fresher than a pimp when I slide through the door. Saw this shit, she love the fit, got her eye in me close. She say she got a man, but she do not need him. I'm doing all I can, I'm gonna make her leave him. Just give me the chance, I bet that I can beat him. Look, I got her in a trance, going down in my DM. Hey, pretty Nikki says she like me cause I'm needy. I can tell she too sedity, but I really want to kick it. Pretty Nikki says she like me cause I'm needy. I can tell she too sedity, but I really want to kick it. Pretty Nikki says she like me cause I'm needy. I can tell she too sedity, but I really want to kick it. Pretty Nikki says she like me cause I'm needy. I can tell she too sedity, but I really want to kick it. Listen here, babe, I know you wanna kick it. Flyer than a lyre, going up just like a ticket. It's a chandelier on my wrist, look at it glisten. We can get it clear. I didn't like a Honda Civic, oh she really did me, and I wanna pay a visit. She can come and get it if she really want the business. Baby, ain't no stopping, once it's popping, just forget it. You know what they say, if it ain't broke, no dare to fix. I'm that guy, if they asking around. I take them high, as they crash in the ground. Up to the sky, as they passing me down. Don't need a bribe or a pride, I'm just asking you out. And so she say she got a man, but she do not need him. I wanna give her a chance, I bet she gonna leave him. Just give me the chance, I bet that I can beat him. Look, I got her in a trance, going down in my DM. Hey. Pretty Nikki says she like me cause I'm needy. I can tell she too sedity, but I really want to kick it. Pretty Nikki says she like me cause I'm needy. I can tell she too sedity, but I really want to kick it. Pretty Nikki says she like me cause I'm needy. I can tell she too sedity, but I really want to kick it. Pretty Nikki says she like me cause I'm needy. I can tell she too sedity, but I really want to kick it.
zero distraction, zero doubt, zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
I want it all, run it, run it, yeah, run it, run it, run it, yeah. I want it all, run it, yeah, run it, run it, yeah, run it, run it, yeah. I want it all, run it, yeah, run it, ooh, run it, yeah, run it. I want it all, run it, yeah, run it, yeah, run it. Run it, ayy. I want it all.
Key, with the bag and the gold, put it all on me. Said he want my time, but the time frame only from 9 to 3. Oh, yeah, I said that right. I'm the king, I'm the god that'll go OT, so I don't tell no lies. I deserve everything, all they took from me, but the flow intoxicated. Most of y'all cartoons animated. I need all of my split like a segregation. Irrigation from the way created, I'm a living saying. Relocated, flights and chases while I'm out of state. You know I catch the check, so you should see the statement. I'm the bank, but I'ma need the payment, so I want it.
I want it all, run it, run it, yeah. Run it, run it, run it, yeah. I want it all, run it, yeah. Run it, run it, yeah. Run it, run it, yeah. I want it all, run it, yeah. Run it, ooh, run it, yeah. Run it, I want it all, run it, yeah. Run it, yeah. Run it, I want it all.
Send me the play. I want the smoke, hit the track like a train. I just want all of it, not just a part of it. I got no time for beginners and starter kits. I don't do drama, I got no time for arguments. Either you taking away a deposit, and either you leading by reading and following. Get back in line when I'm ready, I'll call you. And at some point, yeah, all this work gon' pay off. I gotta get to this money, and that's for the family. I get on this off. Some of y'all just think I'm a new fella. She'll get up on this new level. They'll never give me two. Selling them a cool, she like a cool sweater.
Yeah. I want it all, run it, yeah. Run it, run it, run it, yeah. I want it all, run it, yeah. Run it, yeah. Run it, yeah. I want it all, run it, yeah. Run it, ooh, run it, yeah. Run it, ooh. I want it all, run it, yeah. Run it, yeah. Run it, ayy. I want it all, run it.
up and ready to get scored. I'm gonna get hit hard, it's just sacrificing. Take on a challenge and take stance. I'm using the same hands that I roll the dice with. Day starts, I'm ready to break hearts. I'm ready to go hard, a full heart to fight with. No games, I'm ready to take names with the left and the right. They flip modes of crisis. No games, I'm ready to take names with the left and the right. They flip modes of crisis. You can feel it in the atmosphere. Yeah, but the champ is here. No games, I'm ready to take names with the left and the right. They flip modes of crisis. You can feel it in the atmosphere. Yeah, but the champ is here. Wake up and ready to get scored. I'm gonna get hit hard, it's just sacrificing. No games, I'm ready to take names with the left and the right. They flip modes of crisis. No games, I'm ready to take names with the left and the right. They flip modes of crisis. You can feel it in the atmosphere. Yeah, but the champ is here. No games, I'm ready to take names with the left and the right. They flip modes of crisis. You can feel it in the atmosphere. Yeah, but the champ is here. No games, I'm ready to take names with the left and the right. They flip modes of crisis. You can feel it in the atmosphere. Yeah, but the champ is here. No games, I'm ready to take names with the left and the right. They flip modes of crisis. You can feel it in the atmosphere. Yeah, but the champ is here. Yeah, but the champ is here.
Step out from yourself. Open your inner eye. Show me who you really are. I won't be surprised. Let them weep for you. No longer dead inside. Tell them this is not the end, and you've just seen the light. Dance to the devil, dance to the devil. Dance to the devil, dance to the devil. 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 Dance to the devil, dance to the devil. Step out from yourself. Open your inner eye. Show me who you really are. I won't be surprised. Let them weep for you. No longer dead inside. Tell them this is not the end, and you've just seen the light. Dance to the devil, dance to the devil. Dance to the devil, dance to the devil. Dance to the devil, dance to the devil. Dance to the devil, dance to the devil.
Exactly. One enemy remaining.
Welcome to Day 8 dito sa VCT Pacific PH Broadcast. Happy Easter sa inyong tanan. And sa mga making waves dyan pa rin na nasa beach, nasa bakasyon pa rin ngayon. Sana nag-enjoy kayo. Hindi kami naiinggit. Shoutout sa mga nasa LU, nasa Baler, nasa Batangas, nasa Boracay, syempre, classic. Nasa Siargao, Puerto Galera, Siargao, diba? Hindi kami naiinggit sa inyo dahil mainit na mainit ang Valorant action ngayon. This is Mika Fabs here on the panel along with Honey Glaze with the double E and Asarai with the double A. Tama yan, guys.
Yes.
Tama yan. Pinag-isipan ko yan. Tama yan.
Correct.
Yeah. At kung hindi nyo napansin, color-coded kami ngayon. O, di ba?
For some reason.
For some reason, hindi kami nag-usap pero ganito yung color scheme natin ngayon. Pero yun nga, guys. Fast day. Sobrang fast day kahapon, hindi ba?
Definitely.
Sobrang fast day kahapon. At umaasa din kami ng fast day ngayon, hindi ba? Kasi sobrang bilis ng mga laban kahapon, Honey Glaze. So we had RRQ with their first win. Yes! And nilabas na ng Paper X something finally.
Oo nga eh. Ang lupit ng mga naging laban kahapon. At dun nga natin nalaman kung sino ba yung magpapatuloy sa kanilang winning streak or kung sino ba yung mauudlot. We are really thankful or we are really happy na nagkaroon na nga dito ng puntos ang RRQ dahil for that meantime or for that series, nailabas talaga nila yung ang galing dito ng Philo-Indo team na meron tayo ngayon with RRQ.
More than anything else then, that particular series just shows the issues na na-experience ngayon ng Detonation Focus Me na it just seems like they can't really find that middle ground for the Japanese team that is performing as of the moment. Inisip ko nga kahapon na possibly magpa-perform si Jess as to why I was predicting that this team could really pop off pero hindi. And as you guys mentioned, RRQ was really the team talaga. They deserved the win. They were just looking unstoppable. And then on the other series, same thing then, of course, with Paper X.
Yes, it was the best we've seen RRQ to date, di ba? So it's the best that we've seen them. And syempre for Paper X, something new entirely from Paper X. Nag-debut, finally see something, and he definitely lived up to all of the hype that I think that we've been seeing on social media, hindi ba? Napakalakas ng performance niya. And not to mention, we also saw how flexible the players of Paper X can be kasi nakita natin na si Forsaken na bigla na lang nag-killjoy.
Kaya nga yun yung pinaka na overwhelm tayong lahat dahil it was one of those things na parang hindi mo i-expect. Dahil usually, he can go in with a double duelist setup katulad na lang din ng pag-Neon and Race dito with Jing and whatsoever. So, yun ang nakikita kong possibility pa na maging flexible dito ang Paper X throughout whatever that they can do or whatever team that they can face here in the regular season.
And that's kind of scary din, no? Kasi alongside that flexibility means na they're bolstering their firepower. Kasi what we were kind of expecting out was it could be something that could be taking the helm of Jing because of certain things that will be happening in Jing's future and such. So having him alongside them as all of them available in one particular match is actually very scary, I think, right now for teams. So one of the biggest things na I'm very much looking forward to is their proper match with DRX and yung sinabi na kahapon ni Mind Freak na naghahanap siya ng rematch against the Team Secret.
Yun na nga diba? Yung parang na-interview natin si Mind Freak and he did mention na gusto niya parang magpa-rematch with Team Secret, which we would also love, diba? Tropa naman yung Paper X. Friends naman yan yung Paper X. So definitely when we go up against them, diba? Napakasaya din naman yung ng laban. Pero today, it was a big topic yesterday, yung mga roster shuffles, diba, ng Paper X. We have more roster shuffle topics actually coming in today because we do have two very exciting matches. Again, we're starting out with Global Esports and Zeta Division, and then we have Talon Esports versus DRX. Lots to talk about indeed. At meron din tayong mga we saw like yesterday, for example, diba, Forsaken was able to switch around to the Killjoy so much, which is like a big topic, especially for a team like Talon, which is still finding their grounds. But just look at how effective itong prodigy talaga to si Forsaken. Gifted child talaga siya. Look at that. Game number 2. Grabe, 422 over there on the ACS.
Yeah. You first or me first? Okay, sige. So the thing that makes Forsaken very scary kasi in this particular fashion, him and Jing actually, I think even more si Forsaken is, he's really fearless in terms of getting that map control. So kung titingnan mo, it actually works on both ends na if he plays as a duelist, that's great because they can pierce into the sides, they can entry frag more efficiently because hindi takot na mag-create ng space and know how to take space si Forsaken dito. But if you look at that from the lurk perspective, it also makes sense din kasi there's no more threat of the flank. He can have more opportunities to get 1v1 fights, which is where Forsaken really shines. You know, the crazy, as I said, feels like nobody can beat him in a 1v1, diba? And again, this just gives in both ends of the spectrum, how do you say this? Options para sa Paper Rex to do what the heck they want.
Diba isipin mo, maglalurk ka, tapos kaharap mo si Forsaken?
Yun nga.
Wag na, diba?
Huwag mo nang ituloy. Yun yung mga ginawa kahapon laban sa kanila. But then again, unfortunately, yun nga parang naging final boss na talaga dito si Forsaken. At nung nangyayari nga, yung parang sinabi nga ito ni Dubstep, diba? Na kapag siya yung naging sentinel dito for the team, for Team Secret, makikita mo na kapag naubos na yung ibang mga kalaban or mga kakampi niya rather, he will be the last and final boss na kanya makakatapat or mga kalaban niya makakatapat, but then he can still get in those kills. So, maasahan mo kasi doon si Forsaken, kaya nagawa niya yung double ace yesterday
Kahit ano, maasahan mo si Forsaken, hindi ba? Yun nga, yung double ace. Tapos kahit na, we even saw na parang minsan yung parang pwede din siya maging baiter, di ba? Mag-bait siya to enable his teammates to get really great knife kills, di ba? Pero yun nga, we also have another player to highlight from yesterday's matches, si Sefero, who was always such a consistent performer actually dito sa RRQ. Para sa akin, siya yung pinaka-consistent performer on this roster, and we just saw like how much of a great like parang initiator man or controller, he definitely is one of the anchor players dito talaga sa RRQ.
And what was kind of again one of the biggest things na ma-realize mo with this particular player and what he does for RRQ is not just yung consistency niya as an anchor or someone who can clutch the rounds, but also yung utility that he uses to amplify yung what was already there. I think we saw EJ sa kasi Flipsitter was just able to feed off of yung mga utilities dito ng Xfero because he times it so perfectly. He was playing as, I believe, in Haven, yung Sova, times well yung kanyang recon dart. As the rest of Detonation was pushing in, bigla na lang sila namamatay because they couldn't find where the dart was. The teammates of Xfero was already there. So nakita mo talaga yung IQ niya as a player, not just as an explosive clutch artist, but also as a deviant behind the scenes.
Siya mismo din talaga yung nagbibigay ng runway, diba? Parang with that being said, with the utilities na talagang tinatiming niya at nilalayer niya dito kung ano na ba yung nilabas dito ng kalaban, kung ano ba yung pwede niyong i-bait out. They have been really phenomenal pagdating dun sa first contact plays with Flipsitter. So, I really love that dahil syempre, it brings out the flavor for RRQ para magpatuloy at may panalo yung round na yun.
Yun na nga At sana tuloy-tuloy na ang wins dito ng RRQ, hindi ba? Dahil nga, half bias tayo dito sa RRQ dahil half Pinoy din sila. And not just that, SEA pride pa rin yan di ba? SEA pride pa rin yan. And we know that definitely yung parang yung the SEA players are performing really, really well. I mean, tingnan mo naman si Xfero, Sefero rather, siya yung record holder for the highest kills in a global Valorant tournament, hindi ba? And then just recently actually, another Indonesian player actually took over the title, hindi ba? Si Monyet naman sa side ng GE, di ba? Pero yung title na yan pa rin nasa Indonesia.
Kailan kaya yung tipong makikipag tug of war naman yung mga Pinoy sa kanila dahil it's been them. Nakikita mo na hindi talaga siya hindi mo siya madadoubt at hindi mo talagang ma-anticipate na mabawasan yung ganong klaseng digdidan na meron sila dahil throughout the games, throughout the previous matches that they have been playing, phenomenal talaga ang bawat player na na-mention natin ngayon.
Absolutely. I mean, okay na ako. That's supposed to yun eh. Wala na kasi manadagdag kasi we've already really recap basically everything. I guess ang matitake away na natin doon is yung opponents din nila. Again, Detention focus me still in that rut that they have no wins at all whatsoever dito. So coming into what is medyo nearing the halfway point na ng tournament natin, they definitely need to turn things around. T1 naman got a taste of what true W gaming really is. Kasi we were talking about the NA, pero it seems like Paper X just had that bolstering forces. And what was kind of good about Paper X din that I think we kind of maybe forgot to mention here because we were all so hyped about something's performance is this didn't look the Paper X that went up against Team Secret na parang diba kasi sobrang parang iba yung vibes ng Paper X dito ngayon. They look a lot more focused and back to the Paper X that we know how they play like this.
Yes, exactly. Actually, feeling ko dahil sa berries na kinain ni Benkay. Baka may nakita na
Magical properties.
Nakita natin sa video na may kumain siya ng berries. Benkay, please no.
Benkay, no
baka kung
more.
ano yung mangyari sa chan mo dyan sa Korea, okay? Baka kailangan mong pag-grab ulit ng mag-grab ka na lang ng pagkain dyan sa Korea kung meron lang sila. Kung wala, pwede na lang, ikaw na lang yung ipapadala sa Korea, hindi ba? Kasi you have a chance to watch the VCT Pacific Championships live all the way in Seoul, all expense paid trip yan. You will be catching the best action during the VCT Pacific Finals with exclusive backstage access to meet all your favorite players. Mafe-fist bump mo si Dubstep, mafe-fist bump mo si Jessie Vash, and yung mga casters din. So remember, you just need to subscribe to Grab Unlimited, but don't worry, the first month is absolutely free. Grab Unlimited gives you free delivery from every store every single day. And if you join the Grab Unli Buhat Challenge, you can win Valorant gun buddies, sprays, player cards, and syempre, yung chance na yan to go all the way to Seoul to watch the VCT Pacific Championships live. So just complete a single Grab food order. You'll have one raffle entry for the VCT Pacific Championships, and you can gain up to 10 raffle tickets by just completing 5 Grab food orders. Kompleto na yung sa akin. Sex lang. Kompleto na yung sa akin. Through the Grab Unli Buhat Challenge. Just scan the QR code right over here and press accept challenge. So, what are you waiting for? Talunan nyo na ako. Kompleto na yung sa akin guys. Tara na. Let's go. Kasi malay mo, baka ikaw yung ipapadeliver sa Seoul, South Korea to watch the VCT Pacific Championships live.
Pero syempre guys, huwag nyo na rin kalimutan dito na i-share yung ating live stream. I-share itong mga nagaganap ngayon from Facebook, YouTube, there's also Twitch to support your VCT Pacific and your favorite teams. It's Valorant_PH on Twitch at Valorant Esports PH naman on Facebook, YouTube. So huwag nyo kalimutan dahil nga syempre, hindi pa tayo natatapos dahil meron pa tayo bukas.
And of course, special thanks sa ating sponsors, Logitech, Red Bull, followed by Ralph Lauren, Grab Unlimited, HP Victus, and Zowie for making VCT Pacific League possible.
Specific
League.
Specific in the Pacific.
Na-DNA tayo ulit
Nabanggit mo yung bukas. Tapos nilisip ko tuloy, parang kailangan ko ng Kailangan kasi natin ng gaming. Pero bukas yan. Bukas yan, guys.
Yeah.
Bukas yan, guys.
Kala ko mapapakanta ka kanina. Sabi mo, what are you waiting for? Tapos isip ko,
waiting for?
Grab me like you do. Diba?
Wow. Sige, very good ka dyan, Asaray.
Thank
Palakpakan
you.
natin siya.
Salamat,
Very good.
Thank
Very
you.
good.
Yay. Give me a star, please.
Pero yun nga, to our first series na tayo. Wag na muna si Asray, may moment na siya dyan. Okay? First series na muna tayo dito between Global Esports and Zeta Division. Ngayon naman for GE, ito na ba yung win that they've been waiting for, di ba? Ito yung possible na first win nila. And for Zeta, kaya ba nila ituloy ang momentum from last week's match versus RRQ? So yung question dito is, who will break through first, Honey Glaze?
Yeah, that's the thing. Meron ditong explosiveness coming in from GE. They have a globally set up na lineup from their team. Pero syempre, Zeta Division, throughout their win last week, makikita natin that there is a possibility na pwede sila makabawi, pwede sila magpatuloy from their momentum. But then again, kailangan nila dito iporsige yung kanilang magiging retake potentials when it comes to going in for the sides sa mga maps natin later on. At lalo na't ngayon, diba, Laz, without the chamber right now, makikita ba natin that he can be phenomenal as well on the initiator role?
You know, more than anything else, ang daming questions that is begging to be answered in this particular series. Kasi again, even though both teams are looking somewhat good, kahit hindi nalo yung Global Esports, Global Esports still went the distance against DRX. That was a 11-13 sa Haven. And then, the multiple overtime sa split. So don't forget about that. And what was interesting about Zeta Division naman is tense performance talaga. So there's a lot of questions with that kasi again, Zeta Division can Ten still perform? Is it just because of him that they are gonna be able to net these wins? And if he's not, if he's not able to do that, what's gonna happen to the division? So Global Esports naman, since hindi natin pwede ipagkaila ito na SK Rossi and Lightning Fast have landed in Korea. So the primary rosters, the South Asians are here to join back. And are they going to integrate well when Global Esports were looking much better without them? Very controversial to say, but again, it was what it looked like when they were up against DRX.
Well, di ba, yung parang, syempre yung parang yung poster boy ng Global Esports, si SK Rossi, hindi ba? Well, syempre, congratulations din kasi alam naman ng mga Pinoy yan yung passport battle, hindi ba? Yung passport battle, yung visa battle. So, yay! We understand your pain. Pero yun nga, I feel like kahit na, like, let's say he might not be playing in the first map, maybe second map, we don't know exactly yet. Malalaman natin mamaya. Pero I bet it's still a morale boost. Syempre, to have everybody there, di ba? Yung parang
wala ka nang iintindihin.
Yun na nga eh. Tsaka nasabi din ni Aaron in one of his tweets na parang he was really looking forward to have SK Rossi there. Kasi ayun nga, it's part of their team culture na kailangan na nandyan din siya, and it was definitely affecting the team nung wala siya. So it's a big question nga here because now the team, we're seeing some kind of form of the team gelling dito. Yung itong version ng Global Esports without Lightning Fast and SK Rossi. Na ngayon na kailangan na nila ma-integrate ulit. How will that change up Global Esports ulit? Mag-start from zero na ba ulit sila? So that's a big question, Esther, right?
Oh, man, it is definitely a big question. Kasi again, nakikita mo na yung synergy dito ng mga players nila eh. You'd see everybody just popping off, especially dito si Monyet, who had such a great performance when they were going up against DRX. He was just getting the multi-kills and everything. On the flip side, the Man 10 also on the same spectrum then. So it would be really nice to see if they could go head-to-head this particular series. Ganito kung sino yung magkakaunahan din. But can't really relegate yung top talking point na for Zeta Division, it is so, what's the word ba dito? It's so shaky na again they're gonna have to rely on this. Pero sa Global Esports kasi that's always been their strong suit. They always have players that can always pop off. So Zeta Division, they've only proven that it's 10 that can pop off at least in this tournament.
Kung tutuusin nga for the side of Global Esports, I think they can be really relied upon their individual skills. Kaya nila makapag-clutch, kaya nila makakuha ng mga multi-kills. So, yung magiging reliance na lang dito or yung magiging tanong na lang dito for Global Esports is kung magpapatuloy ba ito na individual lang sila dito magpapop off. What if makalaban nila yung katulad ng Paper X that yesterday, kita-kita mo yung teamwork that gives off a lot of synergy that overwhelmed yung nakaging kalaban nila yesterday. So, Global Esports, what's more to come? Kahit na nandito na nga si na SK Rossi.
Pero not to mention na Zeta Division, they also have a lot of teamwork actually working for them. You have players that actually have played together for quite a while, even before Valorant, diba? Yung parang you have the core of, I believe it's Laz, Crow, and
Sugar Zero, was it ba?
Yes, I believe so. Na talagang even before Valorant, magka-team na sila. So they do have that synergy going. They do have that chemistry going. And I think na parang, okay, yes, they were able to take off a win off of RRQ last week. Pero parang hindi pa natin sila nakikita na napupush in the same way na nakita natin sila nung Masters Reykjavik, yung miracle run nila, di ba? Yung parang alam ko na IGL ata lang ngayon si Laz, pero I wonder if keeping Laz on the initiator duties will still be the strategy given na alam natin signature sentinel yan eh. Signature sentinel yan. And si Ten ngayon na nasa sentinel role, we've also seen a lot din as initiator. I'm wondering if there's a potential role swap dito.
Honestly, I feel like they've already integrated it now, and we don't really see, Japanese and Korea teams tend to switch up the play style or the
experiment.
Hindi na sila experiment. They like to go talaga structured as structured can be. So that could be a big problem then, because teams can figure out, have an idea of what the core structure is para sa kanilang playstyle, and then try to just decipher that or deconstruct it and then just break it down.
I'm curious na nga kung aligned yung panel dito sa predictions natin ngayon. Kunyari wala hindi ko nakita, guys. Ano kaya yung mga predictions ko dito sa Global Esports tsaka Zeta Division? Kasi we have presented quite a lot of points. And honestly, I feel like this was quite hard to predict.
Exactly.
Ito yung mahirap to i-predict actually which way this will go. Kasi depende din yung parang yung Zeta Division minsan parang 50-50 sila. Yung parang
May
if they
time
pop off, magaling naman talaga sila and they have everything working for them. Pero if today is not the day they pop off, mahirap din talaga. So, ang 50-50 nitong series. But let's go into predictions. We'll start with you, Azuray.
I think when you kind of look into predictions, it's more about not just the gut feeling, but you feeling stability ng team. And honestly, right now, in this particular first series, I feel like there's more stability para sa Global Esports. So my prediction goes in the way of Global.
Well, mukhang gagaya na naman ako kay Azuray kasi yun nga nasabi niya na dito yung mental stability din na mas na-appreciate ko dito when it comes to Global Esports. We have Irene as their backbone. So I really hope and I really do think na mas papabor itong series na ito for Global Esports.
Wow. Aligned G-Fighting. Aligned pala tayo dito. Akala ko actually may one na na mag-iiba. Pero it looks like itong panel na to, G-Fighting lahat. Pero I agree with you, diba? Yung stability na yan. And nakikita din natin na parang yung potential definitely ni Irene as an IGL. I'm still a big fan of Irene. Definitely one of the smartest Valorant players in the whole world. Diba?
Yeah.
Para sa akin. Yung nickname sa kanila sa kanya na nga CEO of Copenhagen. Kasi at the same time he was competing, kinukompleta niya ata yung masters niya. Guys, hello! Ambitious ba kayo? Yes! He was completing his masters. So magpa-PhD na siya. So, diba, definitely a player that I think like has a lot of brains. There's a lot of brains behind Global Esports. So ayun nga, pabor tayo sa Global Esports sa ngayon, hindi ba? So, speaking of which, Texture is also definitely one of the duelists to watch out for. Diba? Pag nagpa-pop off yan, nakakatakot talaga. And I think, I do believe we have a video right now with Texture just showing how skilled he really is in this prime role.
Wow, so good.
Oh, so bad. 11, 12, 13.
What the? Teleport!
Your brain age.
Oh, 17. 와, 해보면 안다고. 뭐야?
왼손으로.
네? 이 손으로. 1.
이걸 못한다고.
어! One more. I want to. 아니 해봐라 그냥. 어.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
I want it all. Run it, run it, yeah. Run it, run it, run it, yeah. I want it all. Run it, yeah. Run it, run it, yeah. Run it, run it, yeah. Ay. I want it all. Run it, yeah. Run it, ooh. Run it, yeah. Run it, I want it all. Run it, yeah. Run it, run it, yeah. Run it, run it, ayy. I want it all.
Low key, with the bag and the gold, put it all on me. Shawty want my time, but the time frame only from 9 to 3. Oh, yeah, I said that right. I'm the king, I'm the god that'll go OT, so I don't tell no lies. I deserve everything, all they took from me, but the flow intoxicated. Most of y'all cartoons animated. I need all of my split like a segregation. Irrigation from the way created, I'm a living saying. Relocated, flights and chases while I'm out of state. You know I catch the check, so you should see the statement. I'm the bank, but I'ma need the payment, so I want it.
I want it all. Run it, run it, yeah. Run it, run it, run it, yeah. I want it all. Run it, yeah. Run it, run it, yeah. Run it, run it, yeah. Ay. I want it all. Run it, yeah. Run it, ooh. Run it, yeah. Run it, I want it all. Run it, yeah. Run it, yeah. Run it, ay. I want it all.
Send me the play. I want the smoke hit the try like a train. I just want all of it, not just a part of it. I got no time for beginners and starter kids. I don't do drama, I got no time for arguments. Either you taking away a deposit, and either you leading by reading or following. Get back in line when I'm ready, I'll call you. And at some point, yeah, all this work gon' pay off. I gotta get to this money, and that's for the family. I get on this off. Some of y'all just think I'm a new fella. She'll get up on this new level. They'll never give me two. Selling them a cool, she like the cool sweater.
Yeah. I want it all. Run it, run it, yeah. Run it, run it, run it, yeah. I want it all. Run it, yeah. Run it, run it, run it, run it, yeah. Ay. I want it all. Run it, yeah. Run it, ooh. Run it, yeah. Run it, ooh. I want it all. Run it, yeah. Run it, yeah. Run it, run it, ayy. I want it all. Run it.
Up and ready to get scored. I'm gonna get hit hard, it's just sacrificing. Take on a challenge and take stance. I'm using the same hands that I roll the dice with. Day starts, I'm ready to break hearts. I'm ready to go hard, a full heart to fight with. No games, I'm ready to take names with the left and the right. They flip all the prices. No games, I'm ready to take names with the left and the right. They flip all the prices. You can feel it in the atmosphere. Yeah, but the champ is here. Up and ready to get scored. I'm gonna get hit hard, it's just sacrificing. No games, I'm ready to take names with the left and the right. They flip more to prices. No games, I'm ready to take names with the left and the right. They flip more to prices. You can feel it in the atmosphere. Yeah, but the champ is here. No games, I'm ready to take names with the left and the right. They flip more to prices.
Welcome back to the VCT Pacific PH broadcast. You're back with your Tita Mika Fabs, Honey Glaze, and Asaray na. Sana tapos ka na ba sa lozenge mo?
They were never supposed to know that.
Tapos ka na ba? Checking kasi ready eh. I-share ko naman sa audience. I will bring them behind the stage to know what we are talking about. Pero ayun nga, speaking of the stage, nandito na tayo sa ating stage where we will see Global Esports versus Zeta Division. Tsaka looking out for you lang din eh, kasi ang crunchy kanina eh.
Isn't that good if it's crunchy?
Oo. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No. Checking lang kung tapos na tayo. Ayun. Pero ayun nga, Global Esports versus Zeta Division. We had a lot of questions earlier. Para sa akin ngayon, we were talking about the map fix just a little earlier. I have a feeling na Zeta have been banning Fracture and Icebox since forever. So feeling ko hindi to mag-iba. Kasi alam naman natin na hindi naman nag-experiment dito yung Zeta Division, di ba? They've been, whatever works for them, they don't really like to deviate from that.
And what's kind of interesting then is Zeta might have uncovered something good din para in terms of an extra map pick, and that might be Lotus. Again, that is the map that they went against RQ where they actually went 13-5. So could be a notable thing lang just to check out for the veto coming into this particular series. On the flip side, for Global Esports, I don't think Global Esports has a specific map pool in mind at the moment. This is kind of like an interesting middle ground, at least on my end.
I feel so bad! Sobrang bias ka pa naman si Irene.
Sugar Zero.
I'll keep my eye on you.
Wala. Seryoso na to, guys.
Pero cute din kasi Sugar Zero kanina, kumakamay lang siya like this, pero hindi niya napansin si Irene.
Alam bakit? Masyadong maano yung bangs sa Sugar Zero.
Yung bangs.
Yung field of view niya.
Parang blinders yan sa horse, di ba?
Exactly,
Ganon.
exactly.
Hindi niya nakita yung fist bump.
Si Monya sa si Dep. Wala.
Wala na.
I hope
away na talaga to.
Again.
Oh my God. Pero yun nga, di ba, Zeta Division, they have had previous wins on Ascent, sa Lotus din. For GE, baka I'm thinking, they did pick Pearl in the past. Pero it feels like they still needed a little bit more work. Pero split though, actually. Ito yung map kung saan na-push nila yung to OT yung DRX, diba? So this is potentially their best looking map so far.
Yeah.
Uy! Ang dami, oh. GE fighting talaga, oh.
Ano pa naghamunan itong mga ng dalawang teams na ito? Lugi ang Zeta dahil sa dami lang talaga ng GE.
Yun nga eh. Pero mas malapit yung Japan sa Korea. So kung kailangan nila ng rest back, diba? Parang guys, mga ilang hours ba yung flight? Diba?
Madali makaka-respond eh.
Para dito, at least I will mention na it feels like with how the players of Global Esports are, they might be looking, as you mentioned, sa mga maps kagaya nga ng Split, where attacking side actually is, sometimes teams can turn that map into an attacker-sided map. And I feel like Global Esports is one of those that can really make it work.
Exactly.
Wala si SK Rossi. So they're not bringing him
Wala
out.
pa. Pero nandyan siya. Naka-standby siya. Nakita
Yeah.
natin siya eh. Mapunta siya sa likod eh. So,
Just in case
nandyan lang siya.
nakalaman, no?
Naka-hover siya. Baka mamaya kung may magta-tap out, diba? Sab bigla, SK Rossi. Lightning fast.
Nasa likod lang naman eh. Bakit
Nasa
hindi,
likod lang.
diba? Pero sayang naman na hindi tayo makakapasok ngayon ng Split.
Ayun.
Pero this can be a good
Should be
possibility
Pearl,
para sa side na nga dito ngayon ng Zeta Division dahil we're really expecting for them to play in Icebox. Kaso kasi, ito yung pinaka-comfy map nila being the Chamber.
Ascent.
But Ascent is the one na mapipick out dito ngayon ng Zeta.
More than anything else nga, at least with how how we've seen the performance, I think more than Zeta yung hina-hyper-focus dito masyado kasi it feels like everything is really built on 10, at least at this point.
Yeah.
These maps, I feel like at least even if he's isolated, he has a chance to pop off. And that's usually, if you saw the highlights from last week, or if you were able to hyper-focus to the performance 10, a lot of the times he was actually just alone by himself.
That's the thing.
1v3, diba?
Oo.
So again, if he is able to do that, these maps are maps that can ideally give you a chance to do so. Kasi ang style ng Global Esports talaga is running amok in the site itself. Utility comes a little bit later. So with that being said, there is opportunity for players of Zeta Division to have their moment to shine if they can shine.
Ang nangyayari kasi din dito for Zeta Division, 'di ba? Kapag iniiwan nila si 10, yun lang ang nagiging ano na lang nila, responsibility na lang nila dito is the utility that can set him up to a better performing duels laban dito sa mga naging series nila yesterday or rather nung previous weekend. But then we have depth naman dito as their duelist. One thing I would notice last week is para na lang naiiwan si depth throughout the entering the site. Yes, you have the utilities, but then there's no follow-up din na manggagaling from the other players.
Especially since katapat niya si Texture, diba? Which we saw in the video earlier na, you know, you can see he definitely has some skills kung right arm yung naglalaro, diba? So I think for this head-to-head, it's gonna be very, very interesting to see indeed if Zeta Division can step up to this challenge against Global Esports. Casters, over to you guys.
And it's over for us for the first game for today. Isang napakasigabong araw ng pagkabuhay sa inyo lahat. Ako nga pala si Novak. Kasama ko si Ling. At kamusta ka?
Maganda talaga. Maganda talagang simula at magandang pagbabalik para sa atin dito ngayong araw dahil Novad, I'm just so excited sa mga matchup dito ngayong araw. And to even imagine, I've casted their few games before and if you could already see on what Global Esports could basically be about today. Ang ganda ng kanilang pagbabalik and of course, ang ganda talaga ng pagbabalik talaga dito ng co-caster ko na si Nomad. Finally here in the Pacific. Oh my gosh, guys. Excited matchup and an exciting duo that everyone here is here to witness. And before we even talk about everything else dito, Global Esports at Zeta for the first time maglalaban-laban dito here on the first map. Here muna tayo dito. On towards what map ulit?
We're on towards Pearl.
Oh, okay. Pearl of the Orient Sea, where we're casting from.
Sa perlas ng silangan.
Silanganan, partner!
Silanganan. Titesting ko lang yung Tagalog, kaibigang Ling.
Ako pang ito-testing mo. Huwag ako dito. Testingin mo natin yung mga players if they're not just gonna be having a good time or kung paano ba nila dadalhin tong series na ito.
Exactly. If we're gonna be basing it off of yung past performances ng GES and Zeta, Global Esports, they kinda pinahirapan nila yung DRX. So, onte, nung nakaraang laban nila, Zeta finally got a win for themselves as well. Kaya, interesting to see kung paano tayo mag-progress dito sa laban. Kasi it might be a 2-1 series, might be a 2-0, depende lang kung paano performance. I was hoping SK Rossi was playing, pero hindi natin siya nakikita ngayon. Pero as we say that, Zeta, on the attack, will lean towards the B site. Smokes will be out. We'll be clearing out the site as well. Up to Global Esports. Ronski gets the initial kill onto depth. Pero paunti-unti nang pumapasok yung Zeta Esports. Makakuha ba sila, ng Zeta Division pala, makakuha ba sila ng additional kills? No. 2 are gonna be taken down. Laz will get 2 as well. Now down to a 3v1. Laz on his own. Will he be able to clutch? No. Bazzi takes the first round for the Indian squad. The global ang kanilang branding.
Oh, global. All around sila doon. All around the site pa nga kamo. Hindi nila basta-basta pinapasok dito ang Zeta. And kitang-kita mo naman dito sa pag-a-anchor pa lang ni Ronski. Kahit sabihin mo, hindi siya yung magiging sentinel dito. But kitang-kita mo naman, he is further isolating all of those duels and naaantay talaga niya yung rotation ng kanyang mga kasama.
And bonus round for Global Esports. Should be comfortable here. Should be a comfortable couple of rounds para sa Global Esports. Di pa natin makikita yung...
Di pa natin makikita yung full-on nila kasi wala pa silang matatapon eh.
Yung full potential ba? Iniisip ko yung Japanese na sa anime eh. Basta yun. Yun yung hindi pa natin makikita sa Zeta Division. Hintayin mo natin magkaroon ng gun round. This round might be a bit different though. Mid is going to be taken by Zeta Division. Once again, going to be held up here. Monyet swings through. Depth takes down Ronski. That's the initial kill for Zet. Monyet will go for the trade. 4v4 na kagad yung laban natin dito. Pero Monyet getting a triple off of that. Might get a 4! Give this man the ace. Maybe. Question mark. Hindi natin sure. Pero yung spike na sa kanila. Zeta Division. Wala pa rin sila magagawa sa round na to as Laz Takes down Monyet, pero wala na siyang masyadong magagawa dito with his HP.
At ace denied pa nun para kay Monyet. Napakasayang. But you know, kung tutuusin si Laz, he could actually use out those flash peaks for sooner or later. As soon as he get that spike, which is like one object that he has to commit. But for this time around, all he has to do is survive. Take out orbs, take out frags, and take away Aaron dito na nakahabang sa site. At yun na nga ang pagkakamali muna dito ng Zeta Esports, not taking out the bonus and to put Global Esports in a pretty good start for now.
Dito na magsisimula yung slow climb ng Zeta. They do have the weapons, pero just a throwback to that previous round. Monyet, beautiful hold, 4K hold para sa kanila. Okay na sana yung take nila ng Zeta Division going in to be linked. Only problem there was that Monyet was there.
Monyet. Monyet the problem. Monyet the problema. Kung gusto niyo talaga.
Monyet ang problema.
Problema. But ang solusyon nila ngayon, kung kakalabanin nila dito ang Zeta. And speaking of that, we are gonna be putting a little bit more effort here, holding out this B site hold. You on cascade pushes here coming out from the harbor, and we could actually see Texture here committing once again with just the marshals. Now, Zeta, mukhang slow and steady pushes dito. Naghahabang ng pagkakamali ngayon dito ng kanilang initiator, ng kanilang duelist na mag-overpick, over-aggress. But you know, the utilities are gonna be there to even stall out a little bit more time para sa mga pushes coming out from Zeta Division.
Tamang default ng Zeta Division, gusto nila makakuha ng impormasyon sa kanilang mga kalaban. At ako'y nababagabag.
Nabagabag?
Hindi, nakakapagpapagabag talaga ng mga hold na ginagawa.
You're just showing off!
Hindi ako nagpapaliks. Hindi ako nagpapakitang gilas sa iyo, kaibigan Marilyn.
I love how we already have the Wendell sign of approval. Thumbs up sa Tagalog natin dito ngayong araw.
Pasok na pasok tayo sa ating pagtagalog, pero pasok na pasok din si Ronski. Over here at Cubby almost gets a double off of that now. 4v4 na ang laban. Beautiful hold para sa Global Esports. All things considered, the Zeta Division, they are already in sight. Texture will be holding the halls. Angle spike will be planted, no doubt. The retake will be on Bazzi though. Kuha niya si Def. Quick shot by Texture. Sugar Zero takes down Aiden, gets a double off of Bazzi. Down to a 2v2 retake. Medyo doable para sa Global Esports. But they have to time it right. Still have one onto Monyet, onto Sugar Zero, and Texture will take down 10. Third round on the board para sa Global Esports. Sayang para sa Zeta.
Sayang para sa Zeta, but you could already not discount the fact that Global Esports, right then and there, even with just the marshals playing for that bonus, they have provided good enough impact. They have provided a good enough counter with Zeta Division basically leaning onto the fact that they could possibly have an advantage with that buy round against the lower, or sabihin natin, the inferior guns ko nung meron. But you gotta put it down to the skill here coming out from Global Esports. They're putting it out there, and they are just here to put it out. Quite a dominating performance so far. 3-0 on the board. Got all the guns. And what can Zeta Division now do? Given na sila na ngayon ang magpa-full buy na naman. Force pa nga kung tutuusin. At kinakailangan pa nga nila itong round na ito.
Kailangan talaga nila itong round na ito. Sapagkat datapwat subalit.
What comes after? Subalit what?
Subalit ang Global Esports. Good holds A yung nais na kunin ng Zeta Division. At ang daming utilities ang naibigay sa A site para sa Zeta Division na hindi sila magtulak papasok.
Tulak papasok. Tama ni partner, English na. English na lang tayo.
Kaya natin to. Pero kaya din. Ultimate test din to para sa Zeta Division for their takes. They do make an A split push. At wala silang masyadong hold sa art. They have control over the side slowly. Pero pa unti-unting umiikot na lang yung Global Esports. Mahihirapan sila with the take. With the post plants here, definitely. Spike will be planted. They will start their retake. 3 members coming to push from Secret. Pero hindi sikreto ang mga kabagay-bagay. As the Cosmic Divide gets thrown down, Monyet will take down 10. The spray down from Wonsky. And Bazzi will take down 2 additional members here from Zeta Division. It's planted for them, pero nothing that Zeta can do here. Depp just has to run away with his Vandal as much as possible. He gets a kill onto Texture, pero will he survive with it? He will! He will get a 4K, pero Irene denies him of that Vandal.
Oh, syempre naman, they're just not gonna let go without a fight there coming up from Zeta. Kahit sabihin mo, it's almost impossible to even hold out that postman. Napakaraming utilities din talaga din that is side by side dito sa mga efforts na ginagawa ng Global Esports. What a good retake right there. Utility usage is definitely on point. And that just actually made sure that he could do the most that he can to inflict damage dito para sa ekonomiya ng kanilang kalaban dito ng Global Esports.
At yung kanilang ekonomiya nga ay medyo okay pa naman, pero ang ekonomiya ng Zeta Division ay hindi okay. Ay hindi maayos at hindi mainam kanilang plays ngayon. And I feel like they really should just keep playing defaults here for Zeta Division. Get more information as much as they can. As I say that Monyet really pushed forward, gets the information, will go potentially get another kill on the Depp. Pero Depp trades him out. Down to a 4v4. Somewhat doable pa rin para sa Zeta Division, pero Global Esports, kung babasihin natin kung paano sila mag-hold kanina pa, sobrang ganda ng hold. Binato na nila reckoning, pero wala pang pagpasok, ang pagtulak, ang pag-push. Nagawa ng Zeta Division. They're being held back. They want to play it safe. They want to play it as what they want to play, the Valorant play that
extremely careful, extremely slow muna tayo dito. They have not enough time. We already see them playing around the 40 seconds remaining to even put out this exit, unless they actually get the initial frags that they definitely needed against Texture. Now with the operator, they have basically put out enough utilities for them to stall off the enemies, but to even imagine that you have 0 flashes to play here for Laz, Zeta might actually have a very difficult push unless they have to actually play for this wall coming out from the Viper. Cloudburst para sa harapan, but we can actually see Texture with the off ankle. Ako, casket pa nga para makapaglabas. Prowler para sa isa. Kuha muna tayo dito para kay Texture. And good on back from Irene. All the way here from Halls. 7 seconds. Not enough time. But si Lax pa nga dito ang nag-hold on with the link, but there is no connection at all for the rest of the team. Napakasayang.
Sayang na sayang talaga. Ang ganda na sana ng potential play as we look into the Victus replay. Global Esports hold off the backs of Texture and Irene, just stopping the aggressive push. I mean, they were already running out of time in Zeta Division. They really had to push forward, get the spike down. They could have opted to rotate out, possibly catch Global Esports off of the rotate, pero it's not what's gonna happen there. It's not what happened there in that round. They forced themselves into B, they walked straight to the crosshairs of Texture, and they're paying the price for it. And as I say that, Texture moving forward, then will take him out.
Good punishment. Ito rin delikado eh. When you're actually up for like a 5-0 lead, parang nandun na sa inyo, like as a team, to even feel the confidence oozing. Everyone's on point. The synergy is there. Everyone is online. But you have to keep each other in check in times like this because Global Esports, sabihin natin Zeta, might have a slow start now, but sooner or later, they're gonna wake up. They're gonna realize all of the mistakes, and they're gonna be capitalizing on what Global Esports could possibly do against them in this round. Self-awareness lang talaga, konting adjust, konting innovation sa mga plays, and you gotta say, Zeta Esports might actually have something or a quick trick up their sleeves once they actually go here on towards B na naman.
Yeah, that first pick onto Texture didn't actually bait out a lot of utilities here from Global Esports, pero at least they're, ngayon sinabi mo, may innovation sa division na they are rotating from site to site now. They have complete control, especially with that lockdown being thrown down by Irene. Now, just have to watch the flank.
Konting dadaan.
Alarm bot. Dalawa yung nakuha ng Global Esports. Zornowski gets the kill onto 10, pero the Molly lineup here from Sugar Zero takes down Irene. Now down to a 2v3 for the first time in a while. Medyo on the back foot in Global Esports. But as I say that, Monyet almost makes it happen for them as Zeta Division secures the first round on the board for them.
Ooh, the lockdown was there. Napakasayang. Global Esports almost actually had it. They were pushing away every single one of their dito galing sa Zeta Division. But unfortunately though, the flank wasn't as successful as how I imagined it to be. And to even think about it, Global Esports were just like not winning their duels at all, which is quite unfortunate. They almost had like a clean run right there, but Zeta Division, like I said a while ago, had a quick trick up their sleeve, and this is where we see Global Esports basically bamboozled in that round.
Almost is never enough though. Global Esports, yeah, ang ganda ng performance nila past five rounds. If they can keep this up, despite the fact that Zeta Division did secure a round, that's already going to be a testament. This might just be their first round, their first win as Texture secures a kill onto Sugar Zero. They will be backing off with that. Sapat na impormasyon na yun para sa kanila. And you can makita mo dito yung discipline ng Global Esports. They're not pushing forward. They really evolved as a team. So para sa fans sila nung first week natin, especially when they went up against T1, if I'm not mistaken.
They actually went up against T1, yeah.
Scout destroyed.
Yeah, this is completely different from how they looked. Especially with their match against DRX nung nakaraan din. Ang ganda rin nung pinakita ng Global. Now, Zeta Division, though, hindi kind of. They really are struggling here in this game. Pero still relatively early. They could still pull off this A take for themselves. Pero it's down to Lad to get information for the team, but
I'm out of stuff.
are waiting for time.
30 seconds left.
Information. Guiding light, if not, it's gonna be pop. Aiden just chilling here over at dugout. Gonna be forced out by the Nano Swarm. Spike will be planted, the Nano Swarms will be popped as well, so no entries. Time is ticking, and yung Zeta Division, kailangan nila mag-commit dito sa site na ito. 10 seconds remaining. Spike will be planted. Cosmic Divide is going to be thrown down as 10 takes down Bazzi. Crow takes down Iron as well. Monye will get a kill. They will go for the retake. They will get Crow as well. Now down to a 1v3. Dep. Last information kung nasan si Dep ngayon. They're peeking all around, and Dep, 28 pin. Dream misses the shot, and he gets taken down. And Zeta Division not able to secure a second for themselves.
Oh, they basically chopped everyone there dun sa Zeta. Ganda na pagkagamit din nila with Cosmic Divide coming in from Munyet. And to even imagine, they have been quite productive. Isolating, taking out those duels, putting out not just 1v1s, but 2v1s in every angle. And to even imagine that, it's a lot easier once you're playing this on a 4v5. Good impact initially coming out here from Texture. And this is where we see the rest of the team coming out from Global Esports, just like rallying behind the duels and basically rallying behind the objective dito on what's called here on the retake.
They're also rallying behind the fans that are watching at home for Global Esports. In Zeta Division, the Japanese fans out there really have to give them their energy balls. To Zeta Division.
Bibigyan ng lakas.
Bibigyan ng lakas. Kasi ang ating kupunan galing sa Japan ay nahihirapan sapagkat ang laban na ito ay
bars.
Hindi ko na matuloy. Pero yun
para sabihin ko, para sa yung laban na Setsu Filipino. Japan tayo. Japan muna yung setting.
Watashi wa nomad. Yes. Yun ang alam ko.
I love Tamago. Oh!
Okay.
Another word. Japanese word count for today is just 2 muna, but ang score is iisa pa lang dito para sa mga kaibigan nating Hapon. Here in VCT Pacific, this is not exactly a really good second debut. Is that even a word para dito sa side ng Zeta Esports because they have been struggling. Alam na talaga natin na we've seen them having those low methodological plays where it isn't exactly quite as effective dito up against a team like Global Esports who are well quite prepared for it. But to even imagine they are well prepared for not just the counter but also the initiatives here on their aggressive stances or sabihin natin yung mga initiative nila dito sa depensa pa lang.
And really, kung hanapan natin ng butas yung playstyle ng Global Esports ngayon, wala akong mahahanap na butas talaga. Kasi sobrang solid ng defense nila. As soon as, kung nag-push up man si Texture para makuha ng information, he immediately backs off and doesn't overextend. Gets that information away for his teammates, and the rest of the team just trusts everybody. I'll hold this angle. Alam kong kayang-kaya nyo na to. And as I say that, gonna be an A-take here for Zeta Division. They plant down the lockdown.
I've got your
2020 all over again as everybody will start coming into the site. Already cleared in. Swarms will be triggered. Nabulag si 10, kinagatan 7 Lions, pero he's gonna get taken down. Actually, si Crow will be taken down by Irene. Nightfall is gonna be thrown out as well, pero it's delaying a lot here from Zeta Division. They still haven't been able to plant the spike. 30 seconds
30
remaining. They
seconds
still have a
left.
lot of time to play. Gets a flash in onto Texture, pero not much happening.
Not much happening, not much follow-up, not much connections coming out here from Zeta so far. It has been a quite slow push on towards A, but finally they are going to be committing this objective. Spike plant on towards default, and we can actually see here quick answer back coming in from Bazzi all the way towards Flowers. Texture connecting the shots, finally go down straight down, almost whizzing out the last one, but kitang-kita mo naman dito. Bazzi, they would finish out the job. Good retake once again here, coming out from Global Esports. 2 casualties, but the op is still there.
Texture is still there. Global Esports is still there in Zeta Division. They are not here at all. Looking at that Victor's replay, ganda na sana ang initial take nila kay Ronski doon, pero they just weren't able to capitalize on it immediately because of the good utility usage of Global Esports. They committed the Cosmic Divide, they created a lot of space. They just weren't able to really find the holes here for Global Esports.
Or at least someone, like, it's not just about finding like cracks in defense, but also finding like an effort to penetrate that, and not you know, they have to like put out like brutal force in a certain point of time for this attacking side to even happen for Zeta Division. It's just unfortunate that my operating kalaban, sure they're gonna be able to take initial picks, but what is gonna be a good counter for an operator? That is gonna be the flash. You have to disable 1, not 2, but it's just gonna be Texture here all alone in the side, playing for the smoke, playing against the Killjoy. 10 already out of the board here for Zeta Division.
He still lives, but Depth takes down one yet. Texture though is gonna be holding the whole angle. Pag nagpakita ka, akin ka, pero hindi! Tumama si Texture ngayon. Depth takes him down to a 3v4, but paunting-unting lumalaban ni Zeta Division, but Bazzi and Irene gets 2. Sugar Zero takes down Bazzi, makes it a 2v2, and even 5 for them. Spike is still not planted. They are waiting for information. Guiding Light's gonna be thrown out. Timing lang sa flash, and Sugar Zero takes down Ronski. Now down to Irene in a 1v2. Might finally be the first round on the board here for the Zeta Division. Irene pushes forward. 50-50 angles to watch out for, pero finally, second round on the board for Zeta Division as Lad secures that final kill.
Medyo nainip yung mga kuya natin dito from Global Esports. Zeta, saktong abang lang talaga sa kanila dito para pipilitin, para apply itong pressure na ito. Now that they already have information, depth there, left and right, taking off frags. But good on trade so happening for Global Esports. But it's just quite unfortunate that they've already provided the similar setup, or something a very familiar setup where everyone was basically aware on which angles to hold, that where they were going to be able to anticipate Global Esports to even go for the push.
And we might see a third one of that, potentially, as Zeta Division once again just completely find out the B side. You know, if we're gonna be looking at like on a statistics level, I've been seeing a lot more success over at B side for any team on the attacking side that's hitting Pearl on the competitive scene. Pero why are we not seeing that from Zeta Division?
I would definitely see this. Like, it's probably because that they're not, like, they already have the thought of like what is necessary for them to land all those victories, but it's the execution talaga sila na medyo may konting pagkukulang, medyo may konting kabagalan talaga yung playstyle ng Zeta Esports. And for the side for global Esports Zeta Division, na iisipan nila kung how they're gonna be able to counter that, because it's the same set of utilities, the same choreography they're basically putting out in every round here on this B takes. But you know, yeah, the enemies basically have them figured out. They have to change something, and it's now or never for them.
30 seconds left.
And I feel like it's the day of reckoning here for Zeta Division. As the reckoning gets thrown out, no information is going to be taken from that. To make their way inside, Texture over at Halls takes down Laz with that Sheriff. And they're managing to hold on bit by bit. Pero nawala si Ronski. Down to a 3v2 as Texture 9 gets a couple. Death takes down one yet. It's down to another round.
Imagine
Esports.
getting ecoed.
Imagine.
Oh no.
This is not looking good for Zeta Division. For the Japanese teams in general, it's not looking good. The best that Japan has to offer.
I mean, I would definitely not wouldn't agree to it. For Zeta to be one of the best, but they have shown their good moments in like tournament runs so far. I maybe it already is like a point of discussion on how they've did a miracle run in their previous tournaments in Reykjavik, but here they're not looking so good. It's just hard to see for a team like this to even peak quite too soon and not exactly provide any type of progress, shown any type of progress so far in their career run so far with the same roster to even imagine.
Sometimes change is inevitable, pero just like what you said, Zeta, they're not even changing their playstyle here for this game for the most part. Just this first half all on its own. Ang ganda na sana ng composition nila. Having that Harbor, having that Viper, able to, if they're gonna take B, they have proper control over the site with the walls from both of these agents. Over at A, that's going to be the same case. The holds are just far more supreme. Sabi mo nga kanina, the execution is very lacking. Nakakapagpabagabag talaga ang mga nangyayari ngayon.
Napapakama talaga yung ulo ko dito, not just with the vocabulary, but basically the conversation that is not just happening with me and Nomad here, but with also here with sa side ng Zeta Division. They haven't provided a quick-on answer back just yet dito, especially with the utility usage that could possibly be laid out as soon as they put out those spike plant, but not quite too soon. Nandito pa tayo yung kuhin natin na si Texture. Nag-aabang pa nga tayo dito sa halls. Makakuha ng isa, of course, he knows that there's gonna be someone there, but a quick concentrate down para sa spike plant dito galing kay Crow. It is not gonna be successful to even take out the frag. Konting daan-daan muna tayo dito. Lockdown, tago muna tayo dito sa loob. Bawal munang lumabas. But kinakailangan talaga nila mag-push out, magkuha ng frag. Cosmic Divide na dito naman para dito kay Monyet. At kitang-kita mo naman dito, Zeta Division is gonna be backing on away. Madyas at mga lang kuhin natin si Laz. At makikita mo naman dito, Texture not exactly committing the tapper route dito sa Spike Diffuse. But dito naman tayo si Monyet. Last an angle para si isa. Crossfire dito sa Cosmic Divide. Kita mo naman dito. 10, hindi ba dito makapag-push? Kailangan lang ng isa. He doesn't have to even count to 10. So Sugar Zero taking out 2. Spike Diffuse being cancelled out. There's go the spray. There goes the Diffuse. Naku naman, hindi pa palalampasin ng kuya natin ni 10 dito. At Zeta Division crawling back here in the game.
Unti-unting bumabawi. 8-4 scoreline ang nais makuha ng Zeta Division. Ekonomiya ay hindi maganda para sa ating pupunan sa Global Esports. Ang ganda ng post plans nila doon. Execute-wise, they took time. They capitalized on the fact na nag-back off si Texture from the halls area and yung rotate ng Global Esports wasn't there at all. And it's just a question of will Zeta Division capitalize on that? And for the first time, we're seeing a major mid-control from them. Usually they would split on towards A, but they are going to be controlling mid lane here.
And it's hard to even contest that. There's so many utilities. A good hold here. Hold angles ang ginagawa dito muna ng Global Esports. The Fade is there goes Flashes, Prowler pa nga to even gather for more information against them. And for Zeta Division to even have that thought on mid-control, parang it just immediately shut down here ng Global Esports just for utility alone. They just, you know, wanted to play out enough time as possible, put Zeta in like a huge amount of pressure for them to not even think clearly just yet. But they're quick on their feet. Good on rotation here against the Jet na lang ang kailangan nilang pipitasin para dito sa B-site execute. And makitang-kita mo naman din dito, Nomad, na itapon pa nilang kanilang Seekers para panigurado na walang tao dito sa site.
Yep. And it's down to Zeta Division to secure this round for themselves. Ang daming smoke. Wala kang makikita ni isa as Irene sprays blindly through the smoke, takes down Sugar Zero. Texture gets a kill, flies up, gets swatted down.
Spike down B.
By Dep. They make it a 2-way 1v4. Wala na masyado magagawa si 10 dito. As that is the first half, 9-3 ang scoreline.
Delikado pa rin to. Naniniwala ka ba sa 9-3 here, Nomad?
Naniniwala ako dun.
Pero sa tingin mo talaga, nahahayaan ba talaga nito ng Global Esports na magpapadala sa curse?
Depende yan kasi Global Esports, nababasa ko lamang sa communities natin online. Medyo may curse yung Global Esports. Pero this is a better looking performance from what we've expected them from the past couple of days that they've been playing. And I kind of wish na we could see a little bit more of this as kailangan muna nating ibalik kay Tita Mika, kay Azurai at kay Honey Glaze with a double E ang mga pangyayari para malaman natin kung anong kailangan gawin ng Zeta Division para bumawi.
Ang daming siningit Ang daming siningit Good job ka dyan, Nomad Thank you.
Speedrun.
Sa ating mga casters. And mukhang speedrun ba dito sa Global Esports? Hindi masyado actually kasi dahil yung Zeta Division actually mabagal talaga yung yung execute nila, and feeling ko dito talaga parang humahabol talaga yung Global Esports sa kanila. They can really read their plays just because of how slowly they're taking things.
Yeah. Ang punto pa dito para sa side ng Zeta Division is that sobrang daming hesitations for Zeta Division. Nakita natin yung mga utilities nila na nililay out nila just to make an entry happen, but they don't make the entry happen. So that's the question. Kailan kayo papasok ng site?
Galit na siya! Guys!
Kaya nga, sa akin naman,
kasi!
on the flip side, kaya sa H, diba, it seems like there is that essence of hesitation from Zeta Division. And this means na Global Esports, who keep pressing the fights, is gonna have an easier, a better time in those kind of encounters.
Yeah.
Diba? We saw, basically, Aaron just dueling. Ang ganda ng pag-refrag dito ng Global Esports. So if this trend continues, if the rounds result like this, feel ko matatapos agad dito ng Global Esports very cleanly on the first game at least.
Yun na nga diba? Yung parang nararamdaman mo talaga yung pagdududa dito ng Zeta Division, diba? Yung parang, for example, there's one round na they ran down the timer hanggang 19 seconds, I think. Tapos hindi naman yun strategic. Parang nagdududa lang talaga sila. Ang bagal lang, and Global Esports was able to catch on to them. Let's see though kung mag-iiba dito as the round switch, as a side switch, and we pass it on over to our casters.
Minsan talaga ang pagdududa ang magiging ang sanhi ng pagbunga ng kamalasan sa inyong mga laro. Sapagkat nandito na tayo sa pangalawang second half of the game. Global Esports this time around is gonna be on the attacking side. And kita nga natin nung kanina, galit na galit si Honey Glaze sa kanyang analysis. Nawawala na ang aking mga words. Pero yun nga, Zeta Division, hindi sila nakapag-commit masyado. This time around, nag-commit silang lahat sa A. They gave it away.
Sila pa nga dito ngayon
Sila yung attacking side ngayon. Texture goes in. Ano nangyari doon? What's going on? Zeta able to take down 3 members though. So that's a bonus for themselves. Now down to a 2v5.
2v5, bilis naman na ng pangyayari doon. Kurang kanina gustong-gusto ni Honey Grace mag-push pa nga dito ang Zeta ng mabilisan. But you know, nabaliktad pa nga, guys. Nabaliktad pa nga. Sila ngayon yung agresibo sa round na ito, sa second half na ito. Kung kailan sila pa nga dapat magde-depensa. But kung tutuusin, they have been quite productive sa push na iyon. Dahil nakakuha pa nga sila ng 3 here. Coming from Global Esports. Napakagandang flash pick though. Mamadadali pa nga, muntikan pa nga dito ang kuhin natin si Munyet. Now, the wall is there. Mas slow out muna tayo. May isang star pa nga magagamit itong Astra nito. But where is the teammates para makapag-back up man lang, makapag-trade man lang para sa mga pushes na kanilang ginagawa. Now, Spike, wala sa kanilang posisyon at makikita-kita mo naman dito the Agus holding in, coming here from Global Esports. Makakuha ng isa. That is gonna be Dep, first victim here on the round. 14 seconds. Can he actually take down 4 players dito holding out the side on towards A? Not enough time, not enough frags, and of course, not enough the objectives being met here coming up from Global because Zeta just had everything there in the defense.
They had everything there and everywhere there as well. Ang ganda ng push na ginawa ng Zeta Division. Ang ganda din sana nung ginawang plano ng Global Esports with that split push as we have a look at this Victus replay. They push forward. For a second, nakala ko sila ulit yung attacking side. Nandun na sila sa main, tapos yung Global Esports na sa loob ng A mismo. Ang ganda na sana na plano ng Global Esports talaga dun with that split, pero wala eh. Zeta Division hindi rin nagigising. Triple Bulldogs here for themselves. Try to get a couple more rounds in for themselves. And they're slowly but surely pushing forward once again. Mid control gained by Global Esports. And slowly but surely Sugar Zero will make the contact.
Oh, unang contact. Makitang-kita na naman natin dito ang smokes na hindi hinahayaan dito. Si Sugar Zero para makapag-pick. Line up pa nga ang hindi ka nila kailangan mapipigilan para dito sa Viper na ito. But kitang-kita mo naman there is gonna be pressure as well coming in all the way towards Art. Crow there has to deal with the problem that there is gonna be 2 players with a classic para makapag-push pa nga para sa kanya. No trades coming in. Then speaking of that, si Crow pa nga ang makapagsagot para sa problema na ito. Now, 2v 3v4 dito para sa side ng Global Esports. Ronski has a Spectre. Bazzi with a quick on backup, possibly as soon as they get this regroup to happen. The trades really have to come on in because Zeta is slowly closing in on their enemies, and they have been cornered to a single alley there. And this is where we see them taking on another round from Global Esports.
It's already a given considering the fact na Zeta Division did have the better weapons in that round. Pero dito tayo magkakatalo ngayon. Gun round for Global Esports. And as always, pero from the past couple of rounds, beautiful hold from Zeta Division. Slowly but surely showing their true colors, shining through.
On my way.
Pero would that be the same here for Global Esports? Kasi you gotta ask, anong sagot sa tanong kung bakit ba ganito yung scoreline ng Global Esports? Kung makakahabol ba yung Zeta Division? As I say, that Crow backs off but gets 2 onto Ronski and Monyet. Quickly down to a 3v3. Numbers advantage dito para sa Global Esports going to B site. But they're not going to be committing just yet. They don't want to risk pushing through that smoke. As Texture leads the charge. Not a lot of utilities to work with here. Wall's going to be brought up here by Sugar Zero. Still denying that push. Has time to rotate out. They can force themselves into the site. Take advantage of that 3v2 fight. Pero Dep slowly but surely peeking through that hall. Pero Texture nakaabang na if ever mag-back off siya. Pero the timing is just right. Dep, hindi nakatingin si Texture. That's the punish. Sugar Zero takes down Bazzi. Now down to a 1v3. Arjen makes it a 1v2. The spike is down.
Oof, 1v2. Spike down, 30 seconds para mapaglaruan dito ni Irene for now. Now, he has that Vandal. All he has to see is actually the angles here against from Dep. Now, Heaven, Hell, kahit saan ka titingin, may kalaban tayo dito. You only have to get in for the quick on swings dito! Killjoy versus Killjoy! 10 versus Irene at mukhang magwawagi muna dito si 10 with just a Spectre. Oh.
Spectre lang yun, Lods. Pero I was actually surprised that he lasted that long in that fight dun sa halls. From that Killjoy duel of the century. Pero here's a look at how Crow was able to take down 2 members there. Good opening na para sa Zeta Division. They are still continuing that push for themselves. Back-to-back rounds for themselves. And yung viewing party natin sa Japan, tuwan-tuwa sa kanilang Nippon Pride.
Wow. The pride talaga. And of course, the prejudice is going to be happening here in this game because you can definitely see here a quick on intro na naman coming up from Zeta Division, just dividing the whole team here from Global Esports. Them riding the line here that is not supposed to be crossed at all from Global Esports with the shorty in the smoke. And of course, he's not going to be taking it the ace, but Laz is going to be there to finish out the job once again there. Quick on trades, and Zeta Division is going to be up for a great, well, second half already. Global Esports up for a timeout for the first time in the series.
Nag-push yung Zeta Division doon, and Dep made a statement. Dep introduced himself saying, "My name's Dep." And he got that 4K, easily stopping the push here. Big round for themselves. Nice na lang ang masasabi nila doon, pero sobrang nice nun para sa kanila. Dep.
Chef's kiss.
Chef's kiss talaga.
Ganda nun. Pero they have completely mastered the whole art of taking out the A main. Ilang beses na nangyayari yun. Pangatlong beses pa nga. Kung tutuusin that Zeta actually tried to provide an effort there in like taking away map control para sa atake. But you know, Global Esports hasn't had any answer back just yet. They're forced to call out this timeout to even figure out a response with the utility, with the aggression. Because aside from taking map control on mid, wala pa silang ibang nagagawa that has been quite creative in a map like Pearl. Zeta Division could probably have like a better upper hand, done more research. But then again, Global Esports, dalawa pa lang lamang nila so far, and it's just slowly closing in for now.
Yeah, yung morale might break here for Global Esports if they lose this. It's a massive lead for them in the first half. They get the 9-9 scoreline in Zeta Division leads here. Morale's gonna take a big blow. And we're seeing the operator on the hands of Dep. We will be seeing him holding B, I'm sorry. Pero Global Esports nais nilang kunin ang mid. Wala silang Nakikitang operator boy on the hands of Depp.
Nako, walang mag-hold up sa kanila dito, no, Matt? Kita mo naman dito, may guiding light in hand. Ang Sky, si Laz, may masamang binabalak dito para sa side the Global Esports. One quick on flash big, that is gonna be a really good flash, though. Quick on trade, galing kay Dexter, though, but it's just gonna be that. Walang flash ang mga ko dito from Global Esports, but it's gonna be an initiator trade-off. Make it a 2v1 doon para sa side on mid, but Monyet na po ang makakuha pang ng isa, putting this game in a 4v3.
Biglang nasa dehata yung Zeta Division. 3v4 ang labanan. At yung labanan natin ngayon ay the Battle of Attrition. Kumbaga, hindi ko alam yung labanan ng absent. Ewan ko. Basta yun yung nangyayari ngayon. It's a 2v4 fight here over at A. Si Depp hindi pa siya nag-rotate, fearing for a rotate from Global Esports. As I say that though, 10 takes an Irene, gets traded out by Bazzi and Texture though. Now it's down to Depp to try to secure this 8th round for them, pero unlikely that is going to happen. Going to be a 10th round for Global Esports, and he just has to save this up.
And so you imagine losing that huge investment here from Zeta Division. I mean, it's a loss that they cannot afford to incur in this game. You could see them having quite successful rounds so far, but to even imagine letting Global Esports take away the momentum that your team already has, might as well not lose the economy so far in this game, because it is the only thing that they have foundation so far. And for the side dito ng Global Esports, you gotta say they played it smartly right there. The patience have definitely been worn off dito coming out from the defense, because you see them put out those aggressive plays, but the moment that they start losing, sabihin natin a bit of a heat during that game, makita mo naman na Zeta actually felt so lost in that round. They didn't know how to act on any further if they didn't get those initial frags.
And I feel like they are dependent on Depth for the initial contact play. Kasi sabi mo kanina, ang laki na ng invest niya, hindi pa niya naiputok yung operator.
Sayang.
Sayang na sayang talaga. And if he was, let's say that he was playing over at Mary, he was playing over at A, sabi nila.
Keep up.
If he was playing over at A, he might have been able to, I mean, hindsight is 2020, but if he was playing over at A, he could have gotten an easy 2 kills off of that and push the scoreline even tighter. And as I say that, it's a tight take here over at mid, already inside mid. Seeker's gonna be thrown up para makakuha information kasama ng Dogo at wala silang makakagat. Pero Global Esports still playing default, still just waiting for information, still wasting the utilities na binabato ng Zeta Division for them to have a chance in this game to push it into a very convenient scoreline of 7-11.
And for now, they actually only need to re-hit. There are basically not enough flashes here na matatapon so far ng Zeta Division for them to hold off the executions that could possibly happen here on B. Sky might be the best agent to pick here, and B site might actually be the best objective to even put out that spike plan. And kung tutuusin, there's not much action happening inside the game for Zeta Division to even trigger a rotation here. For sure, the killjoy already left here on towards the side of A, but kitang-kita mo naman dito. Gandang counter, Cosmic Divine, Fragment pa nga para may tatapo, Nightfall pa nga para to even go for the quick comeback. Bronski ba ako ng isa? Monye, kick! Kitang-kita mo naman the flag coming in from Texture. Nanganga pa tayo sa kadiliman. Mukhang dito muna tayo sa liwanag po muna magpupush, because si Depp sa corner, sa alley, and of course dito sa city, ay saan siya pa nga mapapatay.
That is exactly what's going on here for Zeta Division. They're playing off of Depp. Pag wala si Depp, pag hindi napigilan ni Depp initial push, wala na magagawin Zeta Division. Operator is lost. Global Esports has found their footing in this game for the most part. Beautiful take. Utilities are going to be expended, pero it was well worth it.
Ganda ng buhos nila din eh. Ganda ng buhos ng pressure. It was just the perfect timing that was already there coming from Global Esports. And if you even imagine, that flank was not exactly what Zeta Division anticipated for that situation alone. Hindi nila nakikita nila usually na may mga iba't ibang angles na pinopursue dito ng kanilang mga kalaban, and putting out that slight view, like putting out a player in a different side of the map just basically made a huge difference. They have been locked in on towards B site and wala na silang magagawa doon. Zeta Division, parang it felt like they didn't have a plan B. Nakita, like you mentioned a while ago din, na depth after that initial frag na hindi pa nga niya makukuha, there isn't really anything much that have prepared for Global Esports. Now, timeout being called in, and this is where we see them kamot ulo, isip anong mali, anong babalikan, at ano ba talaga ang nag-work sa team na ito.
Kamot ulo sa lugar na hindi nangangate. Mapapakamag na talaga sa mga nangyayari. Ang ganda sana ng comeback nila doon, pero I feel like depth shouldn't be on the offer for now. I feel get a little bit more money, but they're banking off of an A play. But Global Esports is going to be going for a B play. It's not the best positioning once again for Zeta Division. They do have a bunch of utilities over at B, so that's the thing. They can delay the push as much as they can para mahintay nila na mag-rotate yung ibang miyembro ng kupunan natin ng Zeta Division. Palalim ng palalim ang ating pagtagalog dito, at palalim na ng palalim din yung Global Esports papuntang site.
You should run.
Lockdown is gonna be thrown down by Global Esports. Hindi muna sila masyado magpaparinig. Tamang lakad lang. Kunwari, isa lang yung tumatakbo doon. Proud is gonna be thrown out as well. Kinagat ng 7 lines. Hindi kinagat ng 7 lines there as the Nanoswarm will take down Irene. That's 70 HP. Spike will be planted. And it's a full-on 5v5 fight here to keep the dream alive for Zeta Division. Just waiting for them to get in position here, I feel. With the operator, Laz. Take the rest. Soaking in the waters there. As they start their push, 10 gets taken out by Texter, getting a double of that. A triple for Texter. Might be a fourth here onto Laz. No, that's not going to happen, but it's down to a 3v0. Monyet and Ronsky will take them down. Match point for Global Esports.
Match point.
And they're looking good right now.
Oh, what a good start for this series here. Coming out from Global Esports. Just quite a dominating performance from the intro pa lang. And kung tutuusin, this is by far one of like the good runs coming in from Texture. And you could definitely see how much of an impact he could basically provide for the team. Not just taking out those entries, but you know, the follow-up frags as well to even cancel out that retake from Zeta Division. I'm not even sure if it's just the mistakes here that is going to be fully capitalizing on nila para sa kanilang mga kalaban, but it's also the effort here coming out from Global Esports in finding out kung saan ba talaga nagkukulang, saan ba sila mag-stand out from here.
I feel like yung number one na pagkukulang dito ng Zeta Division is the adjustments, the good reads. They're throwing out a lot of utilities for over at mid just to get information, pero they're not capitalizing on it. They're not taking mid for themselves. They're not being as aggressive as they were at the start of the second half. They're playing really passive, especially when they got that first round loss in the second half. They're relying on Depp. And as I say that, Depp has to stop this 3-man push over at B. If he does, Zeta Division's dream of getting this game 1 might be true, but he misses the first 2 knives. Pasok sila, gets 1, will not continue on with the other. Texter shuts him down. This forces Global Esports to rotate on back. Medyo nahihirapan tayo dito, Lods. Hanap na tayo ibang pwesto. They will take mid. Pero 10 is right there. Will take down 1. Onto Monye. Down to a 3v4. Zeta, Sugar, 0. Giving him some honey there.
On my way.
Pero hindi ganun katamis muna ang kanilang pagtatakbo towards their victory dito, Nomad, because Global Esports still here, alive and ready here for the post-plant with dito sa B-side. Default plan para dito kay Ronski at kitang-kita mo naman how much of an aggressive push that they could definitely punish here ng Zeta Division. Now, dahan-dahan muna tayo dito. CT push muna tayo. Flash peek para makapagsigurado sa mga close angles na makuha dito ng Global Esports. Big online lang kinakailangan dito ngayon ni Texture para makaprovide ng even more impact with this map control. But Ronski has nothing. Has the fragment though. Would actually win out with just the duels. But the quick cut follow-up there from Texture was just not enough. Timing is off. But you know what else is on? Is Zeta Division fighting for their life here with Global Esports still on match point.
They are fighting dreamers. Yung Zeta Division on that victory play. You are gonna see the good map control here for Zeta na sana kanina pa natin nakikita. Pero at the same time, Global Esports almost had it.
Konting lapit lang.
Konting lapit lang.
Too close for comfort.
Konting lapit lang sa presko.
Sa Presco?
Too close for comfort.
Oh. Hindi ba komportable ang comfort?
I was testing you.
Medyo napapaisip ako dito.
Pero mapapaisip din yung Zeta Division kung ano yung play na gagawin ng Global Esports dito.
Kailangan talaga nila mag-isip. Valorant is not just game of frags, but also yung mga mind games na kinakailangan yung gagawin na pa-overthink sila. Akala nila yun na yung flash. Akala pa nga nila yun na yung push. But gravity well, para pipigilan sila doon. At ano yun? Ano yung point natin doon?
Pag nag-overthink ka kasi, minsan mapapahamak ka pa.
Ay, actually, speaking of from experience, yes, I completely agree.
Hindi mo kailangan mag-overthink kasi kung pag nag-overthink ka, mamimiss mo ang opportunity.
Opportunity, the cost, the success here with this A-side execute. They actually have to take a bit more frags dito para sa larong to. Dahil si Joker Zero, posible pa makapaglaso dito sa smoke. Walang trade-off mangyari. Texture, mangangatay pa nga. Wala pang spike plant na magaganap at mukhang dito natin makikita si Irene. Mag-ride ng impact. Si Ronski, makakuha pa nga ng isa. And Zeta Esports pa nga ang taking the upper hand in this game. 12-9 na.
Huwag na kayong magatubili. Subalit, huwag na kayong magatubili dahil ang Zeta Division ay paunti-unting lumalapit sa overtime. Maaaring mangyari dito. Depende na lang. And syempre, tuwan-tuwa ang mga kaibigan nating Hapon doon sa kanilang viewing party over in Japan. Zeta Division, sure ako, unti-unti silang natutuwa sa mga nangyayari. Stringing down a couple of rounds together despite the fact that they are on match, that Global Esports is on a match point here. And it looks like a full-on take for Global Esports. When in doubt, Rush B, the El Clasico strategy.
Kaso ang problema dito do, no, Mad, kitang-kita mo naman yung setup dito ng Killjoy. 10 could actually be well prepared for this execution, for this push, and for that utility to even connect. They actually have to wait for the jet. Texture, nakakapasa dilim na naman dito with a flash peek. Nako, hindi ba? Nagkakasaling siya sa smoke. Then, nakuha ng isa. Could actually take out the second lockdown muna tayo dito sa Gendit. Abangan natin dito ang rotation ng kanyang kakape. Surprise coming all the way here. The daggers gonna be affecting everyone towards CT. Global Esports, si Bazzi, kakuha muna ng dalawa para tatapusin tong depensa sa B. Dahan-dahan muna tayo dito. Flank on para dito sa pillar position at mukhang si Ronski pa nga ang mag-1v2 para sa labanan, para sa team, at para matatapos sa tong larong to. Dahan-dahan, gumagapang at face-to-face. Guys, mount-to-mount. Nako, bullet to the head is gonna be all you need, Crow. Tatapunan muna tayo dito ng wall. Tingnan natin kung kaya pa niyang aabagapan dito. Bagitang-kita mo naman dito. Pipilitin pa nga nila ang spike plant. Ayun, mukhang lalaban. Mukhang pipilitin pa nga itong dog push na ito. Ba't di pa nga niya makikita itong harbor na paligoy-ligoy, nagtatago sa sulok. Naku naman, sa wakas, Global Esports 13-9. What a slow game, but they even imagine that is just enough for them to secure in a really careful methodological matter here para sa series na ito in the first map.
And that was... This is a good look for Global Esports. Not really a good look here for Zeta Division, pero it is what it is. Ang ganda na sana na pinakita nila ng second half, not gonna lie. They had us in the first half done for Global Esports. It was a very dominant 9-3 half. Walang curse na naganap. Kompletong-kompleto yung puso ng Zeta Division na gusto nila mag-comeback, at nakita nga natin yung nangyari. From the start of the pistol round, from the aggressive pushes here, from depth all the way on over to the aggressive holds. na pinakita nila over at A-side. Pero it all started faltering down with Global Esports decided to take the reins from there.
Ooh, just them like answering back after that like long range of silence na ginagawa nila. Almost playing for overtime pa nga doon ang Zeta Division. Ganda ng second half, but it's just quite too late for them to take out a few more rounds against their enemies. My gosh, Global Esports is back at it again here on Pearl. And it's just not one player, but for the rest of the team just providing effort in taking out a good lead in this series.
This lead might be the lead that Global Esports wants to slowly get back into their groove kasi ang daming nagsasabi online na Global Esports might be a good contender here. They showed their good performance against DRX last time, and this time around they might get their first 2-0 victory here. Potentially, pero depende yan sa Zeta Division kung makukuha nila yun. Kasi ang dami pang kailangan ayusin yung Zeta Division dito. Starting from the first week, not really a good showing for them. Ano pa ba yung mga kailangan nilang maayos dito?
I mean, they actually have to just work on their pacing in this game. For a while, they had the full ability to be able to submit yung mga kalaban nila. That was Global Esports struggling in their attacking side. But for that time, again, parang ang hirap talaga isipin to even look for that consistency in a match like this. Kinakailangan nila yung mga rounds na yun. Nagpakita sila. But kinakailangan din talaga nila ituloy-tuloy yung laban na ito.
Speaking of which, tutuloy-tuloy yung laban natin dito. After a short break, when we come back, Game 2 will come right at you.
Let's go.
Ready.
Filthy dirty. Let's get nasty. Let's get nasty.
Nagbabalik ang VCT Pacific PH broadcast. Nandito po kayo sa panel at nakita natin na GE Global Esports takes the first map. GE fighting talaga. Pero nakita din natin na parang it wasn't exactly as diba? Parang ano ba yan? Yung parang may mga rounds kasi na medyo awkward. Although nag-work out in favor of GE.
But you do see the struggle na meron dito ang Zeta Division sa pinakasimula pa lang na yung pacing ng GE Esports yung pinaka-worry na pinapoint out natin, and that was exactly what was happening for Zeta Division. Pero ang bawi talaga ng Zeta Division dito is once we came into that second half, nagpakita talaga yung kanilang backline. If it wasn't going to be 10, there's another play that was actually playing alongside 10 yesterday or last time na was really popping off on the Omen back then that is now on the Viper, si Sugar Zero.
Oo, nakita natin that this is really phenomenal para sa Zeta Division na makakuha ng bawi dito laban sa GE. But GE kasi, alam nila kung paano din i-implement yung kanilang pressure. Alam nila kung paano nila bibigyan ng impact dito ang Zeta Division. But although, there's certain amount of errors din talaga, kaya nagkaroon ng comeback dito ang Zeta Division. But then again, nahuli na rin kasi kaagad sila dito pagdating sa mga entries nga dito nila Texture.
Yun na nga ang funny kasi parang may mga reads on both sides na medyo awkward, di ba? Na parang medyo weird na parang, nagkamali sila ng read pero nagkamali din sila kaya nag-work naman in the end, di ba? Yung parang may mga ganun na times. Pero ayun nga parang I think challenging pa rin ito for Global Esports, definitely. Especially since yung parang yung Zeta Division, nakikita din natin sila na parang hindi pa masyadong solid ang mga strategies, ang mga gameplays. And for Global Esports to have this victory, parang they will really be tested. Di ba? Yung hindi naman easy level yung mga next na opponents nila So parang kung nagsustruggle sila against Zeta Division dito, parang para sa akin hindi siya ganun ka reassuring.
That's true. It's the until end of time na issue talaga ng Global Esports. But to be fair, nakikita mo pa rin yung there's no hesitation kung para sa naglalaro. I think more than anything else, ang nangyayari dito is just the cleanliness of the execution. There was one play na I think nakita natin, we all laughed at that where there was a perfect flash from Ronski para kay Texture. He went up on A Heaven, tapos hindi niya nakita yung isang player na nakatago si Ten on Heaven there.
That was blind.
Pero what was good about that is even though that was a mistake on the side ng Global Esports, you can immediately see na compared sa Zeta Division, Global's follow-up was, ay nagkamali tayo, we still need to beat out yung nasa Heaven kasi we don't want to get pushed in from both angles. And now, we know that Ten has that lockdown. So deal with him first, and then we'll be able to recuperate na lang the situation. So at least alam mo, Global Esports, much faster than regard compared sa Zeta Division.
Comparing nga din dito sa Zeta Division, Global Esports is more decisive enough. Paggamit nila dito yung utilities and their ultimates, alam nila na go signal na yon para makapasok na nga sa site. Yes, there are times na pwede nilang ma-bait out yung mga sites na ito, pero when time comes na sobrang decisive na dito sa Texture, nahihirapan na kaagad silang sagutin dito sa Texture, and then there's also Ronski. So, all comes down to health talaga para sa side ng Zeta Division para doon sa comeback na gusto nila sana kuhanin
Gusto ko yung sinabi ni Astray na parang mas mabilis talaga yung kumbaga yung mga plan Bs, plan Cs for global esports, di ba?
In the moment, decision making.
Yes. Yung parang yung pagpagkamali nila, parang may plano sila. Okay. Okay, hindi nakuha ni Texture, okay lang. We have a plan here. Pero you mentioned, di ba, si Azurai, that si Ten is the kind of player that really needs momentum to be able to pop off. Kaso lang, hindi natin nakita yan dito sa map na to eh.
True, again, hollering back dun sa last time na nakita natin sila as to what made me such a big fan of Ten, there was one moment in Haven na nag-ano talaga siya, doon siya nag-explode. Kasi I feel like RRQ at a certain point in that particular series was jetting towards the game victory na. Tapos biglang nagkaroon ng clutch dito si Ten. Never did we see that happen. Maybe because of the indecisiveness ng Zeta Division dito. Hindi talaga sila makaharap ng tempo nila and such. And maybe it's akin din to how kind of harmful yung slow pace ng Zeta is in allowing their players to really pop off. In any case, hindi natin talaga siya nakikita and which was resulting in the first half never really giving much options para sa Zeta. Kasi again, it felt like they only had that one-pronged approach. A lot of the times na nakikita ko naglalaro ang Zeta was always trying to execute for the B site on Pearl.
Yes.
Diba? So
yung
that was kind of awkward.
Yung harbor wall, tapos may smoke.
Paulit-ulit.
And yun din talaga yung major criticism natin kay sa Zeta Division, di ba? Yung parang mabagal talaga sila mag-innovate, which in a game like Valorant, di ba? Yung parang versus opponents like this na nakikita natin dito sa VCT Pacific, parang napakahirap kasi ang dami ang dami nagbabago, 'di ba? Yung parang imagine pag Paper Rex na kung yung kaharap nila, 'di ba? Parang
paano pa kaya sila sasagot?
Ang hirap na eh.
Ang nakita ko pa doon kanina, hindi ko makakalimutan yung paggamit nila dito ng reckoning, pero wala pumapasok. There was already the blinds na pwede nilang i-assess dito for 10, but then they're just really waiting for someone na magpipick dito for Global Esports. Pero hindi ito binibigay ng Global Esports dahil alam nila mas decisive sila pagdating sa rating. So unfortunately, for Zeta Division, yun nga, wala, napin down kaagad sila nung attacking. So parang ang best foot forward talaga nila dito is on their defense eh.
There's also one thing din na notice ko that was actually really strong na ginagawa ng Global, which is something simple, pero Zeta Division just can't figure how to deal with it. Global Esports, kung nakita nyo, especially on the B side again, back of B, the bait and switch sa kanila is really well executed. And Zeta Division can't find that tempo. If you can, at least imagine it, diba? Si Ronski at the back of the side, papakit siya ng onte, he'll jiggle, tatago mo na siya, Texture gets a bit of contact somewhere else. Tapos Zeta Division tries to funnel themselves or shepherd themselves towards kay Texture. Bigla na lang
nasa-sandwich sila.
Nasa-sandwich sila kasi again, the bait and switch is perfect from Global Esports eh.
Yun na nga eh. Yung parang tas nakikita din natin na parang minsan they'll try to rotate, diba? Pero by that time, it's too late. Yung parang yung window of opportunity nila na para mag-rotate, na para to make a sudden decision, na uunahan na ng Global Esports. And like, to be honest, hindi naman parang talagang sobrang bilis ng Global Esports mag-rotate, diba? So, it's really Zeta Division really falling behind all of the competition. And yun talaga yung pinakaunang question that we were really wondering here. It looks like we have our answer na wala pa sila dyan. And it is already week 3? Tama ba?
Yeah.
Week 3. Week 3 na, di ba? Yung parang, so ito lang, if you imagine it sa Valorant, di ba? Yung parang yung round 3 yung pinaka-importante, di ba? Diyan naman makukuha yung momentum. And I feel like it's the same. Ito yung time kasi sa competition na kung may win streak ka, tuloy-tuloy na yan. It becomes easier. Tapos kung magsa-struggle ka, mahirap talaga, guys. Mahirap talaga. So, it's unfortunate for Zeta Division, pero mukhang mas mahirap pa ang journey nila. Tsaka masakit kasi syempre nakikita natin ng mga fans. These are the two, yung sabi nga ni Riot Jake, Sin, diba? Na this is the battle of the two biggest fan bases dito sa Pacific, diba? Yung parang you have the Japanese fans who are very, very passionate. Tsaka syempre, you have the South Asian fans who are also very passionate about global esports. Nakita nga natin yung watch parties, diba?
Sabay-sabay sila nag-cheer. Sabay-sabay din sila na
parang choreograph, diba?
Kapag alam nilang panalo na dapat dito yung global esports, pero nababawi pa pala ng Zeta Division. Gusto ko ng ganong klaseng crowd eh. Kailan kaya ulit yung LAN natin?
Yung watch party, diba? Tsaka, tapos yung watch party ng Zeta Division, diba? Nakikita natin yung contrast. Pero ayun nga, sobrang saya din na nakikita natin yung iba't ibang cultures, diba, na still celebrate. Pero ayun nga, we are going into map number 2, Ascent naman, na pick ng Zeta Division. So ano kaya yung papalabas nila dito, given na, syempre na Zeta Division has had wins on this map before?
the thing is, alam natin na Zeta Division, 9 out of 10 times, 99% of the time, they're never going to change yung composition nila. I would absolutely love to see 10 back on a raise. That would be amazing. Kasi again, there needs to be some sort of stimuli para sa kanya to really pop up. And he doesn't get that as much when Zeta Division is a very passive team and he's on the sentinel role.
Uy,
Is that
antok na si Mon... Oh, humihikab. Antok na si Monye.
I feel what he's feeling.
Ako din.
Tuloy-tuloy ang competition dito eh.
Magpag-grab nga tayo ng kape kay Monyet. Abot ba dyan?
Diba?
Abot ba dyan? Abot naman.
Parang kailangan niya na ng someone na mag-aabot sa kanya.
Oo, di ba? Abot naman yan. Kasi kung may papagrab na nga yung mananalo ng Grab Only Challenge sa Korea.
Siya na yung magbigay ng coffee kay Monyet.
Papasabay natin yung coffee kay Monyet. Di ba?
Fun fact pala dati, alam nyo ba dati nung parang early years pa lang ata, na-try kong mag-book ng Grab dito sa Pinas papunta sa ibang bansa. So, mabas yung presyo. Couple thousand lang.
Wow!
Thinking, di ba? Mag-under the water yung kotse.
Under the water.
Naayos na nila eh. Pero it's just something
So,
fun
hindi
nila.
na cost yung problema.
Hindi
Yun yung
na
sinasabi mo. Hindi na cost yung problema.
Wala mo, mag-ferry pa.
Pero yun nga, makikita nga natin kung i-ferry ng Zeta Division itong map na to or kung Global Esports. Close out na nila ito with the 2-0 casters. Over to you guys.
Ito na ang mapa ng paghakit. This is the map of reckoning here for Zeta Division kasi it's do or die for them to secure a reverse sweep for them if it's possible. Pero Global Esports are looking good. Nomad with Ling. It's a Zeta's pick. Ano ang may expect natin sa laban na to?
Ito lang masasabi ko muna dito, Nomad. Sa Ascent, itong ultimate test para sa team fundamentals ngayon for both teams. And for us to even imagine or witness na ang Zeta Division na hindi magwawagi dito, not only are they losing out the entire series, but may kita talaga natin at magka-question talaga on how this roster is gonna be performing for here on out. If they lack the team fundamentals for this map alone, imagine what it's gonna be like for them to play and advance for a bit more complicated maps like sabihin natin Split or Haven kung makakaabot pa nga tayo dito sa third map ng series.
If Zeta Division finds it within themselves to get the aggression going for them. Sabi nga nila kanina sa panel na Zeta Division executes, we're on point, pero no follow-throughs for themselves. And now, we might see the same thing here. This is their map pick, though. So we have to see kung kaya ng Zeta Division ma-one-up in Global Esports. We've seen the defense of Global Esports. If we're just basing it off of the map 1 performances, Global Esports really up there on the defense.
Because ang ganda din talaga ng, well, their overall goal in committing that retake, they have made a huge difference talaga and shown a huge difference talaga. And in contrast to how Zeta is performing that plan B, performing those, and of course, performing those, first and foremost, yung mga decisions that they're going to be making so far in this game. Feel that decision has been made here coming out from the side of Zeta Esports, putting out this side on towards B. Magandang initial picks na makukuha nila against Irene with the anchor already out of the way here on towards the side. Napakahirap talaga para makapagbangon muli ang Global Esports. But tingnan natin kung anong kanilang sasagutin for now.
Yung sagot nila dito ay, wait lang, patanim muna kami ng spike. Hindi, nakatanim pala spike. Wait lang, pahold lang muna kami ng site. Nice kung sabihin doon na sa Monyet. Takes down Crow and the rest. And Global Esports, once again, beautiful hold, beautiful retake for themselves. Ang ganda sana ng take ng Zeta Division doon, pero it is what it is.
And it is another signature retake na naman dito for Global Esports. Good start in for them, although Irene had a quick on decision there to even make a huge impact on the fly, but just Global Esports just not falling through on the cracks, on everything else, and play a little bit of luck doon para sa ID Monyet, para sa round na iyon, at malaking bagay talaga to para sa Global Esports, even take away.
Yeah, huge moral boost na yung first map victory para sa kanila. And I believe that is the first map that they've ever won throughout this entire league so far. And if they can follow it through with that, get the morale boost that they need and keep going with this, things would be good, things would be better, things would be the best for Global Esports as they do get a heavy tag onto Dep there. Blind sprays from Bazzi. Pero Zeta Division, they will be looking for other options to work around here as they are slowly making their way along towards a side. Texture takes down 10. And it's a 4-man takeover at A.
Well, what a good takeaway for them to even cancel out the efforts here coming out from Zeta Division in taking away that map control on Wid could be a good effort for them to actually cut off the rotations. And speaking of that, a rotation is definitely going to be coming in here. Quick on flash pick, kinakailangan dito muna nila Monyet at mukhang push lang mo. Dry pick lang labanan muna dito para sa ating side ng Global Esports. Side by side, left and right muna. Ganda ng hold. Good timing din as well para dito sa depensa na ito at 2-0 na po yung labanan.
Texture, wala akong masabi kay Texture sa kay Monyet. For the first couple of rounds, kitang-kita mo yung pagka-rough ng Texture ng pagpasok ng Zeta Division. And pagka-smooth ni Texture in stopping them in. And Monyet just follows it through off of the initial contact of Texture. And if this goes on throughout the entire game, Zeta Division, ano na
talaga, napapatanong ka talaga what happens from here on out. Mid-control mo na yung kukunin mo na natin dito para sa side ng Zeta Division. But kitang-kita mo naman an effort coming in as well from Global Esports to even take away a bit more map control, a bit more information that is definitely going to be punished sooner or later once 10 actually figures it out. Now, Killjoy, Anchor, for sure still going to be there. But you see how everyone here on the defense, Global Esports, were just leaning in towards Market, towards CT, and you can definitely see Zeta Division just completely acting on the fact that pwede sila makapag-ace split push.
As 10 takes down Ronski, this ace split push might be stopped here, pero kitang-kita ang katawan ni Monyet dun sa usok. Pagkapasok nila, it's a 2v5, it's a given. Zeta does have the gun advantage.
Watching here.
But nothing is impossible in Valorant as long as your shots connect, the shots will connect. As Bazzi sprays through on top of Jenny. That doesn't get tagged. There's nothing much that Global Esports can do here for the most part. Exits is what they can do. Try to get the better weapons or try to damage the economy here for Zeta Division kahit papano. Pero it's the first round on the board for Zeta Division. Quite a different change. Pero the next round, gun round na rin para sa Global Esports. Completely different story once again.
Exactly. And kung tutusin din, it's just gonna be the bonus here. Global Esports have everything to lose. And speaking of that, just the Aries dito mo nang gagamitin ni Bazzi. Play out for those swings. Dahan-dahan muna tayo dito. Naninigurado na walang mag-exit frag sa kanila. Quick round para dito sa side ng Zeta Esports. 0 casualties at all. And for Global Esports to even stand back out from this, it's just gonna be the buy round that is coming in for the side here against Zeta Division.
Yep, full Vandals or Phantoms and an Operator on the hands of Texture once again. Depende na lang talaga kung paano yung picks. Mas mataas ang porsyento na makakita si Texture ng kanyang target to. Target! Basta yun. Target nga? Okay, so mas malaking chance talaga makakita ng target si Texture dito over in Ascent. Pero as I say that, Zeta Division nag-stack na naman sila towards A. So it's down to Ronski to get this info. Just gets the Jet if I'm not mistaken. Si Dep lang yung nahuli niya. Off the backs of Monyet and Ronski, they have to stop this push. Gets tagged by the Owl drone. Texture lining up the shots. Ronski and Monyet take down 2. Gets another of that. Gets a third onto Laz. That's a fast round. Global Esports secures another round for themselves. Kind of looking like the previous game.
Exactly. And you know, from the previous round naman din, di man lang sila nakapagkuha ng spike pal, which is just quite too difficult. Nandito naman tayo sa pacing ng Zeta Division. Hindi basta-basta nakapagpasok man lang dito sa site. It is just so rough, you know, just not that quite successful. Just not exactly the choreography that we're gonna be expecting. But you know, hands all out, wag muna tayo mag-give up dito guys. Konting laban, konting push muna dito para sa side ng Zeta Division. Dahil kinakailangan talaga nito para makapush ang map 3.
Kung ano yung ginagawa ng fans nila na synchronize sila sa movements nila, ganun din yung ginagawa ng Global Esports. And as I say that, Texture synchronized kill there onto Crow. Almost secures the kill onto Dep, but Ronski again on the back foot there of Texture, able to secure 1. But they do make it to a 4v2. And Sugar Zero and Laz. Sabi nga ng ultimate ni Sova, nowhere to run! Kakasabi lang, ginamit agad yung Hunter's Fury. It's a 3v3 for themselves.
Isip muna tayo dito. What can we do from here? Sabi dito ng Zeta Division. Dahil their team and the rest of the squad here coming in from Global Esports is gonna be divided, pushing on their own. Sugar Zero, makakuha pa nga ng isa. Taking another one with him. Nako, hindi pa nga magiging successful. Dep already out for the 3K. 10 HP na pong kuya natin si Sugar Zero. Makakuha pa nga ng kill at makakuha pa nga ng victory. Really holding on to a thread here for Zeta Division. But they're closing in the gap slowly but surely.
At least nag-adjust na yung Zeta Division dito in terms of just, sabi nga ni Astro, yung pagkukulang nila yung mid-round calls, mid-round adjustments nila. Looking really good. That flick from Sugar Zero though. Dati ng flick na ginawa ni Sugar Zero din. Pero yeah, looking really good for Zeta Division. They keep it as close as they can, pero sabi mo nga, this is fundamental Valorant, this game. They are really showing the Zeta Division, despite losing to Global Esports on Pearl, they can still show their footing over in Ascent.
Oh, speaking of footing, you could definitely see the footsteps here coming all the way towards our mid-control. Mabilis ang kuha muna tayo dito si Dena dito sa kilid. Makakuha ng dalawa! At yun na nga, si Ronski muna ang kukuha. Mang-stats muna tayo dito ng Vandal. Re-aggress muna tayo dito sa mid. At kung posible pa nga nila makakuha ng informasyon that it's definitely gonna be a hit here coming out from the side of Zeta Division. Now, the team divided. We can already see here a 2v4. Mabilisan. Spike plant muna tayo dito sa A. Dory's gonna be about to close and Dep has to secure all the angles here on Rafters, especially kapag makakachamba pa nga dito si Basi with the classic pushes, the classic plays, the paranoia to even solidify, provide even more padding for the mistakes that could possibly happen in this situation alone.
There's much that they could do here. Hintayin na lang talaga ng in time. Ronski just has to save this Vandal for the economy to work a little bit here for themselves, pero they are eyeing out exits. They're trying to catch Zeta Division off guard when they decide to push back from B main.
One enemy remaining.
And Dep will take down Ronski for that. They managed to save down the Vandal for themselves. 3-all. High scoreline. Zeta Division slowly waking up.
Konting habol, konting laban. Medyo dahan-dahan muna tayo. Di naman talaga agad-agad na kinakailangan natin madaliin. And maybe that's where we see Zeta Division being comfortable at this pace. But it's so hard to make your opponent submit. Lalo na, one, silang kinakailangan talaga mag-push. Second din is that the timing is never gonna be in favor here, lalo na when you're playing for the attacking side. The defending could definitely put out talaga na magtapon naman na ng utilities to even burn out a bit more time in their favor. But then again, Zeta Division could have something else here. Made control na naman muna tayo dito. Spike nowhere in the side and in the possession muna tayo dito ng attacking side. Dahan-dahan, kuha, pitas, information. This is where we see everything else just adding up as soon as they make the equations right.
Very aggressive mid-hold there by Zeta Division. You don't have control over market and they have to go through the great wall that is texture over in mid. Kailangan nilang timing in the flash. They need to push Texture out of position here. Smokes will be thrown out. Texture playing a bit aggressive here inside the smoke. Kitang-kita. Dulo ng barrel and Dep. Fast on that take. Takes him down. Aaron playing in logs. Gonna go for the spray down. Will get traded by Dep. Once again, down to a 4v3. For the first time in a long time, Global Esports, medyo nahihirapan sila dito with their holds. And quick decision-making here for Zeta Division. Huwag tayo mag-B. Tara, punta tayo sa A. Just go around the world here and force them to go to us as Laz is holding this angle against Global Esports. And Global Esports, we're not going to give anything away. Let's hold back, save our weapons. Bawi na lang tayo next round, Lods.
Reroute din muna dito sa side ng Zeta Division. Dahan-dahan din muna tayo kukuha at sa back of the site. Alam nila kung saan ka talaga daan man natitira nilang kinakailangan labanan. But Kita we see them not exactly quite successful in taking out those 1v1s. Monye at Bazi fighting for their life. Tatago muna natin itong mga Odin at yung mga Vandal para magagamit on toward the second. But Zeta, kitang-kita mo dito, 3-on-3 na yung scoreline. Global Esports really had a good start there, but you could definitely see them just like falling through, faltering here in the hands in this, well, dominating attacking side. You definitely see coming here from Zeta, but it's just a slow start. Good one for Zeta Division, 3-4. Sa wakas may konting kalamangan sila, but the game just does not end here just yet.
And the time is going to end here for now because Global Esports does need to get that timeout usage in, breathe in, try to figure out what they can do to get more rounds on the board for themselves. And sabi nga ni Tita Mika, yung difference between the fans. Very calm.
Very calm. Kalmado lang daw kasi.
Kalmado lang din.
Sabi ng Zeta Division. Kalmado din naman talaga
Chill lang.
ang fans.
Chill lang loads.
Chill lang talaga because, you know, Zeta now has the lead. Kitang-kita mo naman. But do you even think about Global Esports has enough time with this timeout to even figure out kung anong gagawin nila from then on out? Sa series na ito, sa map 2 na ito here on Ascent, they're not just looking quite solid as we have seen them a while ago. They had solid retakes, good holds. But to even imagine that Zeta Division is just trying to figure them out. Konting basa sa first map na yun, malay mo binigay lang nila. But the bawi, the laban is there, give and take. Here on Ascent, anything could happen. It could be anyone's map, actually, to be honest.
Anything can happen. We may have a 6-6 score line. We may have a 9-3 score line, depending on the division. It's just beautiful Valorant all around. What is not beautiful here is the fact that Global Esports not really looking good in terms of equipment, and just a single Spectre there onto Texture. Her holds are pretty default, pero Zeta Division are just playing default as well. Just getting information from wherever in the map. They want to play it slow. It's completely different this time around.
And they're actually anticipating this playing for push gen coming out from the defense ng Global Esports. They're just quite too slow. I'm not exactly this like comfortable with the whole fact that Zeta Division is just possibly not even making the right calls this time around. The killjoy is there. You can definitely not hear or see anyone here, especially the duelist providing any efforts at all in taking out map control. This is where the action basically starts. Not just for inside the map, but dito sa players na ito, just furthering na mag-question sila kung saan posible yung magagaling yung mga kalaban aside from hearing out those utilities. They could rotate sooner or later, left and right, papuntang A, papuntang B, but it just takes a lot more than frags for them to actually win out this game. Quick mind games, map control, and of course naman, a quick on aggression, makita natin dito ng galing para kay Def. Konting kabilisan para makakuha dito ang B-side Bazi with the anchor. Napakagandang hold with the Odin. Nako, si Irene, kuha ng isa, back on away. Tago muna tayo sa ilalim, but makita na naman natin dito, isang mabilisang spray, nagkagaling kay Sugar Zero. Napakagandang trade, galing kay Ronzi. Kuha mga ng dalawa, and it's where we see Zeta Division just falling through na naman dito in the hands dito ng Global Esports.
Kung ano naman sinabi ng kanilang coach, gumana. Ano naman yun? It's a 4-4 scoreline. I like the idea that Zeta Division had their splitting on over towards market. They had complete control over mid. Pero Ronski, good, beautiful hold from him. Stops the inevitable push from Speedway. Turns things around for them.
Ang ganda din nila na to be able to lead in a game that they really have to. And to even imagine they did not even let anyone from Zeta Esports even parang tuloy-tuloy yung pagka-comeback nila, tuloy-tuloy yung mga momentum na makukuha nila against their opponents. And we see them just completely acting onto it. They have a good start from the previous round, and they actually have a good start in putting out this objective on towards A. Now, Ronski being the only problem here coming out from the side of Zeta Division. And kita-kita naman left and right, makakuha pa nga ng isa pa nga sa generator precision. And they have been quite productive in this round, putting this game in a 2v2.
In a 2v2 that's still pretty doable here for Zeta Division as both lockdowns get thrown down. Pare-pareho may malalockdown dito. ay may yung mga lockdown, may mahuhuli. One of each. Pero have to take into consideration your Sugar Zero and Tender HPs are really low. Iron and Bazzi really healthy. They have to make sure everything is perfect here. And as I say that, Bazzi just pre-fires over the hell, secures the kill onto Sugar Zero. Down to 10 on a 1v2, but the Odin is there. Nilabas ang kanyang Odin. Tumama sa kanyang
Unfortunate. Unfortunate talaga. Tumawa pa yung bala. Hindi pa nakapag-ilag yung tropa natin dito sa wine. You know, tagay muna tayo dyan sa gilid dahil isa pang round ang kanilang naibibitawan pa nga for the side here ng Global Esports. But you would think of it, ang ganda ng hold here. Good response coming in from Global Esports with this A-side response after those, like, a few sets of utilities na nakuha nila. And to even top it off, good trade-offs, good swings coming out from that retake. Just a really well-coordinated team performing at their best.
Coordination is key kasi nag-uusap sila.
Communication is key.
Communication is key. Dapat kasi lagi kayo nakikipag-usap para alam niyo kung anong ginagawa ng isa't isa. Para walang pagdududa sa kilusan. Kasi pag wala kang tiwala sa teammates mo, hindi mo sasabihin na, uy, magpupush ako dito, or mag-rotate na ako dito.
Sa bagay, oo.
Diba, kailangan mo pag-isipan maigi yun, yung mga ganun bagay. Kailangan nyo talagang pag-usapan lahat. Every single aspect. Like itong take ng Zeta Division over at Market. Alarmbot is gonna detect them. So, hindi gonna give away information, pero ika nga sa pag-nausapan ng communication, tiwala sila na, uy, sige, rotate muna si Texture. Dito ka muna sa 3, Ronski. Ikaw na bahala mag-hold dyan. Tuloy-tuloy lang. 5-4 ang ating scoreline at hindi pa na rin natin alam kung saan magpupush yung Zeta Division, pero mukhang it's an A-push.
A-push, flash on in. Blaze-storm muna tayo dito nanggagaling para kay Dev. But Paranoia coming into play para makapag-delay man lang sa pushes nila papuntang sa Kabi. Nako, Ronski, quick on angle, kuha ng tatlo! Good on answer back para kay Sugar Zero, but the operator plays here from Texture all the way towards Heaven pa nga. Makakadali ng isa, makakarinig pa nga tayo dito. Back up muna para sa Heaven position at mukhang Global Esports completely acting on the fact na the map control is there, the aggression is there coming up from Zeta, and they just put everyone to hold. Pause muna, chill lang, takbo muna tayo dito para sa B-side. 10 seconds on the clock. Makahabol pa nga tayo dito ang kuhin natin na ang Sova. Si Laz, hindi mag-win sa duel at yun na nga, isa namang round para sa Global Esports. Para makabangon man lang.
Itong kombong Ron Tex na to eh. Ito talaga yung nagpipigil sa kanila sa pag-push in. Ronski, 11 kills in that KO, and it shows kung gaano ka-importante yung kanyang pwestuhan at all times. Getting that initial triple kill, nakapasok na sa site yung Zeta Division. Yun na sana yung magiging 6th round para sa Zeta Division, pero Ronski just stopping them in their tracks.
Huwag daw muna. No ID, no entry. Kakaiba din tong mga positioning, the off ankles here. The last ones from Ronski, we just like made a huge difference on how the run basically went. Akala mo talaga sa Zeta Division na yon, but teka muna, sir. May problema, may KO, may robot dun sa gilid. Hindi umiime, kumuha ng tatlo. And Zeta Division just basically crumbled out in that execution. Now, kamot ulo, isip, Zeta Division, for now, has to figure out their attacking side. Pag-uusapan natin muna to real quick. Communication is the key. Nga pala, tulad ng sinabi ni Noman, and you have to properly communicate the needs, the wants nila in terms of committing that objective. And not only that, providing a response as well for their enemies, because this conversation is being led once again by Global Esports, and this is not exactly the outcome that we have been expecting so far.
It has been a conversation of talking guns, but it has not been a conversation of talking strats. Finish ko talaga yun. Pero ipupush ng Zeta Division yung A side. Heavy A presence here for Zeta Division. As they get spotted by the 0 point. Tamang lakad lang. Pabalik to rotate out. And they have to play off of the hold here sa B. Going to be potentially going up against Iron and Bazzi. And Bazzi, who has the Odin, is unpushable. unstoppable force versus an immovable object yung peg dito. Not gonna get tagged by the shock bolt. Slowly but surely, Zeta Division controlling B main. Down for the executions here. 0 points gonna be thrown. Already gonna be going into the site. Yung manok, pinigilan pa sila. Hunter's Fury is gonna be thrown down. Tags a couple there. And a counter Hunter's Fury is gonna be thrown out as well from the side of Laz. And as the rest of Zeta Division, they struggle to go in as Iron stops the initial push. The Odin stops him from pushing the spray down just to stop the push. Laz gets taken down, and again, a beautiful hold from Global Esports.
Oh, a good set of utilities, good angles as well. Ganda ng posisyon na nila para makapag-play man lang yun sa backside. And Irene and Bazzi just made it like a quick game of tango. And you know, side by side, tamang stepping lang muna tayo para they already have each other's back. And you can't even not let go of the operator from Texture, just providing impact of every round. And that just made a huge difference on how that round, how the outcome basically happened there for Global Esports. Just a few tiny things just add up to a big difference talaga on this game. And Global Esports just made sure that every detail mattered in this game.
One wrong mistake, kakapitalize ka agad ng Global Esports sa yung mga pangyayari. They say that they have complete control over a mid. Cubby will slowly be taken over here. Waiting for time na lang ata yung Zeta Division dito for an execute. They will be playing off of potentially Sugar Zero's ult here. As the second smoke will be thrown out. Give a little bit more concealment here for the Zeta Division as they slowly move forward towards A. Stops that 0 point from gathering more information than needed. Already inside the site is Dep. And Dep, what is happening? Crow will takes down Texture as well. Might be the opening of Zeta Division. Needs to secure the 7-5 scoreline here. It's going to be down to a 3v5. Make it a 2v5. As Moneta falls down, Irene and Bazzi, the B players here, will have to bring out their A game as Bazzi takes down Dep with the Odin.
Spike planted.
Recon Bolt is going to get thrown out, but the Null Command is going to be thrown out as well to stop any usage. Gunfight na muna tayo dito, Loza 10. Takes down Iron, now down to a 1v4 with the Odin. Can spray down anybody, but do they know where he is coming from? That is the main question here. We go for the initial spray down to Laz. Not going to happen as 10 takes down Bazzi, and that's a 7-5 scoreline. They finally got around after a while.
Ooh, but it's just hard for us to actually imagine how everything is going to be panning out for the rest of the team. And to even imagine that basically tried to even boost everything during that round. But Zeta Division just provided that necessary aggression in this game. And kitang-kita mo naman na hindi talaga well prepared for yung mga kalaban at mga tropa din natin sa side ng Global Esports.
Sinabi mo nga kanina, this is a dance. It takes 2 to tango, but it takes 3 to pick apart kung ano nangyari ng first half na yun. And we're gonna have to throw it on over to Tita Mika, Asarai, and Honey Glaze to pick apart the first half.
How many talents does it take to dissect of the first half? Yun ang tanong ni Nomad. Maraming salamat, casters. Pero ayun nga, di ba, yun nakita na natin na this is the map pick of Zeta Division. They are, they are getting some rounds, but this is still very clearly, like, Global Esports still knows what to do here.
I am giving points to Zeta Division na them running it down na lang is more effective than them hesitating and waiting for something to happen. And a good example of that is yung pinaka-previous round where they just literally charge right in. If they can't gauge to how well yung defense dito ng Global Esports, might as well just use what they already have, which is yung element of surprise na yun. And what's really good about that is even if ma-take down si Dep dito, they still have, again, the other working mechanisms ngayon ng Zeta Division. 10 is starting to heat up. Sugar Zero is always as consistent as can be. And he makes some really very spectacular plays like kanina. Like he had a paranoia setup that allowed him to use his from the shadows on top of a heaven, which is really strong. And again, creates that pressure for Zeta Division.
Yeah. Ang naging problema pa dito for Zeta Division is that magdali maka-answer back dito ang players ng Global Esports. Kaya naman ang magiging sagot din dito ng Zeta Division is kung sakaling yun din ang ibibigay nila for Global Esports on the second half.
Yun na nga eh. And we see that earlier, diba, Zeta Division, they did change up some things when they switched sides sa defense. So we'll see if they can take that initiative dito sa ating second half on Ascent Casters. Back to you guys.
No, back to you. De, joke lang. We're back into the game.
Sigulat ako, pinalik.
Pinalik bigla eh, no? Pero we're back into the game, and Zeta Division is back on the defending side. Their stronger side here. We've seen the aggression na pinakita nila on Pearl. Will we see the same aggression here? That is the main question. Pero wala tayong makita aggression dito.
Wala muna.
Chill
Baka
muna.
iba yung plano. Ikaw naman pala desisyon. Let them cook, kamo.
Let them cook.
Hayaan mo sila magluto. Kakaibang po tayo, kakaibang gameplay muna tayo dito para sa site ng Zeta Division. Dahan-dahan na naman muna tayo dito, guys. Global Esports is not as explosive ang ginagawa nila para sa map control na ito. No presence, no information is gonna be giving in here coming out from the side of Zeta Esports as well. But a few on cues coming out from the smoke could be enough for them to trigger a rotation, could be enough to trigger an execution for this mid to be.
Heavy mid control. Not much on the information side here, pero you do get textured down to 13 HP. So that's something. At least yung initial entry, -1 kagad yung Global Esports dito. Depende kung makukuha nila si texture on that with a kill.
30
They're
seconds
leading
left.
on towards A. Time is ticking. They're burning down time para mag-overthink in Zeta Division. Alam naman natin, pag nag-overthink ka, minsan masama yun. As I say that, Dep, may balak dito as Texture takes down Dep. Initial kill for themselves, making their way inside the site. Lad's gonna be spraying blindly through that smoke. Does get Ronski down to 35 HP.
Spike planted.
Not a problem. They are gonna be playing from Market here. Hard commit over Market here for Zeta Division.
Standing ahead.
But the smoke gets properly set up. 10, blinded, takes down Texture, gets the dink onto Bazzi, but Bazzi takes him down. Ngayon, it's a 3v4. Nag-push out si Irie, gets a double kill over that Sugar Zero and Crow. At napakabilis ng mga pangyayari kahit na napakatagal ng round ng Global Esports doon.
Napakatagal talaga. Abang talaga yung munang kinakailangan nilang gagawin. The post-plant was there, but kitang-kita mo naman. Buhay na buhay pa rin yung Kuya. At least si Texture just surviving the round so far with just 13 HP. And before the round even like finishes out, makakuha pa nga siya ng isa before like putting everything to an end.
Kita nga natin dito kung gano'ng ka-coarse yung texture. Need texture doon. 14 HP, still manages to secure the kill. That single-handedly secured them the round, no doubt. Pero Zeta Division though, heavy stack over at A. And Global Esports, slightly heavier stack over at B. It's a question of magkakasalisihan ba sila dito? Baka mamaya biglang mapaisip yung Global Esports na hindi, switch over tayo sa A. At baka potentially doon pa manalo yung Zeta Division on this round.
Kayang-kaya pa nga ito eh. Ganda ng crossfire, ganda ng hold, di ng utilities. May mga flashes pa nga sila matatapon, but ibang gusto ng Global Esports ngayon eh. Gusto lang nila lalakad lang muna tayo sa mid-control. Hindi magpapaalam, hindi magpaparotate ng mga kalaban dahil it could be bad news for them. Kahit sabihin mong sabihin natin nakapag-classic man lang, may mga friends yung mga kalaban mo, but it's just too risky for us to lose manpower, to let anyone die in the hands of this defense dito na nagagaling para sa Zeta Division. But speaking of that, they're charging all the way towards back of B side. Si Ten dito, nag-aabang. May frenzy, makakuha ng isa. Kasi makakuha ng dalawa. Nakita naman natin itong swing dito nagagaling para dito sa Sova. But Bazzi, out for the plant. Isang mabilis ang postman dito para sa isang side ng Global Esports.
Good, more than enough na yung ginawa ni Tendon. At least he manages to take down one. Si Texture pa yung takedown niya. Not the hardest hitter for this game, pero still a hard hitter for the side of Global Esports. Time is ticking. Mukhang hindi yata sila magko-commit on this retake.
Exit tracks could be. Pwede silang kukunin eh.
Oh no. Huwag mong sisirain yan. At masisira, pero at least nakakuha na isa sila doon. Naka-follow up pa ng sa pang kill. Down to Laz. in a 1v1 with the Great One. Monyet will get dinked. One bullet in a dream. Talon-talon na lang dito. Monyet still takes him down.
Getting away with it too. What was that? Ang kasi ng round to, para dito sa side ng Global Esports. They had Bulldogs, he had full-on Spectres. Utilities were used, but that's inflicting so much casualty para sa team na ito para man lang makakuha ng isa. Even when they were just up against a Killjoy, and it's just quite too difficult for us to even counter out those anchors and the last one angle sa back of B.
Need more here from Zeta Division. I feel like they have to out-aggress Global Esports so that they can get information. And at the same time, they should they should start aggressively getting information. That's all I'm trying to say here. Kasi for the past couple of rounds, they were playing relatively blind in terms of they're just staying on one side. Not a lot of information is going to be thrown out, and that's partly due to the fact na yung main information gathering nila is on KO and on Laz na they're not getting information at all. So what if they just started pushing out, just starting to get the information themselves, like do the jobs themselves? As I say, that Global Esports, they're gonna do the A take themselves as they manage to get inside the site. Bronski already over at Jenny. Pro will take down one yet, but the trades are coming in from both sides. As Sugar Zero gets a double onto Bronski and Abazi. Now down to a 2v4 as Texture and Iron, the only members alive here. Spike is not in their possession. They are not in the right position as well. They are going to be falling back. They are going to get taken down here by Zeta Division, and they make it into a 6-9 scoreline. A very nice scoreline, if I do say so myself, for Zeta Division. Start catching up.
Good swings as well, and a really great catch-up na ginagawa dito muna ng Zeta Division. Ang laking bagay talaga ng pag-reading position man lang dito ni Sugar Zero. Taking 2 on the board. Responses coming up from the rest of the team. This is where we see Zeta Division just putting out this 5-man retake up to a good use. And do you even imagine na hindi pa nga nila hinahayaan para makapag-plant man lang? Just took away the site, and that was it.
And this is not yet it for Zeta Division. They have the advantage here in this game. All pistols here for, at least for this round, all pistols here for Global Esports, so they can shut it down, make it turn into a 9-7 scoreline. All down to Sugar Zero, though, who sprays blindly, still gets the iron there. That's a spike drop. Not a lot of information taken off of that, except for, hey, I got one.
Nakakuha ng isa. Nakarinig footsteps. And posible pa nga nila makakaramdam that there is going to be a rotation coming in here from Global Esports after putting out that Killjoy. Nag-Odin pa nga at naglabas pa nga dito sa B-site. Isa-isa muna. Mag-audition ba at mukhang Zeta Division is gonna be cornering them out in a single alley. Naku naman, si Tense decides to join in the action. And of course, Bazzi with the classic is still gonna be proficient with his aim. Now, they know that the Silva is going to be running his way towards the spawn, and the Spike no longer, well, I gotta say, running a marathon on towards the side is just what they needed. But to even imagine, nakapag 1v2 pa nga itong side ng Global Esports. Basi na basi, buhay na buhay, 20 HP ang kanilang nalalamangan, you know. Just cross it out, delete, erase lahat, and that was a good hold coming in from Zeta. Good aggression too.
Good hold, good aggression. Beautiful eco from Global Esports. All things considered, tatlo yung na-takedown nila dun sa division. Kahit na nag-audition sila, at nag-audition din kasi yung Zeta dun. Ano lang eh, pare-paresan sila nag-audition. It's nice. Sakto sa Korea pa sila. It's time to make a group daw. Kailangan nila mag-audition. I don't know, man. It's medyo sloppy there for the division on that defense. Nagpakita sila ng tatlo doon. But swung at the same time. And as I say, that depth just very aggressive. Nakapitas na isa on to Ronski. And this is the aggression that I wanted to see from Zeta Division the past couple of rounds ago. And as this continues, they get another information onto where Texture is. So they're slowly but surely gaining more ground against them. But it's still a 4v5. Anything can still happen here sa round natin as the lockdown gets propped up. Nobody's gonna get locked down themselves. They will start their push now.
But it's a huge on utility na magagamit nila to. Lockdown, walang nasa-zoned off. Makakuha pa ng position dito. Ang kuya natin si Irene. Dapat mo makapagsagot-bangan lang si Crow with that quick on swing. Now, Texture taking out 2. Basi, ako naman. Basi with a 2K3 for him! And putting Dep into an awkward position in this 1v2. May Cloudburst, may utility, may angle. And of course, may Shock Dart para makapag-zone off man lang. Tuto si kuya natin ni si Bazi. Nag-aabang, nagpagkakamali ng Omen. 1v1, isang mabilisan. Odin with the quick on them. But kitang-kita mo naman, he responds just quite too quickly. And we see finally Global Esports up to a 10-7.
Sometimes old ways are best.
Is the name of the game here. For the most part, Bazi, beautiful usage of the Odin. Narinig ko nga yung pamangkin ko. Nagreklamo siya one time. Dalaro siya ng Valorant. Bakit ba nag-Odin mga tao sa? I said, this is exactly the reason.
Alam ko there's a saying that Aserai would always do on Ascent.
Alam ko rin yung saying.
Are you ready?
I am ready, but are you ready?
Definitely not, especially with Odin. Especially when every wall here on Ascent is paper thin. Bangable. Panga, in the words of Aserai. It is just so hard to fully penetrate that, especially when we see Zeta Division is slowly trying to man up a few more people on towards A site. And a good disconnection here na makita coming up from Russian dito. The press, the pulse, the paranoia, dashing on in. Makita natin ang fragment para wala man ang makaposisyon dito para sa backup site. Good on response there para dito sa side ni Monyet. At mukhang dahan-dahan din muna ang Zeta Division na mag-rotate, magkukuha ng informasyon. Alam nila na may tao dito sa Hell. But it's so hard to even counter an Odin here coming out from the Sova. Now, Aljon, kuha ng information for sure, but you have to play out their luck here with the spray. Makatag doon pa nga. The Killjoy barely holding on for his life, and Zeta Division felt a bit too lost.
Hindi pa natuwa.
Para sa isa, hindi ba magtatapos? Naku naman, Global Esports all around. Texture taking out one. Kujin coming out from Crow. Makakuha pa nga ng pangatlo. But Monye nag-aabang sa ilalim at mukhang masisili pa nga into worst timing possible. Zeta Division winning out the retake and putting everyone in Global Esports down on the ground.
Rarat-ratay mo na kami ng Odin. Gusto mo pa mag-Hunter's Fury. Yun sinabi ng Zeta Division sa konsay narinig ko. Good for Zeta Division. They managed to get another round on the board. They have to think clearly on how to capitalize on that. And I was cringing kanina kasi dalawa lang sila sa A and it was a full-on A stack at na baka mahirapan sila on the retake. They initially were, especially with that spray down with the Odin and the Hunter's Fury. Pero at the end of the day, you know, pag nawala ka ng balon, pag nawala ni Odin, mapapadali talaga yung buhay.
Mapadali talaga ang buhay. Well, mapadali din ang iyong buhay, especially when you're pushing up against the Odin. And to even imagine just figuring out those type of counters, it's just huge here for the side of Zeta Division. And Global Esports, it felt like they were a bit too desperate in that post plan. They were just throwing off everything. Spray down with the Hunter's Fury and basically lost for that type of mentality alone. And Zeta Division is just there. Perfect timing, good pushes, and just waited for that tiny window na makakapagpasok man lang sila, makapag-retake ng maayos. But to even think of that, after winning out that round, they still even decided to go for the timeout because the round is still here, the game is still here, and everyone else is still online. It's now or never for this team.
It's still a two-round deficit here for Zeta Division. Yes, Global Esports once again, nakapesos lang sila. Pwede pa rin nangyari kanina na, uy, nawalan tayo ng 3 tropa doon, Lods ah. Naka-vandals tayo doon, tapos natalo tayo sa pistols. Na beautiful eco tayo doon. Can still happen. Global Esports can still keep it as close as they want to. Speaking of which, they're closely bunched up together dito sa Cat. At si Crow. At si Dep. Unang makakapigil ng push. Light spray! Dep gets 3! Potentially might get 4 here. Gets Hunter Fury. He's gonna dash out of the way. Pero he is hungry for that 4th kill. He picks up the Phantom as Bazi takes down 10. So kahit paano, manageable, pero that definitely slows down the push here from Global Esports.
Thrifty? Possibly pa nga. Pero yun nga, medyo delikado din to. Mga position na ginagawa ng Zeta. Napakalaking impact na nabibigay dito ni Zep. But, dahan-dahan. Shock Dart, iiwasan mo na dito mga sir. At mukhang konting regroup nang susubukan gawin pa nga dito ng side ng Global Esports. Magandang crossfire ang kanila kailangan nilang haharapin
30
dito.
seconds left.
Coming out from the side of Zeta Division. Now slowly but surely creeping all the way towards Cubby. We see here, response from Crow. Just all he needs is himself para take away the rest of the team here coming out from Global Esports.
That round was already a given for Zeta Division. Pero that spray from Dep, that was not a given there. Completely smoked off. Still gets a triple of that. Beautiful game sense. Just beautiful control as well from him. Crow wrapping it up on that round for that Victor's replay.
Huge impact. That was basically it. Even if it was like a round losable there for Global Esports, but it's just every win that they could take, they have to take those Ws, they have to take those impacts, and they have to take those frags as well para mas mapapadali ang kanilang buhay as a defense in furthering controlling the game, controlling the pace. They're not that aggressive, but you can definitely see this pacing that they're extremely comfortable with and have been quite effective on Ascent.
This take has been not eventful for Global Esports. They do manage to take down the site, go into the site. And as I say, that Sugar Zero gets a kill onto Ronsky. Pro gets a kill onto Bazzi as well. As the numbers here at Global Esports slowly going down to a 1v3. Not anymore. It's all said and done for that round. 10-10 is the scoreline.
Not that I need to, of course.
Global Esports will go for the timeout.
Hindi naman talaga ganon. Malay mo talaga. That is just gonna be them just struggling even further para lalabanan man lang itong mga, well, I gotta say unorthodox pushes. Kasi iba talaga yung mental condition na ginagawa ng Zeta sa kanila eh. Nakikita na they have this like slow, very conservative type of play style. But Global Esports might not be, might not be well prepared for it. Iba talaga yung team na pagkakaalam nila on how they basically recognize the side of defense. But timeout muna tayo. Saktong reset talaga muna na kinakailangan dito ng Global Esports. But it's just so hard for us to even witness na yung mga ganung pushes man lang, yung mga ganung execute, is that they're unable to nail, especially dito, against a team like Zeta Division.
Yung 2-0 na ninanais ng Global Esports mukhang hindi mangyayari. Mukha lang naman, Zeta Division looking really better here this time around on this map. This is their map pick. So naturally, they have the strats up their sleeves. Pero does Global Esports have a couple more strats up their sleeves? That is the main question here as we hop on back into the game, and no weapons once again here for Global Esports. A single stinger para kay Monyet. It's a hard B take from themselves, and I feel like there is going to be an aggressive push over at B main. There is an aggressive push over at B main from Crow. Not going to be spotting any information. Texture takes down Depth. Very aggressive mid control as well. And the bodies are just going to fall down here on the side of Global Esports and Zeta Division.
Cover going out.
They have complete control of the spike. Kanilang tong round na to. Unless Monyet makes a miracle happen.
No, kinakailangan talaga nila all the prayers, all of the miracles even happen in this game. Just winning out the souls 1v1. Kahit yun man lang, kailangan niyang magwawagi. But 22 HP and a dream. Dalawang kinakailangan niyang haharapin. But last, naku naman, na medyo nagmamadali yung mga kuya natin dito nagagaling para sa Zeta Division. It's just so hard to witness this. Nomad, konti na lang. Global Esports almost had it, but Zeta Division nagpo-play for this comeback. And they are gonna be putting out this lead. 10-11, nasa larong to. Timeout para sa wala, para sa Global Esports.
Sayang lang yung timeout doon. De, joke lang. Pwede pa rin naman. They didn't have any weapons there on that round. So it's a given that that's gonna happen. So likely, pinag-usapan nila doon, ano ba yung pwede natin gawin after this round? Gagawin nila, get the Odin, play it safe, play it slow, play defaults, get information as much as possible, and then we can capitalize on whatever information that we can get.
Scanning ahead.
See that right now. Heavy mid presence here for Global Esports, already deep inside mid, almost in market. Alarmbot's gonna spot them, no doubt. Pero it's a very split play from them. Alarmbot is gonna get taken down. That's information, but they're not over-rotating just yet. Crow holding on to that angle. Getting information from where Texture is. Aldron's gonna spot out Crow. They're not gonna be just yet. Spots out 10. Slows it down. Repositions on over towards A. They get information. They play around that information. They decide to go to A this time around.
But ang ganda din ng effort nila. They have an ability to cut off rotations here. Talon from Zeta. And speaking of that, Dep could actually not do anything at this point. With the flashes, with the suppress, hindi pa nga tayong mga natakas dyan. But 29 seconds on the clock. There goes the paranoia to even stall off everyone here na gagaling para sa side ng Global Esports. Dahan-dahan muna tayo dito. Rotations is gonna be coming on in. Mid to B muna ang ating labanan. But si Ten, nag-aabang dito sa market. Makakuha ng isa. Naku naman! The last one is there. 13 seconds left on the clock. Ni si Bronski dito ang maghahabol para sa spike plant. Nako, resurrection muna tayo dito para sa side dito ni Crow. At napakagandang angle dito ni Bronski. Kuha ng isa, for sure. Tech like puts this off his bucket list. He's gonna be putting out a bit more steps here. At konting muna, aabangan muna tayo. Aggressive pushes ng galing kay Irene. Makapag-trade man lang kinakailangan nila, but Munyet sa wakas makakuha pa nga ng isa.
11-11. Time to wake a wish dito. Hopium here for Global Esports to secure their first 2-0 victory. Not gonna lie, that slow play really worked wonders for themselves. And it may just be Zeta Division bowing out of the series potentially, as we see the Indian fans just rejoicing over the victory that Global Esports has. Pero it's not over until it's over. It's still an 11-11 scoreline. Zeta Division is still looking good despite what happened in that round. Dep has his operator. Will get blinded or will get smoked out there. Will not get greeted. Will not greet Texture there with open arms with that operator. Pero Global Esports, they're just going to be playing it safe, playing it default, get information, and keep Zeta Division on their toes. And as I say that, he might hit up B. Get the flash. 10 takes down Texture. Odin is out here for Laz. Hindi na pa sa kanyang Odin. At Dep, sinaksak. Hindi pa talikod. Paharap si Bazzi. 3v5.
Dahan-dahan din sila magkukuha dito sa side the execution dito nang gagaling para sa side ng Global Esports. Close the door muna tayo dito. Walang I3, walang entry at walang muna magpapalampas dito para sa side ni Monye. Kabi po siya ang kanyang i-hold. Si Ten pa nga dito. A bit too eager with this push. And mukhang makikita natin the objectives being met here for the side Global Esports. Take this fight plant on towards A at mukhang hindi pa nga tayo dito makakapagwag with the post plants man lang. Apat na mabuhay, anong laban mo sa isang pamilyang nagraragasa sa side?
Pag rumaragasa talaga, mahirap kalabanin. Parang ilog na nag-flow. Umaagos.
Na dumadaloy.
Dumadaloy. Parang yung ginagawa ng Zeta Division, paunti-unting dumadaloy ang kanilang enerhiya. Para silang diesel na kotse lang. Papainit lang. Mukhang nagpapainit din sila sa buong series natin kasi they are on match point. We may have a Game 3 on the line here. Walang masyadong gamit yung Global Esports. And they are going to opt to play the default game as well. Pero they're working with a Stinger, a Spectre, Guardians, and a single Vandal on Toronski. But they do have ultimates. 4 ultimates to be exact.
Ultimates Online has everything now in their arsenal. Barely even having the guns to even support that. But Global Esports, ako naman, this slow pace is not exactly a quite comfortable pick in for them. And speaking of picks, we can actually see an effort here coming up from Texture na last pa nga sa pizza angle! Dep, ano yun? Di mo lang pinabigyan ng isa.
Check your corners. Is what you should be doing, but it has not happened. Lockdown though. Dito na yun sa A. Unti-unti magpupush in yung mga miyembro ng Global Esports. Trade there for Global Esports, but it's still a 3v4. Now, Global Esports, if they want to push OT, they have to play every single angle correctly here. No misplays from themselves as we force it into a 3v3 as Crow makes it a 1v1. Monyan on his own, and Laz takes it to game 3 for Zeta Division. Joke lang, Bazzi is still up. Easy lang, chill lang. Bazzi is down to 5 HP though. If he connects this, and Bazzi connects it, forces the overtime. The dream is still alive here for Global Esports to go into a 2-0 victory.
Buhay na buhay talaga sila dito, partner. Hindi pa magtatapos ang laban. Wala pang map 3 ang ating i-instigate. Pagbago mo ng lahat. It's just gonna be the fights that we have to be focusing on. And speaking of fights, Monier is gonna be winning on every single one there. On towards hell position. Ganda ng backup ng Soba. And that was the cherry on top to even put the hold dito sa Zeta Division and push this game even for an overtime.
And now the question remains here. In Global Esports, they forced DRX into a double overtime, if I'm not mistaken. Will that happen here? Will it be a double overtime and Zeta Division coming out on top? We don't know. Will Global Esports secure the first 2-0 in the league for themselves? We don't know. But what we do know is Zeta Division is looking completely different from what they've been in the map 1. In the second half as well, ibang-iba yung itsura ng Zeta Division, and their eyes are locked in for the prize. Gustong-gusto nilang tapusin to. Pero Global Esports, with the backs of the entire Valorant Indian community, the power is being transferred over to them to secure this 2-0.
Eyes on the prize.
Eyes on the prize.
Eyes on the prize here.
Goal nila. Focus.
Grabe komento with actions!
Yes,
Gusto
sir.
ko yan. Actions. Definitely speak louder than words here in this game though. And the gameplay is gonna be the only thing that this is where we see na kung how the conversation is basically going. Overtime muna ang labanan natin dito at mukhang Global Esports muli ang maglalaro sa depensa. Odin na naman po ang pinaglalaban ni Bazzi. Ayaw talagang bibitawan. He know it works. He knows talaga na ito ang kinakailangan ng team. But is this what Zeta is gonna be? Is this what Zeta is gonna be countering for? And speaking of those counters, quick aggression pushes din na nagagaling kay Irene. Alam na niya ngayon na may killjoy nag-lurk. Now si Ten, taking a bit more action into this game. Ganda ng map control. Binabawi ngayon muna dito ng Global Esports. Dahan-dahan muna tayo dito. May alarm bot dyan. Magkakaalaman muna tayo. Kumakuha pa kasi Bazzi ng isa. Spray para nga dito para sa mga pushes na ito. At si Dep, not even want to close the door. We still have to deal with Irene. Ganda ng hold nila papuntang B-side. One angle at a time. Ika nga dito para sa side ng Global Esports. And angles have to be pushed and have to be taken out. Now, Zeta Division fully penetrating the side. Mas si Ronski pa nga dito magkakamali at magkakaroon ng tama. O mali, ang sagot ay hindi. Now, Monyet, kukuha ng isa. And of course, si Dexter dito. Mga pa naman tayo dito with the rough on peaks. Try peaks para sa isa. 2v2. Shorty muna. Monye, nag-aabang ng push papunta sa smoke. Spike being planted on B. 2v2 ang retake nito.
Oh
Sugar
no!
Zero! Naku naman! The timing!
The ultimate is ready.
Kuya natin ang omen na ito. Napaka-sneaky-sneaky.
Match point.
Sneaky, beaky, peak. Kasi minsan talaga ganun eh. Pag, if you don't...
If you don't what?
Basta yung timing is important. Kasi pag napalingon ka sa iba, masasaktan ka lang.
Oh. Tulong. The timing is right. The timing
is right. Kasi, malay mo, nagkamali ka ng lingon, hindi mo na namalayan na yun na pala dapat. Yung matatamaan mo.
Sa iba ka ba kasi tumingin?
Sa iba ka pa tumingin. Sa iba ka pa tumingin. Yun, thank you. Yung sa goal nila, focus. Eh, yung Zeta ngayon, focus sila manalo, especially after winning the attacking side, which was, all things considered, their weaker side in this map. Pero now, they're on the defending side. They were able to catch up to Global Esports. Force, well, not really force the overtime, pero they were able to force the match point for themselves. Now they just have to play it safe. Pero the aggression play was what Zeta was banking on kanina. They were able to capitalize on that. Now they're playing passive.
Not exactly what you expected from them in the first place. And Global Esports, yun na nga, parang they have been forced to submit as well. They have been forced to dance onto the beat na pinipilit sa kanila ngayon ng depensa. And speaking of that, they have provided a few more steps that wasn't exactly necessary but beautifully played out here. Especially inside ng Zeta Division, dividing the team. Global Esports na naman. Not united as one, but one by one muna tayo dito na mapipitas. B-main, mid-control. Side by side dito ng Zeta Division and makita mo naman sila dito just taking all of the necessary steps possible para tatapusin itong larong to. Para makapagtawid man lang para sa speed position. Kuha ng isa. Monyet with the answer back. 2v4 ang labanan. May last mga tayo dito. Sugar Zero! 10 seconds left on the clock. Global Esports lumalaban. Tumapot ang Recon Bolt at mukhang Monye! Makakapag-play pa nga for the 1v2! The swing! In time! Not enough time! Naku naman! Zeta Division pushes to map 3!
We are going to map 3, ladies and gentlemen. We will see Haven. Zeta Division, more like Zeta multiplication as they multiplied their firepower. They multiplied their chances to come back of that. And off of that, beautiful play in the first round of overtime. Nagbago ang kapalaran nila.
Bagong kapalaran, and you know, it's just them taking their own fate into their own hands talaga, putting all those necessary steps and of course taking so much action inside this game. They're good with those explosive plays as well. Kung nakita natin a while ago from Global Esports, just putting out quite a dominating performance, but hindi mo na magpapahuli yung mga tropa natin dito ng mga Hapon because they have what it takes to even fight out for this series. Unang series pa lang ito, napakainit na mga labanan at napaka-close na mga matchup, especially here on Ascent. May map 3 pa tayo dito, no bad. May Haven pa, but kung tutuusin, Zeta is just starting to warm up in this game.
Makinang nag-iinit sa malamig na panahon. Medyo matagal-tagal lang pero nangyari pa rin. And Haven is anybody's ball game now. Pwede tayo magkaroon ng same thing. You might see an overtime because both of these teams performed really well on Haven for in the past, pero for the most part, Zeta Division is waking up. Speaking of waking up, don't go to sleep. Say Game 3 is coming right at you here at the VCT Pacific PH broadcast. Huwag kayong alis na bakit.
Alright, let's start the challenge.
Let's go.
I'll try.
Shoot!
Shut up. Go.
Wait.
Wow. Yes.
Pantay na ang score natin, 1-1. And we are going to a map 3. It looks like Global Esports and Zeta Division. Mukhang sabi nila na parang hindi eh. Easy day para sa inyo kahapon eh. Ngayon, babawi, diba? Pero we really saw na yung Zeta Division, diba? It's sobrang interesting kasi pag nasa defense side sila, diba? Parang may second win, diba? Yung parang mas naging aggressive sila, mas they're more confident, they really take initiative when the sides switch around. Kaso lang, ayun, palaban din yung Global Esports kasi we got into an overtime.
Oo nga ang nakita ko din dito for Zeta Division na much better sila na mayroong composure on the defense comparing on their attacking side. Dahil earlier on in Pearl, nakita naman natin that it was really close for them to make a comeback happen. But then, alam na nila Dep ngayon kung paano i-decipher dito yung Global Esports to the point na hindi nakakakuha ng magandang composure dito or magandang entry si Texture. There's also a problem kapag meron na nga dito mga blinds or any utility na i-use na dito for Ronski para makadominate din ng mga duels dito against Zeta Division. But then again, nabibigla sila, nagugulantang sila dito sa mga push na ginagawa ni Dep. So, kudos kay Dep dahil aabot tayo ng Game 3.
And there was a certain point din na ginagawa ng Zeta Division dito. Excuse me.
Bless you.
Thank you. Sa second half, it seems like they had a very good instinct on where to disrupt yung movement ng Global Esports. Whether it's just Sugar Zero na through his own smoke, popping a shot, getting a kill. Again, Dep pushing through a smoke, getting a kill. Yung mga ganito kasing little bits of aggression na hindi natin nakita nung first map on Pearl was something that really changed the pace dito from Zeta and really put Global Esports to their paces. Sabi na ni Honey Glaze, I was so surprised na Zeta were just throwing everything to the wind na lang, to the caution of the wind, pushing up, and then nagkakasalasihan yung yung players dito ng Zeta sa kanang Global. But still somehow, Zeta are coming out on top of that.
Diba? It really shows the confidence in their own map pick, diba? Kasi parang nakikita natin, there was that time na parang si Dep nakaabang sa may 3, diba? Tapos may smoke na nga eh. Wala siyang nakita. But somehow, he got the 3K, diba? And it really just goes to show na parang si Dep dito, of course, it can't be anybody else. Siya talaga ang maging MVP dito sa map na ito. And, unfortunately, in the head-to-head versus Texture, we really didn't see Texture show up. Parang ang grabe talaga ng lamang dito ni Dep. And we really just saw that parang Texture would usually get picked first, actually, di ba? Yung parang siya talaga yung napipitas. Tapos, and then parang Aaron will follow and somebody else will follow. And then all of a sudden, you're left with just Bazzi and Ronski left to go into a 2v5.
Parang dito na nga rin po, parang nalalaglag sa point na nawawala dito ng composure or nawawala yung pagkasunod-sunod na mga plans dito ng Global Esports. Kung ano yung gagawin nila once that Dep makes an entry or rather once Texture makes an entry dahil Texture left alone sa loob ng site tapos hindi siya makakakuha ng kill, it falls down para dito sa side ng Global Esports kung ano yung uunahin nila next dahil nandito na si Dep nandito na kaagad sinalas to make something happen, to make sure na ma-shutdown sila sa mga entries. So unfortunately for Global Esports, kahit nagkaroon sila dito ng katiting na hope para maabot natin yung overtime or ma-2-0 ito, still doable para sa side ng Zeta Division.
So an interesting statistic lang in the head-to-head dito ni Texture sa ni Dep. Out of the 13 times na naglaban sila in this second game, 10 kills went into the favor of Dep and Texture only won 3 against Dep dito. So nakita mo talaga yung overwhelming na confidence talaga ni Dep. And that's interesting to say din kasi I'm pretty sure a lot of the fans ng Zeta Division would point out that Dep is one of the players that is making Zeta on top in the Japanese region. Pero at least from our understanding, it's always been 10 as well as Sugar Zero.
Yeah.
But again, this is a good face that I'm seeing from Zeta Division because again, even if this team is promising, alongside Global Esports, sila din yung medyo dumidekwat pa sa tournament ito. So they definitely have to reach that next level considering na the other teams that they're going to be fighting at is going to be more difficult, if not even more so pa.
Yep. And I think na parang ito talaga yung parang yung full potential ni Dep lumalabas dito dahil parang it's a perfect map and they enable ng mga teammates, everything falls into place. Kaso lang, we see when things aren't in his favor, diyan talaga siya parang nahihirapan mag-adjust. So I'm wondering dito, since nandito na tayo sa third map of this series na nasa Haven, and both teams yung parang they are able to give good fights on Haven, pero would you say, Azurai, that this favors any particular team here?
I feel like it should favor Global a lot more. Kasi again, they got the pieces of the Indonesia roster with Monyet, and Indonesians are very good in Haven. A lot of the core identity ng Global Esports before, when they were in South Asia playing against Sinabi and Revenant, against the other top Southeast Asian team, always Haven nagiging final map nila. So you know that this team talaga is very geared towards this being the be-all, end-all. And looking at lang sa Zeta Division, they haven't really gotten the best standing in Haven. The only last time that they did was against RRQ 13-10.
Yeah.
But again, that could go very differently pa dito.
Well, for Zeta Division, alam naman natin na para silang slow burn eh. Parang kailangan pa nila ng warm-up, kumbaga. Katulad na nangyari kanina, di ba? In Pearl, they were just really so slow. Hindi nila alam na halos yung gagawin. There's so many hesitations para sa side ng Zeta Division. But this time, they're starting on the defense. So it can be really a good start para sa side ng Zeta Division.
That's right. Especially since yung nakikita nga natin is that yung parang yung Zeta Division, talagang mas confident talaga sila sa defense, no? Kaso lang, nasabi mo nga, Honey Glaze, diba? Yung parang kailangan nila ng warm-up dito. Kaso lang, warm na sila ngayon. But will they run out of steam? Kasi posible din yan kay Zeta Division, diba? Especially since nabanggit nga ni Azuray na this seems to be favoring Global Esports sa ngayon, no? And a big question as well is, alam natin na nasa building sina Lightning Fast at si SK Rossi. Papasok ba sila dito? Is now the time, diba? Na parang naibalik ka, pero mukhang parang ewan ko kung ready na sila. Right now, mukhang nag-enjoy, nag-adjust pa sila. Pero it's an option din since nandyan na sila.
But the question is, sino yung papalitan dito ng dalawa, di ba? Sino papalit magsasub out para makapasok dito sa SK Rossi? Dahil most of the time, I've seen the numbers, parang kung totoo mas gusto ko si SK Rossi on the duel kesa kay Texter.
Wait, maybe answer your own question. Si Texture tatanggalin nila for SK Rossi. Honestly, that's not such a bad thing to look at it kasi Bronski has been very consistent on the initiator, so if he plays maybe like a KO once again, I feel like it has to be not the KO but the breach rather. But in any case, it is going to be interesting to see what the iteration is for Global dito. But again, just to reiterate what I was mentioned kanina, I was talking about how last time in the Zeta Division, my mistake, it was them losing pala 10-13 against RRQ. On the flip side naman from Global Esports, they had 2 Haven matches dito. They went up against T1, which was 13-4 in favor ng Global Esports, and they went up against DRX.
Solid.
Na kahit manatalo sila, 11-13, very, very close. So nakakatakot dito. And one of the things that was, I think, the strong suit that Global is something that a lot of teams make it their strength on Haven, which is the default C push. But Global, I think, does it a lot better than other teams are expecting it then. So if Zeta Division are prepared for it, it could turn very sour very soon or very early.
Ganun nga eh. I feel like for Zeta Division, they are the kind of team that they do their homework, diba? Kaso lang, it's again the adaptation eh. How quickly can Global Esports adapt versus Zeta Division? Alam naman natin yung Zeta Division nahihirapan dito to adjust on the fly. They really do rely on individual plays dito sa mga maps na to really take it home. Kasi in terms of mid-round concept, in terms of decision making, in terms of adapting, hindi naman yan talaga yung style ng Zeta Division. And as we head into Haven dito, a very standard map pick for a team like Global Esports. Tingnan nga natin kung yung defending side ng Zeta Division ang they will boost them to victory here on this Haven map, because I would actually love to see them continue their win streak dito.
Gusto ko nga eh. Parang panibagong yugto to.
Oo. Ay,
yugto.
Inatok pa rin. Inatok pa rin si Monyet. Nasaan na yung grab coffee? Nasaan na yung grab coffee?
Matagal naman ang mananalo.
Hindi, medyo matagal din kasi yung parang hindi pa tapos yung mga viewers natin sa Grab Unli Buhat Challenge, diba? So guys, bilisan nyo na.
Madali lang naman eh, diba? Order ka lang din naman. It's for your own good din naman.
Sumali na kayo para may winner na, para makakakape na si Monyet. Talagang galing Pinas pa, no?
Mag-aabot na sa kanya.
Uy,
pero yun
Barako Coffee para sa'yo, Monyet.
Ay.
Ay, isa na po yung narinig ko, Barako eh.
Please stop.
Hey, alam mo, hindi nakita ng viewers natin, pero may may action pa si Azuray eh. Buti na lang hindi nila nakita.
Parang may magbibig boy maya-maya.
Uy,
si HGO kasi nag-dance classes siya ngayon.
Parang ang defensive mo. Wala, nakikita na nila ako sa payo. Paano naman ikaw, diba?
Wala naman.
Bentahan.
Pero yun nga, it looks like they're keeping the same roster dito sa Haven. And it looks like, syempre, on the side of Zeta Division, wala naman masyadong big changes dito. So we'll see. It seems to be for this map, it's do or die para sa Global Esports. And for Zeta Division, itutuloy kaya nila ang win streak nila. Let's toss it on over to our casters.
Sheesh.
Ito na yung huling yugto natin para sa laban na to. Global Esports and Zeta Division. 1-1 scoreline. All gonna get settled down dito sa Heaven. Sa Haven. At dito natin malalaman kung magkakaroon na ba ng first victory yung Global Esports or kung yung Zeta Division ba ay makakabawi na sa mga nangyari sa nakaraang linggo. Pero kung paano ko nakikita yung mga bagay-bagay, Zeta Division, nag-init na sila fully. Going into Haven, tingin mo ba ay tuloy-tuloy yung pag-init?
Well, it only takes one game for them to completely warm up talaga dito, Nobat. And kitang-kita mo naman sa nangyari sa Ascent na yun. Kung nag-iinit na ngayon ng Zeta Division, Global Esports is starting to look na nang lalamig na nga sila. But now, this is actually not the best time for them to do so. In a map like Haven, tutuusin naman talaga natin dito that this is by far one of their, the best maps that they performed so far in the Pacific League. We want to see those retakes to happen. But kung sisimulan muna natin to, guys, attacking muna ngayon ng Global Esports, and I'm just really anticipating on how well they're gonna be performing those synchronized plays.
Makikita natin dito yung pagka-position ng Zeta Division, yung aggression na pwede nilang ilabas, na pwedeng ilabas ni Dep, na ginawa na nga nila. They have a heavy A push for themselves. At dahil dyan, walang katao-tao sa C. Open na open yung site para sa Global Esports para makuha nila yun. And it's a pincher move for Zeta Division. Waiting for 3-man alert here bago sila mag-execute. In texture. Titi nagpo-push out. Irene. Potentially gonna stop this backstab. Nakuha niya kaagad si Dep. Sugar Zero already down to low HP. Jumping classic para kay Laz. Making it a 4v3 jumping classic din para kay Monyet. It's an even 3v3 fight. Smoke's gonna be thrown out. Isa pang classic para sa kanya. Pangatlo para kay Monyet. Noronski will take down Crow. Pistol round para sa Global Esports at nag-iinit na kaagad. Global Esports.
Nag-iinit na din si Monyet.
Kanina inatok siya eh. Hinihikab-hikab na eh.
Stretching daw muna. Doon nag-timeout sila. Yun yung tinatawag nila mga tactical pause. Kailangan warm up. Saktong kemot mo na sa gilid, kitang-kita mo naman si Monyet. Ibang-iba ang tarima.
Mainit ang tarima ni Monyet.
What's tarima? Is it like air?
Actually, I don't know myself.
But they always use it though!
Hindi ko siya sinasabi! Mainit ang tarima, pero hindi ko alam yung sabihin.
I like how we're just pulling this off now.
We're discovering something new. Sana si
We
Sir
need Wendell here.
Sir Wendell, sana masabi niya sa amin ang
dictionary.
definition ng tarima.
What's tarima, Wendell?
What is
If you know.
What is tarima?
Is it strike? Weapon?
Garden?
Sword? What's a garden?
Area.
Okay. The floor is lava. Mainit yung area daw eh.
No?
Huh? Oo.
Okay. As okay rin ang Global Esports dito with a buy from themselves.
Dahan-dahan. Storm grenade. Nakuha pa nga yung turret. Turret na walang kamalay-malay. Gusto lang naman niya gawin yung trabaho na iyon. Anti-flank para dito sana sa side ng Zeta Division. But you see this effort coming in from Global Esports already. Pushed up sa mid position.
30 seconds left.
Makakadali posible pa nga ng isa. So he's gonna be taking off the fighters here. Coming up the side of the rotation dito ng Zeta. But Boban is still there. But si Monye pa nga dito. Makakuha na nga ng isa. Nako, Basi with a quick one answer back. Kita-kita mo, the flanks from the Killjoy nanggagaling sa likod nila. 1v1 with a great one. Naku naman si Dep. Ginawa pa nga isang mabilisang aim lab, isang mabilisang swing dito. Thrifty para sa side dito ng side ng Zeta Division. What a play there. Ganda.
Grabe. Grabe yung pagkainit ni Dep. Pero again, si Dep, 4-1, not really expecting less from him. 4K to secure this round. Sobrang unfortunate lang that they kind of lined up for him there as they were busy taking care of the Sewers player. Or sabi nga ibang tao, Sewer. Nakita mo naman yung rinig mo. Yung tuwa sa boses. Nice nila.
Nice talaga.
Nice.
You have to encourage, give credit when it's due. Ika nga nila dito sa laro to. And you have to hype up for the rest of the team. Especially ito sa ginagawa ni Laz. Gandang sumala dito. Para ngayon ng Zeta Division, nakakuha ng isa, Global Esports, na paisip ng saglit. Magpupush nga pala tayo dito muna sa Sewers. Isang mabilisang execution kinakailangan nila. Quick on flash pick up. Makuha pa nga dito. The Guiding Light para kay Dep. Isang quick on scope. Bulldog nung kinakailangan ng team nila dito. But Zeta Division, quick on response, gandang rotation, ganda ng angles din! Dep, buhay na buhay pa rin!
Ganda rin ng tutok nila. All things considered, kahit na nag-tailwind si Dep pala yun, nauntog siya kay Sugar Zero ata or kay Crow. Okay lang. Napaganda pa. Kasi kamuntikan na din siya take out dun sa smoke spray through na ginagawa ng Global Esports dun eh. Pero Zeta, they are not division anymore.
Ano na?
They're addition.
Kanina, multiplication.
They're addition
Ngayon,
kasi they're...
kung PEMDAS, ito, dadaanan ng
they
team ng Zeta.
are additioning more of their movements into this. More aggression from them. And as I say that, ang aggressive na push ni Dep gets the one, gets the spike information for himself, gets taken out by Texture, pero Crow nandun para makipag-trade, makipagpalitan ng kamatayan. Hindi, mali. 4v2 pa rin, Ronski and Monyet. Two members aside ng Global Esports that have been top fragging since Game 1. Baka pwede silang balik na rin yung kapalaran nila dito. Maging 2v2. Pwedeng maging round para sa kanila. Depende na lang if they're gonna be playing together.
Oh, syempre naman. Friendship is magic nga, sabi ng RQ. But Zeta at Global Esports ngayon magtutuo sa mapang to. Kinakailangan nila mag-holding hands papuntang sa site. Dahan-dahan, one angle at a time para makakuha man lang ng mga trade-offs at para makapagkuha man lang ng information. Communication is definitely gonna be the key. But the frags is all we need to even out this playground. Isang mabilisang 2v4 muna tayo dito. Spike being planted on towards a konting kaasiman muna dito para sa kuhin natin si Monyet. But Aldron, ang kanya kailangan ika-cancel out. The information is definitely gonna be there. TP on out at mukhang paranoia. Kinakailangan niyang tatapunin. Fulton is gonna be there and connecting on towards the in-short position dito. Coming out from the Killjoy. But si Monyet, nakakuha pa nga with the spray. Ronski, buhay with a single angle here on towards naku naman sa isang corner but hindi makakuha ng isa. Unfortunately.
Tapang niya dun sa loob ng smoke. Niraratrat na siya, tinayuan niya yun. Yun yung tunay na bayani para sa kanila. Hindi niya atrasan. Kahit sino man. All things considered though. Ganda pa rin ang pinakita ng Zeta Division. Ganda pinakita ng Global Esports doon. 2v4 at a disadvantage. Still managed to get the spike down. Kahit pa paano may pera. Pero Zeta Division, nag-iinit na si Dep. 7-2-1. Ang aggressive ng push ng Zeta Division. Ang aggressive nila sa plays. They get information, they get the rounds.
And that was basically all they needed to get like a clean objective na ma-meet nila dito. Especially this aggression na kung saan magbabunga pa nga ng maganda dito sa side ng Zeta. Ganda talaga ng aggressive plays. I really want to see more of these coming up from this team. If kayang-kaya nilang gagawin ito sa simula, why not tatapusin in the same pace?
Bakit hindi talaga? Pero bakit hindi itanim ng Global Esports yung
Spike planted.
Ito na nga.
Here.
Timing is everything. Full CT-sided push para sa Zeta Division. No command is gonna be thrown out. Laro muna tayo ng Valorant na walang skills mga Lods, pero ipigilan sila mag-push out dito. Texture. Paabang sa Gedli. Makapag-spray down ba siya ng isa? Yes, reposition, step, lumilipad, lumulutang, nakuha niya si Texture. Iron will get triple off of that. Makes it the first round in a while para sa Global Esports.
Ako, 3-2. Ganda ng paghahabol nila dito ngayon so far. At of course, yung mga post plans talaga kung saan talaga magbo-boil down on how the rounds are basically going. After meeting ang objective, nakita mo naman dito si Dep making a few efforts as well. But together as a team, you could see how Global Esports is able to overwhelm the opposition with just angles, with just the firepower alone. And the flashes, of course.
Ganda rin pala talaga ng spray run ni Irene doon. Beautiful angle. Beautiful spray. Beautiful camera work na nakita natin yung spray down na yan. Thank you, production. You guys are the true MVP. Sa puso namin at sa puso ng lahat ng mga manonood. As we go into the 6th round of the competition, Texture, bumabawi siya naman nalilipad. Makakuha ng dalawa, kuha niya kagad si Ten. Makapagtatlo pa siya doon, pero hindi. Crow will take down Texture, traded out by Irene. Down to a 2v4 na baliktad. Ang kapalaran ng Zeta Division at ng Global Esports. Global Esports naman ngayon ay may magandang post-plant. Ngunit, subalit, datapat sapagkat ang Zeta Division ay may Vandals lang na itatago.
Vandals magtatago, and of course, barely enough economy to even carry themselves out and project towards their own victory ngayon dito. Now, Zeta Division, mukhang mapapaisip mo na tayo dahil sa mga defense na sinusubukan nilang gagawin against sa mga pushes ngayon ng Global Esports. It's just so hard to withstand this force that is gonna be knocking at their doors in these sites that are trying to defend. But speaking of that, it's not gonna be the defense just yet. No, it's gonna be the post plant and the save. And that's gonna be a round na just them just stalling off this game. 3-2, 3-3 pa rin ang labanan. Tie out pa rin ang mga score. And it's just too close for the comfort of either of the teams to even imagine how this outcome is gonna be going, or this matchup alone.
Considering the fact na this is a decider map, at yung momentum na sa side ng Zeta Division. Zeta Division, they don't want to lose the momentum that they've worked so hard to gain nung nasa Ascent tayo. Yung Global Esports, on the other hand, unti-unti nila nahanap yung footing nila sa laro na to. As they start pushing forward. Dep pushes forward, gets 2 off of Bazzi and Texture. Ronski though gets 10 and Sugar Zero. Triple para kay Dep. Make it a 4K for him. Ronski na lang nag-iisa dito. And Dep will get tagged heavily. 5 HP in a dream, pero he's gonna fall back. Crow naman ang magbabantay sa mid. At mag-isa na lang si Ronski. 70 HP. Ngunit wala siyang makitang lugar sa B. Nilipat na ako sa A, homie. And Laz, nakaabang na lang siya dito sa may B. Bars.
Sheesh. Ganda. Ganda din na. Ganda din talaga ng mga pinanggagawa natin dito lahat. But magandang pinanggagawa ngayon muna dito para sa side ni Ronski. He is just gonna be up against a crossfire or the single fire here coming out from Crow. A-Link is gonna be the position, but 48 seconds gonna be left on the clock here. Speaking of clock, they have to run on away, disengage from everything so far. The conversation and the engagement is there. Information as well. Fault line para sa isa. But si Ronski, naghahanap ng mga duels na kanyang ma-isolate. Iniilagan pa man lang din ang itong Aldron na pinipilit sa kanya. Now, ganda ng timing fight up at yun nga yung ace. Ganda ng hold, ang ganda ng aggro, and Zeta Division is just doing all of the right things inside this game that the team basically needed.
Everything, everywhere, all at once. Yun ang ginagawa. Division and Dep was everywhere, everything, all at once. It's a mid-control. Getting that initial 4K, talaga na pigilan yung push ng Global Esports. And unti-unti tumatalo na yung isa sa harapan. No? So,
lumalabas na yung hype.
Lumalabas na yung hype. Hindi na yung nakatailang na clap. Tumatalo na rin sila. Map 3 na. Talaga mga hype sila. Hindi pwede. Hype sila. Yun lang yun.
Kailangan ng hype. They have to give their energy just like how the rest of the community here ng Global Esports is doing to their roster inside this game. And speaking of energy, they're slowly building their way up on towards this garage push. Of course, the turret, the setup is going to be there. Quite difficult problem to even deal with, but Global Esports still have everything. They only have the cost of a single flash na initapon doon.
And they have the rest of the game to figure which side to even take.
Default plays lang talaga ang kailangan muna ng Global Esports dito kasi yung sinusubukan nilang pag binibigla kasi nila yung mga bagay-bagay, masasaktan. Mga ganyang bagay, you have to take time. Alamin mo muna ang lahat ng pwede mong alamin para hindi ka masaktan. Si Dep, na alam niya kung nasaan yung Global Esports. Nakakaramdam si Dep kung saan potentially yung Global Esports pero hindi siya nag-a-assume. Diyan lang muna siya.
Here.
Nasa tabi. Ako lang to. Si Natoy.
Saan mo nakakuha yan?
Napapasok na sa site. Global Esports.
Talaga sila magagaling dahil may marooling thunder pa nga sila magtatapon dito. Coming up inside Global Esports. And of course, the whole still gonna be there para side. Needs 10! Nako, kuha mo na ng dalawa. But back on away dahil may lockdown pa nga dito sa likod natin. He's gonna be the flank as well. Dito nang galing para kay Dep. Now, 1v2 has the Phantom. Has, of course, 2 off-dabs na kanyang magagamit. But does he know that it's gonna be someone here? A player named Last to go playing in for CT. They could close their way, closing their way now towards the enemy. Napipilitin tong B-site. Post-plant para sa isa, para sa dalawa, at para sa 1v1 na ito na kailangan niyang patapusin. At of course, papanalunin man sana para sa team.
Yung sana all na mapanalo yung 1v1 hindi nila magawa. Pero all things considered, okay pa rin naman. Pero paunti-unting yung moral ng Global Esports parang paunti-unting nawawala eh. Yun lang yung number 1 problem na nakikita ko dito. Zeta Division on the flip side, umaangat yung moral. They are subtracting the moral of Global Esports. Zeta subtraction.
But the equation still makes sense. Exactly.
Yes.
Everything's just adding up as well sa mga ginagawa dito ngayon ng Zeta Division. Just making sure that every operation is smoothly executed here from their team. Speaking of that, Global Esports just doesn't have anything para sa side nila that would balance out on what Zeta Division is basically doing against them. It's how to counter them. It's hard to even try to provide a plan B on what they're trying to do para sa kanila. And to even imagine a team like this kanina, ang ganda ng form, but you see them just slowly crumbling down in what Zeta Division na pinapakita sa kanila. Difficult match to even witness and an even more difficult job for the players themselves to outperform their enemies. Especially, naku naman, Zeta. Ayusin nyo naman!
Yun, na-fist bump na. Nako,
Hina-hype up natin dito.
nawawala yung teamwork, yung cohesion, yung synchronicity. Yung synergy nila. Wala na.
Synchronicity.
Thank
Okay.
you there, producer, sir. Thank you for guiding us.
There's a voice in my head. That's telling me the answer is definitely not gonna be A. Especially naman dito sa ginagawa ng Zeta Division. Ang ganda ng pressure na napapakita nila. Initiator with the duelist for riding map control. And of course naman, B-side can be completely open as soon as they actually figure out on how to take out Sugar Zero. Na nagpa-playing in for the quick on last on angle. Ganda ng retention dito ni 10. Makakuha pa nga ng isa. Flapping in for 1. And of course, that's gonna be delaying everyone here from Global Esports with the push. 10 out for 3. Could actually go in for the quick conflict. From the sky. 4K on the board. And Zeta Division is doing it.
Doing it is an understatement. They are executing it.
Executing, okay.
Executing. I mean, also considered ang ganda sana na execute ng Global Esports, but off of the heroics of 10 just stopping the push, that 4K. Turn things around for them. Kakaiba yung pagkakagalawan.
Swerte mo. Kapag yun talaga maging kakampi mo. 10 talaga. 10 na walang kamalay-malay, hindi pa tayo makakuha.
Ang ganda ng information, ang ganda ng blind! Pero hindi siya nakakuha ng double kill. Pero okay lang, nandito naman si Sugar Zero para pati si Lance. Para tumulong. Ang bilis ng round. Ine-explain pa lang natin yung nangyayari. Tapos na kagad yung next round. Multiplication.
Real quick. Quick maths.
Quick maths.
Para dito ngayon sa side ng Zeta Division, kakaiba talaga ng pinapakita nila. Kung kaya man lang nila itong gagawin for this map, why not from the previous ones? Because kanina they look so different. They're much more confident now. Much more assertive with this decision of taking out talaga with the pressure, map control na they're taking away from Global Esports.
Ibang Zeta Division to sa kumpara sa mga nakita natin noong nakaraan. This is a very confident Zeta Division. And this is a Global Esports that is struggling to at least get the 7-5 scoreline para sa kanila. Monyet though is low, gets a kill onto 10. So that's a slight opening para sa kanila. 10 HP in a dream si Monyet. Spike is planted. Retake has to be done here by Zeta Division. Tamang abangis na lang si Crow dito para magbato yung utilities kapag papasok na sila. Hingin sila, tumatakbo na sila. Ang dami ng utilities ang binabato pero mapipigilan ba nila ang Global Esports? Mapipigilan ba nila ang Zeta Division sa pagpasok sa site? Irene playing the close angles, playing brightly! Gets 2! Sugar Zero gets the trade. Now down to a 2v4 para sa kanila, making it 1v3. Ang bilis mga pangyayari. Crow makes it a 1v2 pero time is ticking. And Monyet will take him down. First round on the board after a while para sa Global Esports.
Oh, it all falls down talaga sa mga maliit na ginagawa at maliit na pagkakamali doon na ginagawa ng Zeta Division. Konting butas, napasukan na kaagad doon ng isang mabilisan ngayon ng Global Esports sa kanila. And even think of that, nakita mo naman talaga si Irene with a bit of luck to his side. Spraying towards the smoke is just like, what does he need? Global Esports is just like trying to hold on by a thread right now, but they're still fighting, and that's the only thing that matters in this game.
As long as you're fighting, you are GE fighting. Kaya sa hashtag nila, that's exactly, ewan ko, pinili ko na talaga yun. Pero, yun nga, yung Global Esports, they want to fight as much as they can, and they're going to fight for B. Lockdown is going to be thrown down. Hunter's Fury is going to be thrown down as well. Last takes down Monyet. Texture tries to go for the gong kill. And 10 will take him down instead. Bodies are falling down here on the side of Global Esports. Now, napakamalas naman ng mga pangyayari. Seeker's going to be thrown out. Information is going to be given to them. Spike is being diffused. Spike is already half dead. Takes down Ronski. Gets another onto Irene. Lad's going to throw down the bolt. And that is the round. That is an 8-4 scoreline. And that is the half.
That was an omen. Vic's flawless play ng kanilang naipapakita para sa first half na yun. A quick cherry on top para sa side dito ng Zeta Division. But bago muna ang lahat, Ken was just basically there at the right place at the right time. And you can definitely see how the team basically relied on this force and let him off the leash na this time around.
They definitely capitalize on that being off the leash. Pero we have to go off of the analysis and go straight to the analyst desk.
Sige, tuloy mo pa yan, Nomad. Kaya mo yan. I believe in you. Pero my, how the turns have tabled, no? Isipin mo yung yung kung gaano yung parang yung criticism natin sa Zeta Division ng Pearl, 'di ba? Tapos okay, yung GE parang okay, parang maganda sa Pearl. Ngayon, parang 180 talaga. Tingnan mo yung Zeta Division ngayon. Grabe, ang galing-galing talaga ni Dep, for example.
Exactly.
And 10 is now popping off as well.
I love what is happening right now for Zeta Division. Parang nagkakaroon na sila dito ng coordination when it comes to their utilities. Lalo na kapag nagbibigay talaga ng runway dito si Las, Sky Dep, ng kanyang, ng kanyang pag-push ng boundaries all the way from the sides. Imagine, he's using the Recon Ball, tapos kasama na dito yung kanyang Hunter's Fury para mabigyan niya ng assistance dito si Dep to take over players from Global Esports na nandun lang sa B-side. Or rather sa window.
Two things. Medyo natatakot na ako para sa prediction ko. Baka magkamali. I want to have good prediction points just because. Pero one thing din na notice ko lang dito is it feels like this is the Zeta Division that I was expecting to truly see talaga, right? This is the Zeta Division that dominates in the Japanese region, and this is the Zeta Division that I feel like everybody was on. Reykjavik, exactly. This was the, you know, that one-hit wonder. Can they replicate it now sa Asia Pacific?
So yun nga ang tanong, diba? And it looks like it's looking like a check mark here. Pero isa pa, kailangan nila ayusin yung fist bumps nila. Sana naman. Sana naman, diba? Back to you, casters.
Replicate the equation the Zeta Division has been creating since the start of time, since the start of the Reykjavik Masters. Yun yung kailangan nilang gawin. Mukhang nangyayari naman dito, Azuray. So go into the second half. Pero Global Esports, kaya ba nilang pawiin yung second half?
Kayang-kaya, especially sa mga ginagawa nila ngayon. Sila lang ngayon ang magdedepensa, mag-hold off kayo para sa side dito ng Zeta Division. But masamang binabalak muna tayo dito sa A-Long. Pagkapang-gapang muna tayo, ang kuya na si Dep. Nag-aabang ng pagkakamali. Nag-aabang ng rotations. Para dito sa Global Esports. Konting bulong muna tayo, ASMR gameplay. Flash pick para on in. 3 people ang magpipick, but walang makikita. Dagger, makakuha ng isa. Nakalaso pa nga si Dep. Dash on in, matatamaan pa nga ng paranoia. Rodski, ganda ng backup para sa yung teammate, but mukhang 4 man na ang kinakailangan yung tatapusin, papatayin at mukhang uubusin pa nga to even cancel out this round and take the lead on towards the second half.
Bakit hindi ganun yung mga teammates ko? Walang bumabackup ng ganun sa akin.
Wala eh. Minsan, maybe you're with the wrong people. Oh!
Pero, yes, Irene was in the right place at the right time to stop Crow dun sa push nila dun. Pero 3-man push dito, 10, makakuha ka mo na isa! Nakakuha ng... Munti ka na maging dalawa. Sugar Zero nakakuha ng dalawa. Pero ang ganda ng hold nila dun. They make it into a 2v0. Ngayon in Zeta Division, they get the plant as well. They get that round of triple kill. Ang ganda ng pinakita nila dun sa attacking side. At nag-iinit na talaga ang kanilang mga tarima. Zeta Division. My goodness.
They're up to a great start, actually. And they're up for, Global Esports right now is starting to see, like, the beginning of their end in this series because it is starting to look like Zeta Division, it just wouldn't let anyone let them stop on their tracks because ang ganda ng run nila so far, especially here sa larong to. Malakihang comeback ang kanilang nagawa from the previous map, but they're bringing the same energy, the same mentality for them to be able to take down a team like Global Esports. Quite effective, but if you look at the plays here, just Global Esports deciding to to even go for what works best for them. Playing for the team, playing for everyone, and playing in for the trades. But playing in for the last one dito, ang kuhin natin si Ten. Makakuha pa nga ng tatlo! Real quick naman dito, guys. Ubus na naman itong kuya natin sa Global Esports. 1v4 na naman po yung labanan. Oh.
Matatakot na yung Global Esports mag-check ng corners nila. Baka out of nowhere, uy, baka may 10 dyan sa sulok, wag muna tayo dito. Uy, baka may depth doon. Ayoko dito, Lods. Alis muna tayo. Diba? Si Sugar Zero, tatry pa niyang gawin yung ginawa niya. Nathan, hindi naman magagawa eh. Pero they're already in sight. Bazzi manages to take him down, but it's a 1v3. He does have the Bulldog, the better weapon in this fight. Pero Dep has the off angle. At hindi siya nakatingin sa off angle. Dep takes him down. 10-4. 3 rounds separate Zeta from securing this game for themselves.
Exactly around then that they're willing to lose with that eco. Parang they're slowly getting like a grasp of how the playstyle is. The side ng Zeta Division, which is like a great start then for Global Esports even try to take a quick step back on how they're gonna be propelling their way towards their own momentum, towards their own pacing na madidictate sa larong ito.
Pero for now, yung pace ng Zeta Division, hindi mapigilan ng Global Esports. Global Esports tried to replicate the aggressiveness on the defensive side, pero hindi nila makapitalize eh. Ang aggressive ng push nila, sige. Pero as I say that though, Irene takes down Sugar Zero. Ang aggressive nila, sige, pero nasa-shutdown sila ng Zeta Division. As Dep gets a trade onto Irene, makes it a 4v4. for themselves and good coverages for the post-plant. Execution para sa Global Esports nangyayari na ngayon as Ronski takes down 10, goes for the swing. Medyo 1v4 and a dream, no lineup sa ata. Magaganap, actually may lines pala na nababato. Will not be able to, will actually be able to defuse this against Global Esports. Lace finally, they get around on the board.
Ang ganda na sana na pinapakita dito ng Zeta Division. But it's just quite unfortunate talaga that Global Esports has finally displayed na yung signature retakes that they've basically done. Just playing for those double initiator information and for them to actually zone off more angles possible para mas madalian yung pushes nila coming all the way from CT.
Careful.
It was just them putting out a well-choreographed take, and this is where we see Zeta Division just back to where they were before, back to the ground, back to the start. As everything is gonna be coming out for the quick on reset. Flashback para sa isa at makita mo naman dito. Good on trade coming out from Chrome. A 1v2 trade, not exactly worth it here para sa side na Global Esports right now.
Ganda lagi ng reaction ng Zeta Division pag magta-trade sila. As I say, Iron tries to gonna try to get the trade for another body there, pero 10, the better killjoy in that fight. Taken down, 4v2 and a dream. 10 almost gets taken down. Nanoswarm's gonna be forcing Monyan out of position. Flash pa siya, and Sugar Zero will take him down. Again, Bazzi in a 1v4 has been here before. Pero will he go for the clutch? What for? Kailangan na lang niya isave ang kanyang Vandal for more economy.
If you look at just like the structure na ginagawa so far ng Zeta, they're just like doing the same thing all over again na them just taking away the garage control, initial default position, kuha ng trade-offs, kuha ng mga frags for them to actually destroy the defense. And that was just like the efforts of their default just being much more productive than it actually is. Parang ang simple lang bagay na ginagawa nila para sa side dito ng Global Esports, but it's just like basic arithmetic in their side then it just works best. You don't have to put out this complicated plays. If you understand what works for you as a team, this is where you just actually reuse the formula then and there again until you actually put out the lead. And just for looking at the scoreboard, this is what Zeta Division actually understands so far.
Just one more round for match point para sa Zeta Division, and a timeout has finally been called by Global Esports. Papaisip ko na lang talaga kung anong kailangan nilang gawin. Saan ba sila nagkakamali? May ginawa ba silang mali? At yung mga tropa natin sa Japan, natutuwa na lang sila sa mga nangyayari. Hindi sila masaya nung Game 1. That's a given. Pero Game 3, paunti-unting lumiliwanag ang kanilang mga
faces. They're lighting up na.
The spark, ang kumukuti-kutitap, nakislap sa kanilang mga mata ay nagpapakita na paunti-unti.
And the horizons are still gonna be bright here for Zeta Division. Oh, the run here on this series alone. It's just a miracle in itself, replicating what we have seen on Reykjavik, and you definitely see them performing still here on the Pacific, and Global Esports have a lot of time to even think about it for now. They've seen the pattern, understand it, and of course, see their own mistakes as well. Ano ba talaga kailangan babaguhin? Ano ba kailangan at sino ba talaga dapat mag-step up? Because I haven't seen parang imik man lang from Texture and from the rest of the team in this game.
Yeah, Ronski and Monyet, nung nasa Ascent tayo, ang ganda ng pinakita nila. Ngayon, they're almost not there. Parang biglang namatay yung monitor nila sa laro natin. Pero, it's still anybody's game. It's still anybody's game. It's still Valorant. Hanggat hindi pa tapos yung laro, it's not over yet. As they do reposition yung Zeta Division, to get information themselves on where to push. They get information on to Bazzi. At kinagat ng 7 lines, Dep. Pero, paunti-unti nagpo-push out. yung Global Esports. Might be the push that they need. Pop flash thrown, no capitalization on there, only italicization and underline. So this is the underlying pressure na pinapakita ng Zeta Division. Hindi sila nagpaparamdam, Global Esports na papa-overthink.
Oh, mapapa-overthink ka talaga kung may mga taong tumatago sa gilid. For now, they're gonna be out in the shadows. So all they have to do, of course, the flash picks are definitely gonna be there. Information as well. Paranoia pa nga para makapagtapos dito ng laban. But Blade Storms, no frags happening just yet. 20 seconds left on the clock. Hindi pa nga magtatama. Magwimintis ang mga Blades dito. But si Texture is gonna be responding as well with that anime battle. Naku naman, Zeta East, Zeta Division. Their actions are not really adding up just yet. You can definitely see here an effort coming out from Global Esports. With that response, Ganda ng stack on towards A. The flash picks are there as well. And they actually put that time on to a pretty good use now.
Nakaisip na sila ng stats. Effective yung holds nila sa A. 6-11 natin scoreline at paunting-unting nagigising Global Esports. Pero is it too late? That's the main question. And yung pinag-usapan na natin kanina bago tayo pumasok sa laro ulit, Ronski, hindi nagpaparamdam masyado sa laro. Yan yung narinig sinabi ko, pinagsasabi mo hindi ako nagpaparamdam. Ayan, double kill para sa'yo.
Nagpaparamdam na sila ngayon talaga at kinakailangan talaga nila. They have to step into the spotlight, take the platform, and might as well just put themselves out there, inside the map, inside this game. In A long muna tayo magpo-focus dahil makikita naman natin dito ang mga flash peaks coming from Texture, reacting fully well to it. But nakita mo naman, the quick on turnaround from Dep. What a good on effort. Zeta Division holding on to their life, holding on to A long, and of course si Monye! Holding on to the single angle where we see Dep actually trying to shut him down, ending out the streak. Match point pa nga ang kanilang in the grasp, but it's not over just yet. They have a minute left on the clock. Spike planted nowhere just yet, and Irene and Bazzi is gonna be playing this out on the full A site hold.
Never say never. Global Esports, Irene and Bazzi, completely doable to do this 2v3 if Irene doesn't get picked off. 4K para kay Dep. Potentially going to be the ace, pero 12-6. 6 rounds separate Global Esports from Zeta Division, and only one final round separate Zeta Division from securing the win in this mountain of a series. Dep, as always, the point man, the myth, the legend. Bakit Dep ang pangalan niya? Ang lakas niya umatak. Bakit?
Ewan ko sa'yo. Bahala ka na dyan. Yun. Huling depensa, malay mo, dito ng Zeta Division. Pinalabas ng tulay nilang lakas. And speaking of that, you have to actually put out a quick on defender lockdown para mapatagal man lang itong larong to. Now, Global Esports, nauubusan sila ngayon ng options on how they're gonna be playing out this game. They've been quite innovative though in this effort para kukunin ang mid control. They have the nest, they have the angles, and it's just gonna be 10!
Oh no, not like this!
Munyeng, Ronski, Irene, back-to-back, side-by-side, at mukhang mag-uubusan mga tayo ng lahi dito. Nako, Global Esports, all around the world, susubukan, kukunin ang lahat, magdodominate, and of course, still try to hold down, still try to sail the ship in this game. Nako naman, the journey is not over just yet. Zeta Division, you had the upper hand, but you know how plots usually go. Sa una, posibleng mo nang papabugbog, but it's gonna be a long, dragging plot because economy is still gonna be a make and break dito sa round na ito.
Highway run into the midnight sky.
Careful.
It's a long road para sa Global Esports. Sobrang unfortunate lang talaga yung spray down ni Tendon. If only Ten got that spray down over at mid, could have completely turned the tables. Now the turns of table talaga from map 1 to map 3. And as I say, that Zeta Division also made the U-turn going on towards C. Good read from Global Esports. No you! Uno reverse card. Kami nilipat kami. Lumipat din kayo. Yun yung gusto nila mangyari. Saktong nagbato pa ng guiding light si Bazzi, wala siya nakuhang info. Mag-overthink na ngayon yung Global Esports. Uy, ano ba? Siba sila? Malalaman niya ni Irene pag nag-push forward siya. Nandyan si Dep to stop this this rotation from coming in. Pero now the Seekers will definitely confirm the location of the members from Zeta Division. At dahil napaikot yung Global Esports sa A, tara mag-C tayo. All down to Irene to stop this push, to keep this dream alive. For Global Esports does not secure the kill. The rotates are coming in. Pero nandyan si Texture to potentially stop this. Pero Dep getting a double off of that. Taking down Texture. Down to a 3v5. And a dream for Global Esports to turn this around. Ronski gets taken down. Monyet trades down Dep. He gets 2. Now it's down to a 1v2. Gonna go for the res. Gets the kill. Makes it a 1v1. Pero lads, has the angle. Ronski is up. Still has a double flashbang. Can't go for the pop flash. Can't just go for the contact play here. As they manage to keep the dream alive. 12-8. Global Esports is still in the game.
Napaka-shaky ng mga ginagawa natin dito. Napaka-delikado ng posisyon ngayon ng Zeta Division. Mapilitan tayo mag-timeout. But kung i-imagine mo man lang, ang ganda ng effort na sana na ginagawa dito ni Dep. Ganda ng mga openings, sa mga frags, the follow-up coming up from the team. Utilities were there as well. But Global Esports making a huge difference in the world. Side by side. And of course, the decisions, all of the right things being made. And the swings na naman din. And the duels that they have been winning. Wow. Okay, sila lang yun mag-timeout. Isip, sige. Take all the time that you need. Kayo may lamang ngayon. Pag Global Esports, nako naman. May konting kasagutan ng gustong-gusto ko tong larong to.
Huwag mo sapakin. Aray. Huwag po. Pero, Zeta Division, timeout. Nagkaka-momentum yung Global Esports. Chill lang kayo dyan. Dyan lang muna kayo. Tingnan, hindi ka nagsasalta coach ng Zeta eh. Nakaupo lang. Parang yung anime protagonist yung ganun pa. Nasa salamin. So this.
I like the overall vibe that the coaches are actually giving, no? Para you definitely know kung sino ang totoong boss sa server nila. Sino yung pinapakinggan na bosses din sa mga calls na ginagawa nila. Ganda ng mga gamit ng mga timeout. And you could definitely give credit to how this perspective is going to be made by this by their coaches.
Look at the buys though. Sure, they got rifles. They got 3 bulldogs. Vandals are better than bulldogs, and they have half armors as well. Ito yung best setup na pwede makuha ng Zeta Division, but they still managed to make things out of nothing. So, Zeta Division, kung kaya nilang paguluhin ulit yung pag-iisip ng Global Esports, they can close this out. Pero yung Global Esports, just have to keep on swimming. Just keep swimming. Just keep swimming. Swimming.
And they actually have to find there are more openings dito sa larong to. And speaking of that, they could actually provide their own efforts as well para makapagbutas man lang, given that they could have a little bit of information kung saan ba talaga nanggagaling itong mga setup ng Killjoy. Now, that's one information off the board. Saan nanggagaling Killjoy, but for the rest of the team here of Global Esports, they're not making a sound. They're not giving any cues at all that will make the opponents question their decision of going out for this execution. Now, Trailblaze is going to be coming on out, hunting in for the rats here. They're creeping their way on towards the sewers, but it is not gonna be happening. 30 seconds, and they still haven't fully decided kung saan ba talaga sila magpupunta.
All down to this B control for themselves. B, kontrolado nila. Smoke is gonna be thrown down, pero Texture gets paranoid. Mapapaisip ka na lang talaga. Irene with a push out. Will not be able to take down Sugar Zero. Spike will be planted down to a 2v3. Ang bilis ng mga pangyayari, mga kaibigan. At ang bilis din mag-reposition ng Zeta Division para sa retake Global Esports. Kailangan nila mag-isip maigi. Get spotted out by the 0 point. Ronski and Bazzi. Kailangan nila tignan maigi ang corners. Gets the tag onto Crow. Flash is gonna be thrown. Lads has to swing out. They make it into a 2v2. Pero time is ticking. They make it into a 2v1. Bazzi on his own. The dream is alive for Global Esports. Off the backs of Bazzi. Mapapabandalik siya. And that's not gonna happen. 13-8 Sugar 0 with a triple kill to wrap things up.
What a reverse sweep na nagagawa dito ngayon ng Zeta Division, putting and taking away map 3 Haven that is supposed to be a global esports map, and for them to assert dominance any further. What a great half, what a great series, what a great game for that map alone. Everyone else was just online and putting everyone and their skills to even put to a great test. But even think of it, isa lang talaga ang magawagi sa series na ito. That is going to be the Japanese team, Zeta Division, putting everything else aside, putting every doubt at the back of their minds and just focusing on the game and nothing else so far.
Ito na yung team na hinahanap ni Azurite, na yung Zeta Division na nagpakita nung Reykjavik. Paunti-unti sila nagigising, paunti-unti sila nagiinit, and in general, we're seeing a better performance from Zeta Division. Pero, let's also take in consideration that Global Esports have also been starting to show up sa liga natin. Kung paano sila, yung para yung tinato, kung para sa kung paano sila nagpakita nung week 1, ibang-iba na sila ngayong week 3. Pero in this game on its own, Zeta Division completely outclassed Global Esports. Ang ganda na sana pinakita ng Global Esports on the flip side, on the second half. Nakakahabol sila paunti-unti. Pero Zeta Division, they put the exclamation point on that match. Fist bumps all around. That was a good fight. And a 2-1 well-deserved victory here for Zeta Division, and Global Esports have to go back to the drawing boards. Think about what to do for the next game. And kita-kita natin yung fans nila in Japan. And take this bow, boys, for you have deserved this win.
Oh, well-deserved win. And of course, a very resilient fight din na pinapakita doon ng Global Esports. They have shown us what they've got as a team so far. And they have made amazing runs, good performances, highlight plays as well. Especially dun sa ginagawa nila Monye a while ago. But, you know, it still boils down to how the team overall performs. It's not just going to be individual players that are stepping up to the game, but for the rest of the team as well, putting in enough contributions to even contribute to this win.
Contributions mean everything, and every single player from the side of Zeta Division contributed to that game very well. Pero let's throw it on over to the panel for the closing remarks of the series.
Wala actually kami masabi. Dahil, di ba, parang flashback muna tayo sa pre-show. Lahat tayo. Go. Okay, Global Esports, mga paborito sa Global GF Fighting. Wala na. Zeta Division takes the series 2-1 with an amazing performance dito sa Haven. At sana, gusto ko lang masabi na parang sana may tiwala pa rin kayo sa amin dito sa panel, ha? Sana lahat. Pero Zeta Division, definitely a surprise dito, lalo na dito sa Haven.
Oh man, nakita na naman natin yung capabilities nila dito ma-dominate, ma-overwhelm yung GE. They started on the defense at sabi nga natin, they started on the right track dito sa Haven at nakita mo naman how Dep is now really comfortable. Lalo na't yung KDA niya dito 29-12 lang throughout so many rounds na nailaban dito ng GE para lang makakuha ng overtime.
Yun ang sinabi yan, di ba? Nagkaroon na ng shift of paradigm na ngayon eh. Na it seems like Global Esports are the ones overextending na. They're trying to take back the round lead. Unfortunately, napaka locked in na dito ng Zeta Division. Okay, let's see. There was a play where Global Esports, I think it was Ronski Sasi Texture would flash out of a long. Texture would get one kill, trying to follow up. Magiging greedy siya, maybe to get the kill onto Dep. Tapos, because he did that, he will fall down. Ronski tries to re-encapsulate the situation, try to get that refrag. Unfortunately, he drops down. A-side falls over. And this kind of thing happened multiple times in the first half na yun, which ultimately led to such huge round deficits. And I went into this, I think it ended like 8-4, heavily favoring Zeta Division.
Yun na nga, the trades got so much better for Zeta, di ba? Yung parang, yung isang, naalala ko sa Pearl, just not too long ago, yung parang, di ba, ilang hours ago lang. Tapos parang, we were saying na parang bakit hindi nila matitrade yung mga yung mga
Actually,
di ba yung mga clashes na to, di ba? Tapos ngayon, we can see that they really do take those kills, they do take those trades, and grabe talaga. Just no words for the performance ni Dev. It's I remember I think yung match nila, very first match versus DRX, and then we were like saying, si Dev parang medyo iffy talaga yung performance, at mukhang talagang he's really been working hard to become this, top duelist from the Japan region, and eto na siya. Tingnan mo siya. Like, this is how Zeta Division is, yung parang if they really build around what he can do, grabe talaga. This team has so much potential here.
Binibigyan rin kasi siya dito ng availability na makakuha ng mga kills, makuha niya yung comfortability niya dito na makakuha din ng space. I love what Laz and Dep did earlier on their defense. Nakahabol man dito ng bahagya ang players from the side of Global Esports, but then, mas nananaig kasi dito yung nagiging composure nila, at makikita mo rin na frustrated na yung players ng Global Esports to the point na pinipilit na lang nila makakuha ng picks, ng mga kills. So
Careless
unfortunately,
na.
yun nga careless.
The thing is, then, I think, at least sa side ng Global Esports dito, one of the biggest things that they, I think, lost nung tumagal to series ito was yung impact ng texture. Kasi, if you look at how he was performing yung second map coming into Haven, ang nangyari dito is, he's supposed to be the spear tip, diba? But unfortunately, it feels like every time Texture tries to do something, bigla na lang siyang he'll either get picked off, he doesn't get the pick properly for his team, which leads, again, Ronski to follow up sana. Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough kasi lots of players of Zeta Division are coming online na. Everybody is inspired dun sa ginagawa ni Dip dito. 10 was already heated up. So, diba, he basically 3v1 again dun sa back to C site, which again, I've mentioned 10 can easily do when he's heated up na nga.
Definitely. And nakita din natin yan, di ba? It was starting on Ascent. On the side of Dep and on the side of 10, but also on the side of Texture. Yung parang yung downhill na spiral niya. Yung parang nagsimula niya sa Ascent eh. Tapos nakita din natin yung parang yung head-to-head, nasan ba si Texture? Usually siya yung una na napipitas, di ba?
Yeah.
So parang wala siya dyan sa mga important na clashes. Wala siya dyan to take the space kasi siya yung una na mawawala sa team.
It's always Monyet who has been really standing up para sa side na nga dito ng Global Esports here, especially in Haven. Nakita natin na medyo mababa nga yung skill sets dito, or rather yung mga naging kills, KDA dito ni Monyet, or rather ni Texture, dahil nga parang napagod na, na-outburn na sila dito ng Zeta Division. So, I really love what happened here for Zeta dahil nagpapatuloy na sila sa momentum nila upwards eh.
Yan na nga, exciting nga para sa side ng Zeta Division. And hopefully, yun, tulad ng nasabi natin about GE, hopefully they don't run out of steam kasi, again, hindi to yung pinakamahirap na match nila. May mas mahirap pa, may mas malaki pa na big bosses na parating going in their way. At sana kayo, hindi naman kayo na outburn din dahil may isa pa tayong series, may second series pa tayo dito. It's gonna be Talon versus DRX. Very, very big match coming up right after this break.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta run it all like we supposed to.
Hey, it's light work. Just looking at the wrist, had that ice work. All this shit on me, I bust down. Shock him out the clutch and it bust down. She don't love me, she just want me for the team, I know. At the draw, I'm the pick, I'm that one lotto. Got that rocket and that power auto. You want air, braid the draw, gotta stay on auto. Mad it, all the wins at it. Need a new patty, it's the time cost. Then the bag ain't free like it's MK. I got that new kick gang, got that sensei since day. Don't believe us, we just gotta show 'em. Got a whole game prepped up, got 'em like it's loaded. Oh, they got it backwards like it's Yoda. On track, got speed, it's a locomotive. Hey.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Got to know lanes like we supposed to. I just wanna play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. I'm just staying in my lane and I'm supposed to. Be 100 ain't a thing, I ain't checking for no lames. Only gang with the dudes that I'm close to. I don't ride a wave, I just float through. Drawing up the plays like a coach do. Come against the team, better pray like the Pope do. Cause we'll turn your little beef into tofu. We tryna rise to the top. Real recognize you ain't squad, you the op. Drip on wall paint, feeling like the greats. Appetite jumping and you looking like a plate. Team on 3, no fail when we break. Lombardi is the only L's that we take. Tap the pylon, then we all celebrate. Then it's back to the huddle, time to cook another play.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to.
กันเนี่ยป่าซุกไปหมดเลยอ๋อเดินมาตั้งไกลสงสัยจะหลงนะเนี่ยที่ไหนเนี่ยผมรู้ที่นี่คือป่ารู้เขียวขนาดนี้ห้างสรรพสินค้ามั้ง
สวัสดีเหล่าทารอนซูเปอร์ฟลายขอต้อนรับสู่ล็อกอินฟิลด์ถ้าพวกคุณอยากออกจากพื้นที่แห่งนี้ คุณต้องทำภารกิจจับสัตว์หายากให้ได้ทั้ง 3 ชนิด
แต่มึงใครเนี่ย
สัตว์หายากตัวที่ 1 Toucan Bird เจ้าถิ่นแห่งผืนป่านี้
โหเท่งานนี้พี่มาแบบเท่มาสิน้องๆคนเท่จ้องจะเล่นคุณกวาดไปไหมแบบคนเท่ๆเจ้ยถ้าตกใจแบบคนเท่ๆแต่คนเท่ๆโดนล้อมคนเท่โดนล้อมอยู่เพื่อความชัวร์ขอหันไปดูอีกสักครั้ง ว่าไงน้องชายซูชิบอยจัดการเลยโอ้ไม่นะอย่าทำคนเท่ไม้ตายรู้เก่งจีบัวนิ่งสนิทสลบคาตีนเขาบอกคนล้มอย่าข้ามแต่กูข้ามได้มึงเป็นนกสภาพไม่เหลือความเท่
สัตว์หายากตัวที่ 2 ต้องระวังให้ดีนะ ตัวนี้มันเจ้าเล่ห์มาก มันคือเจ้า Evil Genius Raccoon
อย่าเข้ามานั่นที่เข้ามาเลยหน้าตางงๆล้อสักบ้าอย่าเข้ามาคู่มาเลยนกตัวที่แล้วอย่าดูเยี่ยงหมาสุดท้ายหายซ่าอยู่ในกล่องล็อกเรียบร้อยส่งกลับบ้านครับง่ายงั้นเลยเดี๋ยวผมว่ามีอะไรแปลกๆนะเฮ้ยขี้เหมือนกันแล้วเหรอนี่พี่ฟ็อกไงฟลุกปั้นไปไหนอะเอ้าคนละเรื่องฮัลโหลทุกคนอยู่ไหนกันหมดเนี่ยฮัลโหล
สัตว์หายากตัวสุดท้ายนั้น จะมาหาพวกคุณเองเมื่อพวกคุณพร้อม
ขอดูอีกสักทีกูว่าไม่ใช่ให้แบบเป็นมิตรก็ตัวอะไรยืนจังก้าอยู่ตรงนั้นน่ะตัวนั้นแหละโอ้โหกล้ามเป็นมัดจะกลัวหรือขำดีเนี่ยกระดิกนมได้ด้วยขอนับหน่อย1 2 3 4นิดเดียวไม่รอดแน่เฮ้ยชุบเจ็บเข่าไหมนะเจ็บมากกระโพดท่าแบบซิ่งคิดว่าเยอะแล้วจะแน่อย่างนั้นเหรอเข้ามาเลยย่าพลังใจ
การต่อสู้ในครั้งนี้เหล่าทารอนซูเปอร์ฟลายจะเป็นอย่างไรร่วมให้กำลังใจและติดตามเหล่าทารอนซูเปอร์ฟลายในศึก VCT ที่เกาหลีนะคะ
Welcome back to the VCT Pacific PH broadcast. Oh, muntik na. Baka naman napunta tayo sa ano. Specific. Ikaw yan. Kasalanan mo yan, Asa, right? Pero mabuti naman nakita natin yung video na yan, di ba? Because that is the big question for this upcoming series. Will the Talon Superfly win against yung White Tiger na DRX? Nakakatawa talaga yung video nila. Pagdating sa content, para sa akin, Talon talaga eh, di ba? Pagdating sa content. Pero with this coming series, nako, baka mahirapan ng Superfly friends natin eh. Kasi ito, yung lock-in rematch, actually, lock-in rematch ito. This series sa VCT Lock-in actually was one of the most entertaining series that I've ever seen sa Valorant. Dito, syempre na-eliminate ng DRX yung Talon dito, di ba? And that landed DRX sa top 4 naman. So this is definitely a grudge match. And especially since nung lock-in, wala pa yung, parang hindi pa best foot forward ng Talon nung time na yan actually. Kasi wala yung full roster nila, tapos may sakit pa si Cruz nung time na yan. Kaso, dito naman sa VCT Pacific, Talon currently hasn't had any wins yet.
Yeah. And pwedeng magbago dito yung landas ng pwede nilang tahakin, especially that this is one of the strategies na pwedeng mangyari muli sa kanila. It can be a deja vu, pero kung tutuusin, they had a really good run nung nakatapat nila yung DRX dahil 2-1 din yun. Nahirapan din ng DRX to finish it out at magkaroon ng period yung storyline nila doon.
It's kind of a weird situation that they're in, right? Kasi even though you mentioned that it's not the best foot forward nung Talon on Lock-in, I feel like that was really a really good showing na para sa kanila eh.
Yun na nga, sobrang lakas nila.
And the problem right now is, again, DRX, or rather Talon, just is not really integrating well yung gusto nilang mga ideas coming into VCT Pacific.
Yun nga eh. So we'll see about that. Pero balita ko may post credits pala to.
Part 2.
Wow.
Okay.
May part 2 pala to. May post credits to. Let's check this out.
Dumating na si Mati.
ไม่ต้องห่วงพี่มาแล้วนี่
Okay.
So they needed to add that up. Ay, kung tutusin, kasi wala rin naman din si Patty nung nakaraan.
Oo nga.
Very marvelous.
Oo nga eh. Oo nga eh. Pagkala ko lalabas si Nick Fury na small. Gumagano. Pero ayun nga, despite their stellar content dito, Talon unfortunately nasa bottom ng standings natin na yun, di ba? Which is quite surprising kasi, as you mentioned, Azrai, napakalakas nila nung lock-in. They were definitely one of the top teams there and they've had a rough few weeks dito sa VCT Pacific. T1 at saka yung naging bias natin, yung TS, kalaban nila. Tapos ngayon, DRX, hirap naman ng initiation ng Talon.
So the weird thing about dito sa Talon din, di ba, is everybody loves Patty or Patty fan, however he's called as of the moment. Ang naging problema dito is the last time that we saw him, I think hindi pa fully fledged or fully developed yung playstyle in Asia Pacific. So his incredible aim, his incredible game sense was really still top-notch at that point. But unfortunately, nag-move on na yung rest of the Asia Pacific scene. And because he went away for a couple of months, if not a couple of years.
Yeah, parang a year na eh.
A year or two, diba? So, there's a certain amount of adjustment that he has to be, and I don't know how consistent he's been playing Valorant off the scene, pero it feels like it hasn't really translated well sa mga matches nila. And what's also a big problem is that, and of course, our viewers have seen this na, is the integration of the Gecko, which we're all like, oh, saya-sana tingnan nito. Problema, hindi pa gumagana ng maayos.
Yun nga yung question eh, paano mo ba gagamitin dito si Gecko? Or may nire-risk out ba tayo na pinasok nyo nga si Gecko, ano yung kulang? Nandito yung mga concussions na pwede mong ibigay coming in from Breach. There's also the info na pwede mo makuha with the Trailblazer or even the blinds na meron tayo with Sky. But then, with Gecko, you also have someone na pwede makapag-plant ng spike. So, it gives a lot of additional aspects for the game. But then, meron kasing iba ring aspects na pwedeng sagutin din yung Gecko. So, that is one of the questions dito para sa side ng Talon Esports or ng Talon nga dito, Talon Superfly, kung ilalabas ba ulit na dahil si Gecko.
May trivia pala ako about Gecko. Very, very interesting. Yung si Gecko pala, na-interview ko kasi yung developer ni Gecko.
Akala ko yung voice actor
yung voice actor. Well, pwede din. Pero yung skill set pala ni Gecko, galing pala kay Killjoy. So dati, actually, yung magpa-plant ng spike.
Sa TikTok.
Oo, yung magpa-plant ng spike. Yung turret pala yan. Dati, yung parang nung in development pa yung Valorant agent. So actually, yung skill set ni Gecko, kasi tinanong ko yung parang kakaiba naman yung skill set ni Gecko. So sabi niya, actually hindi. Very OG yan. OG Killjoy si Gecko. So parang napaka-interesting din na yung development ng mga agents dito. Kaso lang nga, yung parang ang dami pang teams na nanghangapa pa. But hindi pa solid yung mga strategies dito around Gecko. Kasi even sa ibang regions, diba, wala pang team na parang may set na strategy sa NA or sa EMEA. Dito din sa Pacific, wala pa. So, I think na parang for Talon, kung gusto talaga nila manalo for this match, which I'm sure they do, kailangan siguro stick muna sa sa medyo safe side kasi DRX naman yung kaharap nila.
So here's the thing, diba? on the side muna ng Talon real quick, it feels like they're trying to maneuver things during the live performances or during the live matches natin dito. If that's going to pay off, they need to have that ROI na agad-agad because we're nearing that halfway point. Para naman sa DRX, this is a team that alam na natin is one of the strongest, if not the strongest team sa Asia Pacific. The problem is for DRX, I feel like, sabi ko na to sa inyo before, they experience the highs of highs, but they also experience the lowest of lows. So what iteration ng DRX ang makikita natin sa simula ng start ng series na to?
Ang maganda rin kasi dito for DRX is that they have certain amount of composure para mag-last long in a series. And there's also another aspect for DRX na talaga nagiging explosive sila pero to the point na parang once na maging emotional sila dito in every map or in one map or in one round, magpapatuloy na tong mag-falter down for DRX. So sana maayos nila yun dahil syempre that was just before then nung Masters or nung Champions pa dito here in VCT. But this time in Pacific, sobrang ganda ng start na nila. Naka 2-0 na sila dito on our previous weeks.
Yun na nga. Speaking of the 2-0s, 2-0 ba ito para sa DRX? Yun ang big question, di ba? Nakita nga natin na surprise naman tayong panel, di ba? With our first series of the day, that Zeta Division got the win. Pero for now, Talon or DRX? Saan pa kayo? Let's start with Azurai.
Alright, since they have been integrating Foxy 9 a whole lot more for the side of DRX, I still will go in the favor of DRX dito sa series na to.
Mag-DRX na din ako dito dahil I really...
Kaya kasi pag ako yung una nagbibigay ng predictions, parang baka kinakapit tayo yung AC sagot ko.
Totoo yan. Kasi narinig ko kanina, parang pumapuso ako dito sa Zeta Division. Pero then again, narinig ko si Azurai, nag-global esports siya, so baka mag-global din ako. Pero then again, nanalo yung Zeta Division. Dapat makinig na ako sa sarili ko.
Si Azurai kasi yung mga top student, di ba, pag sa classroom, di ba? Siya yung
Mali.
I've never experienced that before.
Parang DRX.
But thank you.
Ikaw kasi yung kinokopyahan, hindi ikaw yung nangongopya.
Yun ulit, the turns have table. Good for you.
No comment.
Pero ako din actually, dito ako sa DRX. I do think that, this has the potential, sinabi ko din sa inyo, di ba? This has the potential to actually be really fast or really, really, really long. Tulad ng nakita natin nung VCT lock-in. If Talon really does put their best foot forward. Pero nakikita nga natin na parang may mga shifts na nangyayari dito sa roster natin, 'di ba? Pero before anything else, mga dinner time na nga. Ay, actually, lagpas dinner time na. So, mag-grad unlimited na kayo. Dahil, syempre, kung gusto mo mapanood ang mga favorite teams mo sa VCT Pacific Championships live sa Seoul, South Korea, edi mag-grab Unli Buhat Challenge na kayo. You will be catching the best action sa VCT Pacific Finals with exclusive backstage access to meet your favorite players and casters. Yun yung catch, diba? Pag-meet mo talaga sila. May picture kayo, diba? Baka si Ray, patubi sila, ganun, diba? Pero remember that you need to subscribe to Grab Unlimited. Don't worry, the first month is absolutely free, and Grab Unlimited gives you free delivery every day from every store. If you join the Grab Unli Buhat Challenge, you can stand a chance to win Valorant gun buddies, sprays, player cards, and kung swerte ka, baka din yung chance to go to Seoul, South Korea to watch VCT Pacific live. So, just complete a single Grab food order. You'll have one raffle entry for VCT Pacific, and you can gain up to 10 raffle tickets just by completing 5 Grab food orders through the Grab Unli Buhat Challenge. So, ito na yung QR code dito. Just press accept challenge, and malay mo, baka ikaw na ang ipapag-grab dyan sa Seoul, South Korea.
Pero syempre guys, huwag niyo rin kakalimutan na i-share at supportahan itong livestream natin. We have Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and syempre, yung mga teams nyo dito naglalaro ay binibigay na rin yung mga best nila. Kaya ibigay nyo rin yung best nyo dahil makikita nyo kami on Twitch. It's Valorant_PH at syempre, Valorant Esports PH naman on Facebook and on YouTube.
And of course, madaming salamat sa mga sponsors natin. Logitech, Red Bull, followed by Ralph Lauren, Grab Unlimited, HP Victus, and Zowie for making VCT Pacific League possible.
As we go into this matchup, diba, yung parang dinidiscuss din natin how interesting it is to see all these rosters really switch it up as we go further into the Pacific League, diba? Interesting yung pinakita ng DRX last week na nag-flex si Buzz, diba? We saw him on the KJ and then on the KO. Maganda kasi enable niya talaga si Foxy 9 to really be that hard duelist para sa side ng DRX. Sa side naman ng Talon, may mga roster switches din sila, diba? We see them rotating Patifan, we see them rotating in Sushi Boys, tapos si Jet Boys and Garnets. Pero yung tanong kasi, parang nahanap ba nila yung formula na gusto nila? Kasi mukhang nahanap na ng DRX.
Ay, akala ko
Kopya muna sa App Store.
Pero kung may follow si Asra sayang.
That is the outstanding issue nga talaga ng Talon Esports, right? Is, again, we're expecting so much from this particular team. They're innovative. Their executions are really outstanding when you watch them under the leadership of Cruz. This team has withstood the test of time. Ilang teams na ba ang nilipatan ng mga players na to? 3 na ata. From
OG sila. OG APAC.
From Extend, Sersha now coming into Talon Esports. Ang dami na nang ginawa dito eh. So with all of that being said, what is happening to Talon? I want to see this team back into full swing. Kasi imagine this, Talon at top level versus DRX at top level is a sight to behold nga talaga as what we saw nung lock-in.
Oh man, ang laking struggle lang naman ito, no? Para sa side ng Talon, kung sakali man nagugustuhin nila dito makipagtago formally sa DRX. They have been really facing, pero DRX laging nananalo throughout their previous matches, throughout their previous meetups. Manalaman mo talaga na na-overwhelm si Talon pagdating nga sa mga plays dito nila Buzz and then Mako. Hindi sila ma-decipher. So, ano bang gagawin na ngayon ng Talon? Mag-experiment ba ulit sila sa Gecko para gulatin dito yung DRX? But then, pwede ba sila ulit gulatin dito ng DRX? Dahil overwhelmed na naman eh.
Ito kasi si Cruz, TikTok din siya eh, di ba? Yung parang sumasayaw din siya. Dancer din naman siya eh. Actually, I remember tinanong ko, what's up? Hi. What's up, Barbie? Tinanong ko din si Cruz kasi kung kailan sila mag-walkout na suot nila yung Superfly na costume.
Did he give you an answer?
Pero hindi nila dala kasi sa Korea. Luggage space. Baka pang
dapat may magdala sa
Pwede nila pag-grab yung items
dapat
nila.
pag-grab na lang nila eh.
Oo, di ba? Baka kasama din yan sa Unli Buhat Challenge. Ilang costume din yan, di ba?
5 din yan. O, diba? 5 raffle entries.
Yung costume ng Talon yung ginamit. Pero ayun mukhang, actually, diba mukhang nag-adjust din yung DRX dito with Buzz, na we can see na nagpapakit dyan sa camera. Letting go of the duelist role kasi para sa akin, their match last week against GE should not have been that close. Pag sinabi na DRX, diba?
Ay, weird kung anong gagawin ni Patifan.
I like how Patifan still looks incredibly calm and because that's at least is an indicator na they're chill.
Good spirits.
Good spirits, exactly. All of that good stuff talaga. Again, is very much necessary ngayon for Talon to get those first crucial rounds. Kasi
sorry, natutrauma ako eh.
Anong meron today, di ba?
Nakafocus kasi sa crowd. Yung peripheral vision
stage
medyo...
fright, ganun. Pwede rin.
Maraming hindi nagsisink na parang fist bump. Nakita nga natin. Simula pa lang sa first series.
Dalagan yung mga opa.
Pero yun nga, tingnan mo, parang ang taas-taas ng energy ng Talon ngayon.
Yeah.
So, tatalon pa si
good sign.
Hyper na hyper pala. Sila pala yung yung uminom ng kape ni Monyet.
Sila pala yung nakakuha ng pag-grab natin sa kanila.
Sila pala yung sumalo ng grab. Kaya hyper na hyper si Cruz dito at si Monyet, sana masarap yung tulog niyo ngayon.
Oh man, gusto ko talaga sabihin na baka kaya natalo kanina yung global kasi inaantok si Monyet. Anyway.
Pero yun, ako na nga, parang infectious na nga eh. Pero ayun nga, igising na tayo dahil Talon versus DRX nga. And we're seeing that the first ban is here on Haven. Para sa akin, last time we saw Fracture, we saw Ascent, we saw Icebox. I wonder kung anong maps yung ipapakita nila ngayon. Pero lately, parang bad luck actually yung Ascent para sa Talon. Split yung first. Okay. Parang bad luck yung Ascent para sa Talon kasi T1, DRX, TS, lahat ng pinaka-recent na matches nila on this map, Talon Esports ang nangyari.
Nakaka-frustrate yan kung sakali man na magpapatuloy naman sila dito on another map. But then, we saw split na unang lalaroin na nga ng mga teams na ito. We can say, incredible na merong firepower dito ang Talon. But then, we all know how competitive DRX is pagdating nga sa first map natin. But Ascent, decider map pala natin ito. Tataking yung Talon.
the thing is, pa din dito, I'm so surprised that we are going to be looking at Split as yung first map natin. How many times have we actually played Split na ba? Once pa lang ata with Team Secret no? versus DRX?
Once. Meron din yung GA versus DRX.
GA versus DRX. So DRX ulit yung
ito yung overtime map nila eh.
Right. So that means na there's something I think that Talon wants to try to do in terms of pulling out DRX into possibly a uncomfortable map dito. But again, it begs the question kung anong agent selection ang pipiliin ng Talon din. Oh! Is this triple duelist?
No way! Wait, really?
No way! So we got Yoru, Raze, and Jet.
For
Talon, oh my
nakatayo
God.
na ang mga cameramen natin. At excited din sila. Mukhang they're
What is
really leaning
happening?
into this. All right, Talon Esports, let's see what you got. Casters, over to you guys.
It is a triple duelist matchup for Talon Esports. As they go up against the... Okay lang, hindi ko pasalin. As they go up against the RX, best of 3. First game in this series, we're going on to Split. Triple duelist. Triple duelist.
In competitive, I mean, like, all of the things could go right para sa team na ito, but they have been putting out quite a risky agent draft. I just, like, you know, maybe they're creating their own meta. I can't even discount that. These players are just skillful in themselves, and for this team to actually perform, I mean, I wouldn't be too surprised.
Yep, and I mean, from my experience, seeing a triple duelist in a composition doesn't work well. Kaya ako bumaba, Sara.
Okay lang yan. Huwag ka mag-ala, partner. Baka may panahon ka pa mag-grind.
Baka lang naman. Pero yung mga teammates ko kasi nakakalaro, hindi sila yung Talon. They're completely different.
Well, different breed or?
Different build diff.
Literal
build diff. Pero I'm surprised na hindi sila nag-gecko. Last time that they played, they really forced the gecko all throughout. And now they're gonna go for the triple duelist here. I'm curious. I'm really curious how this plays out for them.
I wonder what's the game plan here. They've been putting out those unorthodox agent drafts talaga sa larong to with the gecko. But now, another surprising decision na ginagawa ng Talon. Triple duelist. I mean, like, we can't really question this unless we see how it's gonna perform inside the server. But then again, maybe this is what matches their playstyle talaga as a team.
Maybe. At least they still have the flash in their comp. They got 2 of them.
That's so huge. That is still something that, like, a utility that could play around definitely with these executions. But then again, it's just so hard to even imagine how this team is gonna be having or be able to do stuff, especially when they're gonna be playing it for the defense. Masisimulan muna natin dito. Attacking side, ganda ng pasok. Wala silang kailangan nakakalabanin dahil DRX is gonna be putting this in a 5-man retake.
Yep. 5-man retake, mas maganda utilities ng DRX for the retake. Host plants, kailangan 100% on point para sa Talon. We see the boy duo, the Jit boys and the Sushi boys. Just holding on the angle. Foxy9 will take down Jit boys. Buzz will take down Sushi boys. Stacks will take down Crows. At pa isa-isang nawawala mga miyembro ng Talon as it's quickly down to Pat. He's lurking from heaven, misses the shot, has the connection, but a Foxy9 with the triple to wrap up the first round of the game.
Isang mabilis ang retake doon. At of course naman, ano pong may tatapon doon ng Talon Esports sa mga pushes, utilities, and flashes alone that fully disabled them. The timing was right, and speaking of that, the pushes were there as well. With angle, they had closed off everyone there inside the site. And on the bout to post-plant, mukhang mahirapan talaga. And we've already gotten a glimpse of how this team performs. But then again, the Talon continues to surprise us naman din sa series na ito and sa tournament na ito on their run so far.
Force buy here for Talon, all stingers for themselves. Mukhang hard B-take yung gusto nilang kunin dito sa laban natin. As they are prepping for another B-take. RB just jiggling left and right. Trying to get information. No, the utilities are going to get popped. Foxy gets the initial kill. RB follows through. Will not get a double off that, but it's down to a 2v3. Make it a 1v3. Sushi Boys on his own is gonna get taken out. Fast rounds, napakabilis. Speed run to the gun round para sa Talon.
Speedrun lang. Speedrun lang ng speedrun. Konting bilis din na kinakailangan. It is just faster than the speed of light na ginagawa dito ng DRX. Magugulat ka na lang na next round na pagkatapos ng mga flashes na yun. And it's hard to even imagine how Talon is gonna be able to like, para sila makakasagot sa tinatapon sa kanila ngayon. Dahil medyo, I have to admit, medyo mahirap talaga to. Nakaka-overwhelm yung utilities and all they basically have to do is like put out those dry peaks and of course play out with the limited amount of things that they could throw with their kits.
Yeah, and right now they are stuck with just pistols. An early buy from them, but Jit Boys does manage to secure the kill on Tomako. So, good start kahit papano. RB playing the close angle here. Smoke will dissipate soon. Pat is going to be forced to back off. And the rest of Talon just staying around in garage. Like once again waiting for the push to come in. RB forced to back off. Gonna get pulled in. Box 9 will take down Dip Boys. We'll get another off of that. Sushi Boys will take down Fox.
Spike
Foxy
down
9
B.
down to a 1v3 once again, and Sushi Boys only has this Sheriff. Pero he has element of surprise as he gets the one. Sushi Boys knives out. Buzz will secure him. Nothing much that they could do there. 3-0. Scoreline. Smooth run from DRX so far.
And the exact opposite then, from the side ng Talon. They were not exactly that well coordinated, especially with the pushes. They got in the initial frags for sure, but it's hard for you to even try to figure out kung saan yung mga wiggle room na mabibigyan nyo para sa sarili nyo, especially when DRX is just going to be reacting with, one, the right amount of utilities, and second is like the rotation that has been already been there. I mean, it's already given how DRX performs, but I just want to see how Talon is going to be able, without something that we haven't seen before aside from this draft.
Now, papaguin nila yung take nila dito. It's an A-take for themselves, but Stacks will take down the Jit Boys. They need the Jit Boys. They need the Jit Boys for the entry. It's not Talon season for them, at least for this round. Pero they are playing it slow para kahit paano makakuha pa sila ng extra picks that they can capitalize off of. Smoke will go up. Mako has a good spot here over at Ropes, pero to be forced out. That is the showstopper thrown on towards Pat. A 3v4 na tayo sa laban natin. Make it a 2v4. Rose, Sushi Boys has to save the Vandal. Wala na silang ibang pwedeng magawa dito. 31 HP onto Stacks. Might be an opening, pero Cruz taken down. Sushi Boys as well. 4-0 for DRX.
Medyo mahirap talaga. As much as I want to like try to understand, intindihin man lang yung ginagawa dito ng Talon Esports, but medyo mahirap din talaga na ginagawa nila para sa sarili nila. Even if the entries were already there, but it is so hard to follow up from that, given the fact na nakikita natin ng DRX just like, well, it's not even overwhelming. They were just like outsmarting them straight up in this game pa lang.
Get out of my way.
Straight up Talon. Medyo nararamdaman na yung triple duelist dito. Sige, makaka-enter sila ng side. Pero will they be able to control anything else aside? Not really much to work around here. They do have the Astra, they do have the Breach, pero I'm not seeing any significant sets here. No proper executes for the side of Talon, and DRX is doing really good on the defense here for the most part. They get the concuss, pero pabagal yung playstyle ng Talon. So, unti-unting mapapa-overthink yung DRX. Unti-unti lang.
Papa-overthink ka talaga kasi alam mo talaga na your enemies are gonna be relying on solely just the frags. Kailangan nilang pumitas. But to react on that, they have to have a set amount of utilities para ma-solidify man yung execution na iyan. But speaking of that, execution could possibly come its way papunta dito sa B-Heaven. Dahil nakikita natin dito, gumagapang sa gilid is gonna be the boy, Sushi Boys. Blade Storms out. That's not gonna be cutting anyone off just yet. But maririnig at makakita nga possibly Cloudburst is gonna be there. Snakebite para makapag-counter out man lang. Satchel in para dito sa side natin. Para kay Jit Boys. But good on follow-up though. Para sa kanyang kakampi. Now, suppression is gonna be there. Frenzy muna ang labanan dito para kay Sushi Boys. All towards alley position. At si Mako ang makakasagot sa tanong na ito. RB holding the site off. But mukhang 13 seconds left on the clock para natitira dito sa side ng Talon Esports. Ako naman, Foxy has the Sheriff, has Jim, and 14 HP to even go in for that team. Nako naman, impossible but still doable, but it's still not gonna be enough for them to even land out a succession with that execute.
And timeout para sa Talon Esports para makahinga ng onte, makaisip ng strat na pwede nilang ibato para sa DRX. Pero yung number one thing talaga dito sa laban natin is just that RB, ang galing, not RB, but DRX, they're able to just rotate agad towards wherever Talon is going. Yung Talon, they try to play it slow, sinusubukan nilang i-take yung mid, they're successful in taking mid, pero hindi nila nakakapitalize yun. I'm not pegging it on the 3 duelists that they have kasi they can enter the sites ng walang problema. It's just that DRX, nasa ibang level sila sa paglalaro lagi. They are the best in Pacific for a reason.
And parang with experience does come into mind din talaga sa roster na ito na they just fully understand how to operate very well regardless of sino ang mga kalaban nyo. They understand their own strengths and they are basically showing this so far on how they're gonna be able to outplay their enemies and of course find that window of opportunity man lang para hindi sila madaling mapipitas with those duelists ng kalaban nila at kung paano sila maka-counter with just the utilities and disabling out their enemies na nag-go in for those mga pushes.
Speaking of pushes, mukhang yun na isang Talon. Spike, iba yung pinupuntahan. Split, sobrang split A-take ata yung nais ng Talon. Pero nais din ba sila ng DRX dito kasi nakaabang. Si Mako, kung nag-push man si Sushi Boys, patay siya. Nag-push out si Crows though, at patay siya. Si Pat din nag-push out. At patay siya. 5v3 tayo ngayon sa laban natin ngayon. Make it a 4v2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Magbibilang lang ako dito. As Jet Boys, Foxy, and Sushi Boys. Okay na to sa kanila. For now,
one enemy remaining.
Joke lang. Kakasabi ko lang. Hindi na okay pa sa kanila to. Jet Boys gets flashed. That's the info kay Stacks. Pero akala nila, nakatingin pa rin siya sa heaven. Jit Boys, wala sa kanya yung spike. Pero pwede siya makakuha ng isa pa dito onto Stacks. But all things considered, this round is all said and done. DRX 6-0 to, definitely. But Jit Boys, pwede pa siya makaisa. Pero nagkasalisiyan tayo dito mga kaibigan.
Ang hirap din na we're just setting a lot of expectations for their roster alone. It's hard for us to even witness na ganito na lang sila magpe-perform ngayon. Not even discounting the fact na sure, they're talented players, but they're making all of these questionable decisions that somehow would not make any sense. Especially with just like this age of draft alone and what they're doing. You were mentioning a while ago na medyo may konting kabagalan sila para makapag-push ng site, which is not exactly the best thing that you could do given na tatlo yung duelist nyo. Kailangan nyo to overwhelm. Kailangan nyo to put out this explosive plays. Alam natin may limited set of utilities kayo, but you have to make every shot count, every push count, and this is where we see just DRX fully understanding what the enemy team lacks. Ang hirap habulin nito, but I still believe in Talon. I still believe in the players. And I still believe talaga that it's just gonna be more than just the odds, but they have to beat, but of course, themselves with a shadow of doubt ang ginagawa nila as a team. We still have to see them persevere and actually push through the obstacles here papuntang sa B-side. Kitang-kita mo naman dito. It's gonna be Foxy 9 and of course the Astra putting at the utility. Makita mo naman si Patifan. May kasagutan muna tayo dito. Flash peek on away po muna dahil dito sa side ng DRX. But konting kabagalan, konting push at konting angles ang kukunin dito muna ng DRX at Lason. Sushi Boys with the flank. Unfortunately, the shots do not hit, but it's almost a round that could have taken.
Ang bilis ng take nila sa site. Nagawa na nila yung gusto mo mangyari, pero wala silang follow through.
It was just like the outcome that I did not expect for sure. But you know, to even think of it, they could have actually done a lot more than that. Ganda ng idea, ganda sana ng pagkakuha nila. But you know, it's just that DRX being the better team and just like once again proving ourselves on why they're crowned as one of the kings in the Pacific. And to even think about that, parang it's hard for us to even doubt a single moment in time kung ano ba talaga kaya pong magagawa ng mga teammate besides the fact na basic, dinadali, at of course, iniisa ang pagpipitas muna dito ng side ng DRX para sa Talon na padaloy-daloy lang sa gilid.
Yung spike, napakalayo sa katotohanan. Pero napakalayo din sa katotohanan yung Talon dito. Hindi sila makatake ng site. Hindi sila makapag-follow through sa kung ano man kailangan nilang, kung saan man sila pumapasok. Pero at the same time, this slower playstyle, napapa-overthink yung DRX. This spray through will bring RB down to 30 HP. And they are not committing at all, Sushi Boys. Kailangan nyo matras, kailangan nyo iwasan yung Ecoms. Yung Ecoms sa Gedli. Pala sa Gedli, sa gitna pala yun. And nakahanap pa siya ng dalawa.
30 seconds left.
Crazy, no?
Crazy.
Ang ganda ng mga flash pick. It's just, well, not that comfortable talagang makikita natin for them to actually put themselves in awkward positions, awkward angles. Sushi Boy. Awkward pushes indeed ang kanyang mabibigay, but 11 seconds left on the clock. We're nothing left with a perfect choreography. We're nothing left but with these utilities that he has to deal with. The pushes as well. Coming from Stacks. Spike planted, but mukhang shorty pa nga ang makadali sa kanya. Stacks with a streak.
Shorty like a melody. Pero 8-0
These parasites aren't going to
ang
take one
scoreline.
step.
I don't know how to dissect this. DRX just outclassing Talon. Napagalan ako sa place ng Talon doon, pero it's... Ang hirap eh. Ang hirap i-dissect talaga.
Well, they just feel so lost right now. Parang they've overall just lost their identity then, like as a team on, well, what their playstyle is supposed to be about. It's hard that they're constantly adjusting for just like one player in the team because it just boils down to how, well, I have to say parang sort of unprepared na nagmumukha sila sa tournament na ito. And it's just not really that pleasing to see. Kasi you understand the full potential nila. You understand yung potential ng roster nito alone. And for performances like this, it's just not exactly what we want to, like, how we want Talon to even see to perform. But specifically, you have to like do a lot more than this. And speaking of that, they're finally actually trying to put on an answer back sa ginagawa nila ngayon dito sa DRX.
And now, for the first time in a while, Spike is planted at may magandang post plants in Talon. They have good control off of the site. And DRX, nahihirapan sila dito. Pero kakasabi ko lang nun si Mako, syempre Mako na headshot kay Sushi Boys.
Tropang Mako, kuha pa na isa. Pangalawa pa nga, kuha pa nga na isa pang duelist. 1v1. Of course, ang mga duels muna natin dito, mga sitwasyon na kinakailangan nila i-deal with. But RB, hindi magpapahuli dito sa party. Si Cruz nga pala dito may fault line, may utilities and may flashes. But hindi niya gagamitin. Hindi na nga niya kinakailangan. And that was the Red Bull clutch. And the first one though, on the board dito sa Talon Esports.
8-4 Dream is alive? Question mark para sa Talon Esports. Ganda ng Red Bull clutch na pinakita. Ganda rin ang close plans nila, all things considered. But Foxy, unti-unti nagigising para sa teams.
Hirap din. Ang hirap din when you can actually see a team just like I have to say confident with just relying on their aim so far, that raw skill, and I'm quite excited to actually see be channeled into something more productive in rounds, in games, in series, in tournaments. You actually have to see that, especially with proper tools that they actually could have in this game.
Get out of my way!
Kinagat information at napabagalan na naman yung playstyle ng Talon, which is their least effective playstyle that they could go for this one.
Least effective, but you know, unorthodox plays somewhat work. We need those pocket strats na kailangan talaga nilalabas. Execution to overwhelm their enemies, and firepower at least a little bit more para man lang makakalamang sila. Manpower indeed is definitely what they needed, but kung tutuusin, it's gonna be a 1v5 execution papunta dito sa B site. Good on call here with this push. Nangunguna naman muna muli ang kuya natin si Sushi Boys at makakancel ang kanyang effort by Foxy9.
30 seconds
And down to a 3v3. Foxy low on HP. Doable pa rin tong retake para sa DRX. Spike planted default, pero post plants. There's 3v3. Lahat sila playing within the site. Pwede sila mo overpower ng DRX dito. They still have a little bit of utility to work with. Buzz still has the flashpoint. Kita kagad ni Buzz si Foxy. Takes him down. Pat takes down Mako. Makes it a 2v2. Pop flash sa mukha, pero puputukan niya. Stacks will secure that round for DRX.
That was too close for comfort dun sa side ng DRX. Muntikan pa nga sila mauubos pa isa-isa na peak, but a W is still a W, and they have to still take those, accumulate as much rounds as possible on towards the defense, because medyo mahirap rin talaga makakuha ng mga rounds, especially you're playing for attacking. And once you know that your enemies have better utilities talaga, konting flash pa lang naman, ma-disable na kayo kaagad. And that is not exactly, that is exactly what DRX is trying to avoid. Kailangan yung iiwasan yan. And of course, medyo makakahinga talaga sila lang mas maayos given na sila ngayon ang may kalamangan.
Pero, I mean, itong first half, I guess we could, for the most part, we could forego this. Kasi this round, definitely gonna be 10-1 because walang masyadong weapons yung Talon dito. I guess I kind of want to ask, what's the plan here for Talon as soon as the second half goes in? Mamaya natin sagutin yung tanong na yun as Jet Boys takes down the Buzz. Foxy and RB will get down a couple of more members here from Talon, and that's a fast round.
Fast round and flawless one. Brought to you by Omen and the Victus. And medyo nakikita mo talaga na how flawless din na ginagawa dito ng DRX sa kanila. Ganda ng utility usage, good on peaks, and makikita mo naman how this coordinated takes na ginagawa nila against the side dito ng Talon Esports. This is where we see them just proving themselves that they could be better in terms of this. They could be better not just in terms of coordination, but understanding how the game is supposed to be played. It's not just gonna be frags here, Nomad. Ibang usapan na ito na pinapakita ng DRX, and Talon really has to work on it, has to learn what DRX is doing right.
And for the most part, DRX is doing everything right just by playing it default. Hindi nagpo-push out yung DRX, they're just holding on to the sides. Talon, they only had, what, 3-4 rounds na nakapasok sila sa site before being able to at least slightly get the spike down. Everything else, they get taken down bago pa sila makapasok. Ang hirap nito para sa Talon in terms of just yung composition nila. Uy, dapat pasok lang tayo ng pasok, pero they execute, wala. As I say that, Cosmic Divide. Stacks, rat-rat muna with the Odin bago pa pumasok, and Meko pushes forward, getting that triple with that judge. At mag-isa na lang si Pat. But will he be able to clutch this? It's not gonna happen. 11-1 for the first half. A dominant statement for DRX.
And another flawless by Omen HP doon ng kanilang pinapakita. Flawless plays and of course naman properly executed. Flash breaks were there. Good timing for Bako. At kitang-kita mo naman talaga dito ng DRX operating as a team, as a single unit and leaving no man left behind. Kahit sa mga pushes man lang. They're confident, they're cool, they're collected, and you can definitely see that sa mga mukha ng mga players na ito.
Kitang-kita talaga, pero what is going on? That is the question. Tita Mika, what's happening?
Hindi ko din alam. Hindi ko din alam kung ano yung nangyayari. Triple duelists.
And Patifan isn't one of them.
Tignan mo kung ano yung nangyari sa panel ko.
This is our halftime now. Because this game makes very little sense. Alright, ang nakita na lang ditong strong point, at least on the DRX side, is very simple. Alam na nila, the Talon is storing everything that they have in one specific avenue lang. So what's the best way to deal with that? Throw utility in the one avenue lang na nagpupush ang Talon dito. That's literally it!
That's it! Tapos nadagdagan mo pa yung opportunity nga na naiipit nga every time na pumasok dito ang players from the side of Talon. Dahil nga, we have a lot of utilities given to us by DRX at yun ang wala para sa side ng Talon dahil they only know to push, they only know to blind, but then the problem is the nades and everything else falls in together para sa DRX.
Talon can't believe that we're not gonna make, like, people are not gonna make memes out of this. Like, again, you can try to dissect it as much as possible, but I feel like everybody already has like a, what is happening? Why isn't Patifan on the duel list? Why are we looking at yung utility players ng Talon playing as yung entry fragger duelist? Triple duelist comp, again, is very unorthodox, but there is certain merits to it. Unfortunately, Talon doesn't feel like it's reaching that certain merit point.
11-1 ang score. Masasabi ko lang, Cruz, good job sa 3K clutch. Good job. Casters, back to you.
And back to the game we go. Napasayaw na lang si Asroy sa si Honey Glaze at feeling ko kami rin mapapasayaw na rin. 11-1 scoreline. Talon on the defensive side with 3 duelists.
I mean, anything could go wrong, but sana hindi dito ngayon.
Oh, nauntog! Nauntog pa nga! Crows! Nakaisa dahil doon. Sayang yung pagpasok ni Foxy9. And Crows takes down Mako with his utility.
Real quick lang, utility usage lang. Basic lang
daw. Basic Valorant only.
Ubusin lang daw nila. Hindi na daw kailangan bumaril. Pumatay. Tapunan lang daw ng flash. Tapunan man lang dito. Mabilis ang lason para sa side dito. Cross, but mukhang na-anticipate pa nga siya dito with the crossfire. Nanggagaling pa nga dito sa heaven. May backup pa dito sa kuya natin ni si Foxy. But the spike being down, maupunit ang mga kampi niya for sure. But TRX has enough time para sa execution na ito. Execution sa push and of course, the ankles that he could actually take. What was that? Hello, Foxy!
Huh?
How? Okay, yes, TV, but what? Yeah. Same question.
The answer is nauntog kasi si Foxy na. Foxdiff. Foxdiff din sa round na yun. Kung di nauntog si Foxy na, mahihirapan mag-retake. Mahihirapan sila din on the fight. Pero that TP from Foxy, that triple kill to secure that round. First round on the board, pero there's still 9 to go.
9 to go and an entire evening for us to even catch on out para sa larong to. Now, you're gonna be seeing this triple duels perform on the defense. Now with the better guns this time around. Posible pa nga nila makapag-able sila makakuha ng mga aggressive pushes. But kitang-kita mo naman dito, may gumagapang. It's not gonna be the daga, but the sky! Naku, makapag-flank, makapag-backstab. Pwede pa nga magkukuchilyo but mukhang disiplinado at mukhang kalmado ang mga kuya natin dito. Talon Esports, pa-isa-isa. TP muna para sa kuya natin dito sa Yoro na si Foxy. But naku, napakagandang flash! Yun lang naman pala, kayang-kaya!
Teka. Pinagbibigyan lang ba nila yung DRX question mark?
Huwag naman ganyan.
Bakit?
I mean,
malay mo.
I don't know.
Malay mo. Pero, again, ang ganda ng defense na pinakita ng Talon. Foxy once again just wrapping up that round. Ganda ng hold nila sa B. Pero, it's a different question kasi may baril sila that round. At sobrang overpowered talaga nila yung DRX. Ngayon, napasok na si Foxy at si Meiko. Papasok na ng side. Mag-iba yung ihip ng hangin as they quickly managed to make it to a 5v2. Pat on his own in a 1v4. Will he be able to clutch this? Nakakita niya nagre-reload si Mako. Napaatras na lang siya. Jump peaks, gets tagged. Tamang bato na ng star, but Meiko makes it a triple kill for himself and match point for DRX.
Match point already. Napakagandang simula to para sa DRX. But for Talon to make these mistakes over and over again, this is where we see what are the consequences are for them to even take the agent drafts for granted. Hindi talaga enough na magagali yung mga players, and of course, magiging enough talaga tong sagot ngayon na ginagawa ng DRX sa kanila. Just completely punishing yung mga kalaban, and of course naman, Talon could do a lot better than this, honestly. No,
nakatog na naman. Nakatog na naman si Foxy. Pero okay lang. I mean, Talon can do better than this. Malay mo they can do better right now. Aggressive push over at mid. They might just wrap around. They get the push. RB, hindi napansin. Gets one. Almost gets another on the Sushi Boys. Trades it up just in time. Spike is planted. It's a 4v4. It's still winnable.
I'll handle this.
As Foxy will pop the ult. Ping-ping na lang kung nasan yung mga kalaban. Pala Chef Boy Logro. Ping-ping. Dito siya. Push yun na.
Push yun na. Uubusin yun na. Titirahan nyo na po ng wala ang yung mga kakampi dahil it's gonna be angles taking. Frags, of course, remaining. Nakukunin dito ng side ng Talon. Naku naman, Sushi Boys, may lalabas pa nga dito sa larong to, but suppression is gonna be coming on its way. Taperu para dito sa Spike, but mukhang fragment para to even deny that. Quick game here for DRX, and that is gonna be a good start for this series, Nomad.
Good start to the series for DRX. That is a statement from DRX. Talon, they kind of had the good mindset there going into that matchup, pero that triple duel setup really paid the price for them as DRX, Gold 3, wala silang masyadong nagawa doon yung Talon.
Wala silang magagawa din talaga eh. Walang utility, hindi nagkakatugma yung mga flashes man lang, and yung mga duelists medyo nagkakawalaan pa nga doon sa side. And DRX, man, I mean, you have to give it up for them. Kahit sabihin mo, ganun mga ginagawa ng kanilang mga kalaban, they still kept it in a very professional manner on how they're gonna be approaching the game. It's the first map of this series after all, but kung tutuusin, if ganito naman yung mga kalaban mo, it's hard for us to not be too confident from the start, diba?
At least yung fans of Talon, whatever round they get, they're still happy about it. DRX definitely happy about this win. Not really much to dissect here. Mako still the best controller in Pacific, no doubt. DRX still the best team in the Pacific, but this game is not going to be a good landmark for the performance of this team. They are playing on the home ground at kuha talaga nila yung suporta ng crowd. Pero with all that being said, map 2, baka mag-iba yung ihip ng hangin. Baka lang naman.
Ihip ng hangin at of course pag-iisip ng mga calls at of course mga desisyon man lang ng mga players na ito. Sana naman may babaguhin at sana naman they would actually understand what actually works for this team. I mean, I have not given up yet for the side of Talon. They could actually give more than what we expect them to have compared to the first map, but then again, it's completely up to them. Their fate is in their hands right now.
Yep, and pwede pa bumawi yung Talon in Game 2, which is coming up right after this break. Don't touch that browser. We'll be right back.
Pearl is a beautiful underwater map, and the first map in Valorant to be set in nighttime. A main is home to a neutral ult orb, making it a popular spot of contention. Mid is split into two pathways, Art Room and B-Link. B-Link can be easily defended with agents like Viper, whose Poison Cloud can create a constant one-way smoke. Art Room is slightly easier for attackers to target, making it a hot spot to control. Killjoy or Cypher utility will still try to keep the attackers at bay, but if the attackers break through, the area opens up crossfire into A site while pressuring mid and additional access to B link. Meanwhile, B site is the operator's home ground, a delight for any marksman worth their shot. Even if you somehow get past the operator, there's still the challenge of clearing B hall. Attackers will need to combo area of effect utility, like the various mollies in the game, along with coordinated pushes into hall to pinch and safely clear the area before they plant.
So, 1-0 yung score. And feeling ko may tatlong dahilan kung bakit 1-0 yung score. Very interesting ang nangyari nung itong split. Kakaiba.
Yes, kasi
Kakaiba.
hindi natin siya
Totoo,
in-expect
kakaiba talaga. Just looking at our post-match scoreboard here.
Don't even ask. I don't even know what to say. Dahil they have been trying to make an entry happen. But yun nga, nasabi natin kanina sa halftime kanina, batuhan lang sila dito ni Foxy9 ng mga utility na dedenay na kaagad sila. And the crossfires are just really phenomenal for DRX to execute upon Sushi Boy. So, I don't know what to say anymore.
You know what? If they're leaning into the storyline, their Power Rangers and such, this is like the earlier episodes of any Power Ranger series na hindi pa nila na-figure out pa na gamitin na kanilang special powers and getting into that Megazord.
That's a good one.
Right. So, with that being said, I think if we're just gonna look at it kung paano pa nag-perform, specifically muna yung DRX, they still played very efficiently. Again, I don't think this is the DRX that is going to be pressured to play the highs of highs or the lows of lows. They just played their own game. And again, they reacted well to the stimuli na binabato dito ng Talon Esports. If Talon will just show up somewhere on the map, alam agad nila, it's going to be a full commit. I don't think Talon ever really did any fakes and such. It was all full committance to the site talaga, which made it easy for players like Foxy9, for RB, to just throw all of their utilities to deny Talon that take. And through all of that grittiness, at least you did see Talon somehow manage a couple of rounds. Pero napaka-iffy. It wasn't as convincing as we were expecting sana from Talon.
Yun na nga, there were some attempts at flanks. There were some attempts at flanks. Si Patifan, nagpa-marathon din na around the map, di ba? Kaso lang, prepared din yung DRX, di ba? Parang, that's what you're saying. Siguro against another team na hindi top team dito ng APAC, maybe this would have been better. Pero tingnan naman lang yung ACS na ni Foxy9 dito. And it's still DRX, exactly, diba? Pero I have a question for you, Asarai.
Yeah.
What should have happened dito sa comp na to for it to have worked?
Okay, so memes aside, okay, bad-mouthing, let's say yung parang paano yung place na dito Talon aside, it feels like hindi nila ni-respect or finally utilized yung pressure na pwede sana ibigay ni Fox Z on that Yoru. Yoru is incredibly strong in creating pressure from one side of the map to the other side of the map. Alam natin na he also can create that offense. Pero you have already two duelists that can do that. You have the Raze and the Jet. Why do you need si dito? You also have the Breach ni Cruz. And interesting enough, he was back on the Breach. He has flash setups. So why isn't there any other positions in the map na pwede sana mag-pressure dito si Foxy? I don't think we ever saw that. It was always just 5-man push tayo dito. Let's see where it goes. Tapos again, going back to the point na rin na it felt like they should have had Patifan on a duelist. I don't understand why a player that is coming back to Valorant after months, if not years of not knowing the game, play a very utility-heavy role. So why just give him a duelist role muna?
Ang nakakapagtaka rin dito para sa side ng Talon is that, you have Cruz back on the initiator setup, pero ang problema din sa kanila is they don't have info. Parang sila na mismo talaga yung kukuha or mismo ng info. Kami na bahala sa info kung sakali makukuha nyo pa rin yung mga duels. But it didn't happen, so will it be the same on Pearl? That is the next question.
Yun na nga and I totally agree with you, Asarai. Yung big question dito, di ba, yung role ni Patifan on the Astra, parang was there ever any, yung parang hindi man lang nagamit ng utilities na utilizer, di ba? Yung parang at all for Patifan. And also because Sushi Boys does great with utility, di ba?
Exactly.
Sushi Boys is one of the best Killjoy players here dito sa league na to. Cruz definitely does well with utility as well. So why not leave the two of them, tas leave the three to go and fly, super fly?
Yeah. I was about to make sana a joke na Sawadi cannot wait for this series to start.
Why even
Kaya pala, tumingin ako kay Asarai, tapos nakita ko parang, uy, gumagana yung gears.
that was like a joke.
May iniisip si Asarai. Sige, bigyan na natin siya ng time.
No, that was already a joke for this when this series started sana. Alright? But
okay.
the thing that was making my gears move kanina was, you mentioned it already, na, magkano si Patifan ng duelist. So pagdating natin sa game, once we got in there, wait, his name is right beside the Astra. Ano nangyari?
Okay, di ba? Instinctively, you would think na parang, oh my God, triple duelist. Si Patifan na yung isa dyan.
Pwede.
Exactly.
Tapos nagulat, si Sushi Boys pala yung naka-jet.
Yeah, tatlo na ngayon
Which,
duelist.
given actually, like, he did quite well, si Sushi Boys. Pero kaso lang, di ba, parang player-wise, you would have given it to Patifan, especially since before taking his break, yun naman yung role niya.
Yeah.
Di ba?
I mean, after all of that, diba, that like seals the deal dito sa map number 1 na, again, Talon, what's happening, guys? I don't know. We try to dissect it. Hindi tayo na himayin kung yung mga ginagawa nila. Again, on paper, it's very unorthodox. Hindi siya to the method na nakakita sa Talon. But the thing is, Talon is also a team of innovation. We've seen that before in the past. They have great execution and such. But the things that come from Talon were not checked in this particular game, in this particular map dito. Whether it was because of some sort of strategy or hindi nila nag-click yung whatever's happening within the team.
Whatever they want, no?
The end result is unsatisfactory to what we were kind of expecting in a match against DRX. Pero coming back into this, at least this is a map. This is a map na Pearl, not so much out of it compared to Split. Because Split, again, is still one of the maps coming back after a long hiatus of not being played by a lot of these teams. So medyo may adjustment period pa yan. So at least Pearl, if we're looking at it from this perspective, medyo mas alam ng mga players natin.
Buti na lang nandito sa Astra.
Pero may opinion din yung DRX, no. Nag-tweet din sila na parang baka 5 duelists yung kailangan nyo.
Alam nila, they know it's it's something na at this point, I might just say they know it's ridiculous. So
Yes. And syempre yung parang with a composition like that, syempre akala na, this si Foxy na, no? Diba? Confident na confident. Yes man. You would think na may strategy, diba? May game plan talaga sila. Kaya parang actually, nung nakita ko na triple duelist, sobrang exciting. Sobrang exciting kasi
it can be
see,
jumpy.
diba? Parang what are they cooking? Kaso lang, it didn't seem to work.
Reina!
Okay.
Oh no! Bakit parang I have a bad feeling about this?
Oh man, ito na naman tayo.
I feel like they're also checking, like having a bingo sa
Detroit Gecko.
May achievements sila.
Sa interview nila kasi Saya player also said na bakit nag-Gecko yung kalaban na to? And then we're like fearing about it, and then when they watch game number 1, game number 2 na may Gecko, kaya na natin to.
Si Sushi Boys ulit yung mag-jet and si Patifan naman ang magkikilljoy. This seems more like a solid game plan? Question mark? Pero tingnan nga natin as we step into Pearl Casters. Over to you guys.
Okay, nagbago yung init ng hangin nila. Hindi na sila triple duelist ulit. Going to Pearl this time around at this is Talon's chance to make it into Game 3.
They have every chance to make it, right? 13 rounds. Nga palang kailangan nilang kukunin muna first against their enemies in a map like Pearl, in an agent like Reina. You could already expect may mag-whole W sa team na ito. Finally, Talon Esports, slight of a bit of a troll kanina, but like, you gotta admit, parang now is the right time.
Now is the right time indeed as hold W. I like that playstyle. Pinakita naman ng Talon yung kanina. Hold W yung playstyle nila as much as possible on for the first half. They will potentially do that again here as they will start on the attacking side.
Most definitely. Magandang simula. Everything is gonna be up to their favor. But you even think of it, DRX could actually have something in mind here. Pwede sila mag-A-site push, A-main push nga pala, para makakuha man lang ng map control, information. And this is where we see them just possibly acting around that.
But still no duelist onto the hands of Pat.
Is he the problem? No, we have to talk about it. They just don't give him what he wants. Give the man what he wants. That's it.
Can we sit down for a bit, talk about it, air out our frustrations? I don't think there's frustrations there. Stacks with the aggressive push. Buzz with the follow-through. 3v4 na kagad yung labanan natin dito at yung Talon. They love to play a default pero nag-default na lang sila sa pagtakbo towards B. Pero, wait lang, joke lang. No U. Lipat tayo sa A. Hold lang muna natin to dito ngayon. At saka na natin malalaman kung saan ba tayo pwede pumunta. Mukhang A ngayon nais nilang puntahan dito. Nakatambay pa rin si Foxy. Waiting to deliver the guiding light para i-guide sila sa liwanag.
Liwanag into their own deaths. Posible pa nga. Konting kamatayan, konting bigayan muna tayo dito para sa side ng secret. At makita mo naman, Foxy 9 at Buzz hindi magpapalabas dito sa A side. Hindi pa muna magtatapos. Spike being down and of course wala pang ang oras o ano man lang na natitira dito sa side ng Talon. Napakasayang na round.
Napakasayang na round pero dahil lang sa early push na ginawa ni Buzz. Ni stats. Hindi na kagad tumigil yung momentum ng Talon. Pero kakasimula pa lang naman. All things considered, ang ganda pa rin ang pinakita ng Talon doon. Kahit paano nag-adjust sila, hindi nila pinilit sarili nila. Kasi minsan pag pinipilit mo yung sarili mo, ikaw rin yung masasaktan. Ayawan ka.
Sa true.
Sa true.
Yes.
Sa true lamang.
Third, Omsim.
Omsimization.
Yes naman, but Omsim, konting asim nga pala makikita natin na naman dito from Talon. But together as a team, they will prevail. Speaking of prevailing, kita nga naman that they're actually deciding na makakuha sila dito ng control sa mid. Wala pa munang magaganap though. Abang muna tayo dito. Check ng angle dahil ang labanan ay just right ahead of you. Now he's gonna be the KO with the flash peaks. Dalawa pa nga ang kanilang pagtutuusan. At back up and an angle. The crossfire is gonna be there. Dagger para makasecure ng information. And let's see how Buzz is gonna be reacting to it.
Sobrang wrong timing sa info para doon. Pero they are being pushed back. RB with a spray down gets triple off of that. Mike could potentially get the 4. And he does.
Ooh.
Patience played the swing. This catches him off guard. Pero that's because of the gun advantage that he has.
Sakto na yun para ma-overwhelm eh. SMG flawless play by HP. It was basically enough. Ganda pa ng skin. Yun na yun, skin buff. Sino pa yung kakampi mo? Hindi pa binigay yung ace. Yun ang bad trip dun. Yun ang bad trip dun. Anuhin mo ang flawless play.
Kung ako yun, nag-surrender na kagad ako.
Tama. Actually,
minsan
tama.
ang alam magka-ace eh. Nanakawin pa.
Sa VCT pa.
Sa VCT
Pacific
pa.
League. Grabe naman yun. Easy content, sabi niya.
Content na sana eh. Highlights na sana eh. Pero ito, baka maging highlight to para sa Talon. They really do be pushing the smoke. They're already inside the site. Mako will get the kill off the snake bite. Sushi Boys makakaisa pa kay RB. Nakabawi lang kanina. Buzz, Sushi Boys, and Mako. Trades after trades. 2v3 na kagad tayo. Make it a 2v2. Hindi nila chinek yung dugout. Mako gets a tag onto the pros, pero they're gonna be pushed back. Foxy 9, naka-Marshall. Joke lang, naka-sheriff na pala ngayon.
Kailangan bibitawan talaga dapat niya in the right timing possible. Of course, with the right time and the right pacing. Bilis ng trade! Ganun lang yun. Real quick. Around almost doon para sa side ng DRX. But kung tutuusin naman, positionings were there sa side ng Talon with their postman. And that was basically enough to even dictate the outcome of the round.
Sana ganun yung makakampi ko.
Back up agad, ano?
Mabilis na mag-trade. Bihirang mangyari yun. And that only happens kapag may tiwala kayo sa isa't isa.
Yeah, the trust. I love this. Communication. Everything to make the relationship work.
Wait lang, laro.
Tama. Laro muna.
Laro. Pero dapat yung relasyon hindi ginagawang laro.
Oh! Kaya Talon, seryosohin nyo na.
Seryosohin niya. Seryoso naman ng Talon. As we go into the 4th round, paborito nila yung A. Iisa lang yung sight sa mata ng Talon.
Sa truth!
Hindi pa nila pinupuntahan yung B-sis.
Ano?
Hindi na tutuloy, pero Foxy 9, tinuloy niya. Yung shot kay Pat gets a double off the Jet Boys. He needs a Jet Boys. It's opening season.
Oh, tandaan lang!
Mamasira yung upuan. Foxy 9, aggressive with the peak, gets a 3rd. Baka bigyan ng pang-apat pa. Pero hindi na, alis na lang sila. Minimize the damage to the economy, get the Phantom, get the Vandal, get the hell out of there. Potentially, get the spike down onto B. Lumayo lang sila kay Foxy9.
Hirap eh. Delikado pa ng off. One hit. 30 seconds left. I wouldn't say one hit wonder. One shot, one kill. And pa isa-isa pa sila nag-go audition. Hirap yan.
Sa isang magazine nga,
ano?
Only takes 1 bullet. There are 5 bullets. Pero Crows, take down RB. Spike will be planted. Will not be denied. Does get the heavy tag of the Crows. Down to a 2v4. Medyo push yung smoke. Pero na-timingan lang na si Buzz. Hindi nakapwesto na maigi din sa halls. Now gonna have to force this fight. Jump peeks. Foxy9 gets the fourth there. Ninakaw na naman ng ace, Mako. Kanina ka pa nagnanakaw ng ace.
Bad trip na bad trip. Matik pagkatapos ng larang to. Kick out. Bench ka muna, kuya. Ba't ka muna
Bakit mo kinukuha yung ace ko, Imnida?
Ano ba? Ano, it's not KS kill steal.
Kill
It's kill secured. Yes. Diba? Para sigurado naman nanalo sa round. Sigurado at hindi pa malalampasin pa itong larong to sa ginagawa dito ng DRX because sobrang sigurado din nila sa mga pushes, ano? Walang kinakatakutan, hindi magpapapigil. Parang pa-bebe girls.
Get out of my way!
Hindi magpapaatubili.
Ha? Sige.
Di ko rin alam kung tama yun.
Si Wendell, tinatawanan na lang tayo dito.
Pasensya na po, Sir Wendell. Pasensya na po talaga. Pero kailangan natin nila ng pasensya dito. Patience play. Sa side ng Talon yung kailangan nila. Pa silang pupush na mid. Foxy9, nakaisa na naman! Hindi ka makakaisa pa, sabi ni Pat. Umupo ka dyan. At si Stack sabi niya, umupo ka rin, Sushi Boys. At tumumpa ka ngayon, Jit Boys. Ikaw naman, Pat! Umupo kayong lahat. Ngayon si Foxy na lang ang mag-isa.
Not in proper seat.
Not in proper seat. Sit properly. Yan.
Ang daldal doon sa katabi.
Ang ingay-ingay niya.
Nilayo na siya, pinaflank na lang.
Nilagyan kayo na sad face sa blackboard.
In-underline pa yung pangalan.
Lagot ka sa homeroom advisor.
Stocks yung pangit ka banding mo na classmate na nagsusumbong sa teacher.
Valorant Got Talent audition, sabi ni Wendell.
Tawag ko rin ba?
Hindi ko alam nangyayari. Bakit ganito yung Talon? Sakton, tumalon.
Oh.
Wait lang. Oh. Vaccine na nakabang. Oh, ang laki ng tubig. Nakaisa, nakatakas, na-blind, na-leer. Napadapa niya yung Sushi Boys. Huwag kang babaril dyan bigla. Huwag kang babaril dyan bigla. Makaisa ka pa ulit. Pero hindi na mangyayari.
Makinig daw kayo sa coach nyo, no?
Makinig kayo sa coach nyo. At nagpo-push out, blind fire, pero hindi nangyari. Reckoning ang maibabato. Pat will take down Foxy9. Sa wakas, wala na yung offer. Si Pat, mga tatlo, kayo naman ang umupo.
Oh, anchor muna dito tayo dito sa site sa Patagaliran mo po na dito natin makikita natin si RB nag-aabang na may maibibiktima but a flank nagagaling mga kay Mako dito sa B-Rap at mukhang may masasagot pa nga dito so far ang Talon 1v3 hindi muna tayo matatalo at mukhang dito muna natin makikita muna kung paano nila mapapasit down talaga ang mga kalaban ngayon.
Sit down, be humble, sabi ng Talon. Idol na si Kendrick Lamar. Home Invictus replay natin doon. Ang ganda na sana ng initial picks ni Foxy9 pero Pat with the triple kill turned things around for Talon. And ang ganda ng triple swing nila dito just to make sure they secure this round. At syempre, mga tropa natin sa Thailand, tuwan-tuwa na kaagad. Tuloy-tuloy na lang sana to para sa Talon. Pero DRX, they still have money. Si Foxy9, may operator pa rin siya.
operator. Pa isa-isa, may Blade Storm pa nga na posible nilang gagamitin. Ay, online pa nga. And you can definitely see here our reaction coming in from the side of DRX. Isang mabilis ang rotation, nakakarinig ng lockdown. Tago muna tayo dito sa gilid. Bawal pa nga lumabas. Dahil may manguhuli sa inyo mga kalaban. Namumuli tayo muna dito sa gilid. Holds, wala pang tao na magko-commit or mag-hold off man lang. But konting kaasiman mo pa nanggagaling dito. Kakuhe, pati pa natin. Mapapunish pa nga even further.
Utilities lamang sapat na para makasecure ng kill sa side ng DRX. Dalawa yung na-takedown nila. Anong bala? Anong baril? Utilities lang. Tamang fragment lang ang binato. Pero time is ticking. Null command is gonna be used up. Pero hindi sila nakatingin sa Gedli. Mako will take down 4! At siya naman ang hindi naka-ace. Bawi lang.
Hindi lang nire-revive yung tropa nila sa taas.
Bala ka na dyan.
Bad trip yan. Konti na lang. Umabot ba? Ay, hindi! Pinag-trip. Nice try na lang. Nice try na lang.
Ano mga ako? Kanina pa nananakaw ng ace. Wala ka rin ace.
Hindi, siya daw ngayon mismo pop-up. Siya na ngayon gusto mag-ace.
Pero
ba't
hindi
yung
siya
tropa
makakuha?
niya ang...
Bumawi lang din siya.
Tropa niya yung humarang ano.
Yung mukha pa niya ng battery pa siya na ipag-face. Ace ko na yun eh.
Akin na yun eh.
Sige, pero sige. Nice round, nice round.
Nice round na lang. Mamaya to.
Nice one ka, tol. Pero makaka-nice one pa ba? Yung Talon dito. Guardian, Vandal, Sheriff. Kanilang buys. And they are still going to be.
Going to be, for sure naman talaga. Setup's gonna be coming all the way in dito. Nagkagaling para sa DRX. Nag-aamang tayo na may push papuntang B-side. And of course naman, the Lear there para maka-blind off na po dito sa mga nagpupush. Galing sa halls! But yun na nga, na-timing talaga. Dito Nomad, makikita natin si Buzz. Fragment all out. But mukhang di pa nga natin makikita dito the proper angles na makukuha from DRX because the rotations are just about to kick in. Medyo may konting late ang kukuhin natin yung si Foxy9 and posible pa nga na magde-decide sila to even go for the saves operator na ito.
Save na lang. Kasi minsan kailangan mo isipin yung sarili mo. Yung isipin mo yung kapakanan ng mga taong malapit sa'yo bago mo isipin yung kapakanan ng iba.
Tama. Minsan, it's okay to be selfish. Oh.
But it's not okay to be shellfish. Kasi hindi ka natao na.
Sabagay.
Hindi ka okay nun pag ganun.
Hindi ka okay. Thrifty. Same.
Same.
Oh, thrifty round there coming out from the side of Talon. Ako naman. Ganun lang kay AC Freezy pumasok sa site. Napaisip tayo kung anong gawin nila sa B eh. Gulat tuloy tayo.
Dire-diretso lang. Logitech G thrifty para sa kanila. And konti na lang. Pwede na matay ng Talon yung scoreline. Pero yung DRX, they still have money to work with. They still have all the utilities they ever want in this world. Talon pa unti-unti nila binibuild up yung economy nila. Sana all nabibuild up yung economy. As Foxy9, very aggressive take. Very slightly late 0 point there just to get information. Buti nakatras sila kagad. Pero off this initial pick, gets 2! All of a sudden gets 3! Foxy9! What does the Fox say? As he goes potentially for the 4th, gets nothing on to Buzz.
Feeling sight.
My goodness, Foxy9 on this operator. Naku, nakita niya pa, hindi pa niya natag na warning shot lang daw. Para kay Stacks yun. This is now quickly down to a 1v4. Foxy9 gets taken down by Jit Boys. Pero he is surrounded. Napapalibutan na kita. Ay, napapalibutan ka na namin. Sumuko ka na! Andiyan si Mako, pinasuko na niya si Jit Boys. 6-3!
Ang kulit kasi ni Foxy9 na no? Matalon-talon pa. At pinalibutan mo mga Nomad. Delikado ka. Ang caster Somali no? Sa laro.
Kasama ko.
Ay, walang bias caster dito.
Wala. Kasama
yung caster kumakalaban din sa mga players. Songeries na daw si Nomad.
Paano mo naging songeries na Wendell?
Ewan ko.
Ano nangyayari? Hindi ko rin alam.
Nice play there. DRX, ganda talaga ng operator plays ni Foxy9. But, paano man yung gagawin tong sa mid?
Pigilan nyo si Foxy9!
He is sleek as a fox there.
Fox diff. Sushi boys take down stacks. Pero slowly, RB take down the one. Buzz and RB just doing the job. Foxy na lang mag-isa, 21 HP and a dream, and nothing much that he could do there. Foxy9. Blade Storm takes him down. 7-3. Paano babawi ang Talon dito?
I mean, they have the double the double ultimates na magagamit nila for this time around though. And to even imagine for them to be able to catch up this game up to like 8-4 at least, that is gonna be huge for their side because I'm not exactly sure if they've actually fully mastered yung mga the kits alone ko sa agents na dinadala nila. Na kung saan nakikita natin, nahihirapan sila on attacking side, what else could we expect for them to actually have any type of coordination at all, especially sa depensa?
Ito na naman, si Foxy9 nakaabang na naman with an operator. And Talon is forced to just spray wildly through the smoke, through the water, through the fire and flames. Jit Boys will take down stacks. RB will fall down as well. Si Foxy9 wala na rin sa usapan. Buzz and Mako, paunti-unti pumapasok now down to a 1v4 for Mako.
Malaking bagay ito. Malaking bagay talaga na makukuha ni Mako itong round na ito. Although he barely has enough time, he has all of the angles he can need to actually play out this retake. Ganda na sana ng fighting range na magagawa niya doon. But unfortunate though, 7-4 na yung round, guys. At operator pa rin ang hawak dito ng side ng DRX na ayong bibitawan at all.
Parang ano kanina all eyes on A. Ngayon yung Talon, yung strat nila kanina hanggang ngayon, let's belong together.
Can I get this?
Yun yung strat nila.
Thanks.
They belong in B. Masasabi ko doon. No?
They belong together, Lahat sila nandun. Hindi na, naghiwalay na
Well,
kaya hindi na sila belong. Naghiwalay na
But comeback is real. Ito, napapaniwala ka ba talaga na comeback is real, especially na makikita natin ngayon ang Talon up to a disadvantage sa manpower. Wala na si Sushi Boys dito. One less entry to even worry about. And it is gonna be quite a dangerous position that they're gonna be playing in for their cards right now.
Very dangerous position. Pero RB able to take down Jit Boys at least. Pinapahirapan nila yung Talon pa unti-unti. 7-5 scoreline. Slightly possible. Kailangan talaga nila i-hit yung B as fast as they can. Pero sa current position nila, kailangan nila mag-rely kay Pat. Pero Pat, hindi siya magpupush sa mid. And again, it's belong together. Nag-rotate na si Pat papunta sa kanila. Pero they have to execute fast. They have to overpower Buzz fast. Send him light years away from this round at the very least. Pero as I say that, Cruz will send Buzz light years away. Reckoning's gonna be thrown down. Cruz will go for the spray down. Gets a triple for himself. Makes it winnable kahit papano. 3v2. Tayo ngayon. Spike will be planted. The Foxy9 and Mako have to work on this together. Split push for them. Foxy9 fully smoked out. Foxy with the timing will not connect onto Mako. He's gonna be pushing forward. Foxy9 has a Vandal. Pat capitalizes on that. Lockdown's gonna be thrown down. Tamang bato lang tayo dito ng Venomorb din.
Nice.
Cruz will secure the 4K onto Mako. Makes it a 75-half.
And give it a lockdown para ma-pressure man lang itong retake na ginagawa sa kanila ngayon ng a while ago ng DRX. Now, naku, halftime na naman tayo dito, Nomad. Ang ganda ng pinakita so far in the late game or in the middle part of the game dito coming up from the side of Team Talon Esports. But, hopefully it's not gonna be the same story na makikita natin from the previous maps. They have to put this in a serious game, put their game faces on. Because now the tables have turned. I'm pretty interested on how the outcome may be.
Yeah, with that being said, bato muna natin kila Tita Mika to break down this half for them.
Well, I do have to say, mas encouraging to kaysa sa first map. And it looks like at least there's some kind of structure dito for the side of Talon Esports. Kaso lang, you're up against DRX. DRX pa rin yan, hindi pa Honey Glaze.
Oh man, Foxy9, he has been really phenomenal dito sa bawat
grabe
post niya.
siya.
And yes, pick off nila si Foxy9, pero ilang bodies na yun tumumba bago
Mahal
pa
eh,
nila
expensive
makuha
eh.
si Foxy9. So,
Yeah.
definitely is a really phenomenal win para sa side na nga dito ng DRX, pero really is not bad na half na ito para sa sa Talon.
Okay, reeling it back a little bit more lang Talon is still Talon. They have exceptional players talaga on each and every role. What is good about this is they have a role or they have an agent composition dito sa Pearl that at least has more options compared sa before na it had to be risky, it had to, be a lot more decisive dito. They can take it a lot slower. They can just choose whatever the heck they want to do. And putting Jet Boys as well as Sushi Boys on the duelist roles, still not a bad idea. Kita mo nagpo-perform pa rin sila dito. There's still, of course, Cruz. Great follow-up as always. Daming yung multi-kills and such. So, this formula na ginagawa ng Talon is paying off dividends. 7-5 is always a good marker. 6-6 every best kung talaga even out kayo, but still not as bad as what was happening nung split.
Yun na nga not as bad. May improvement pa rin. Pero again, this is DRX. So we're gonna see if Talon Esports can really rally this back dito sa Pearl Casters. Back to you.
Will they be able to rally? That we don't know. Kailangan mo na ng permit. Papayagan ba sila ng DRX na kumambak dito? That's the main question na malalaman natin sagot. Nasa depensa sila ngayon. And parang yung pinag-uusapan natin kanina, they are B long together once again over at B. Mag-isa lang si Foxy sa kabilang side at paunti-unti silang kumuha na info gamit yung guiding light at yung DRX fast take. Papasok. 0 point. Binato na kagad. Sa loob na kagad ng side si Foxy9. Gonna be clearing out the holes. Pero magkakaisang 2, 3, 4 na mamamatay kagad sa side ng Talon. 1v2 kagad tayo dito mga kaibigan. Stacks and Mako na lang ang natitira. And Pat. Naka-frenzy. 7 bullets in a dream. Kailangan niya i-manage yung angles. Nakita niya yung dulo ng Ghost. Nakapag-spray down pa. Nakatatlo. Spike is down. Pat plays for the time. And Mako playing for the time as well. Kailangan pumulot ng Ghost, Frenzy, pero minsan classic lang, sapat na. Kailangan maging kontento kung ano meron ka, pero Pat, mas kontento siya sa Frenzy niya.
Oh, kontento talaga tayo dun after seeing that Red Bull clutch. What a good catch-up there from Pat. And, to come to think of it, parang he barely actually has abilities to even play around with. It's just pure aim na ipakita natin dito nagagaling from the Killjoy and the best timings possible para makapag-caught off guard sa mga tumatawid. Dahil bawal po muna mag-loiter dun sa gilid. And Patiwan still has it right there.
Still has it right there. Kung naka-duelist lang sana si Pat.
True. Actually, you're not wrong.
Kung naka-duelist lang sana si Pat, baka ibang-iba yung playstyle niya completely. Pero as I say that, ibang-iba din ang playstyle ng DRX dito ngayon. Nagbato ng pecking wall over at B. At nag-iingay lang sila sa A para mapa-overthink lang yung Talon. Pero as I say that, Sushi Boys, paunting-unting nagpo-push sa art. Kumukuha na info, narinig niya bumaril si Mako. Aggressive push kay Crows at kay Pat galing sa B para masiguradong wala sila dito, hindi to fake loads. Pero dalawa sila nakaabang sa art. Magkamali lang ng pick si Stacks, lugi ka na kagad. Pero napapatingin sila kung saan. Tumingin ka lang sa isang lugar, focus ka lang sa isa. As I say that, Jet Boys nakakuha na isa kay RB. Foxy9 will trade it out for Sushi Boys. Foxy, tinrade ng Fox. And Buzz will trade out Jet Boys for that. Down to a 2v3.
Ooh, and barely na futility na matitira para sa kanila para to even play out this retake. Isang mabilisan dito guys at mukhang isang retake na naman ang posible and highly doable here for the side dito kay Cruz at Pat at mukhang DRX Bus wala pa nga maisasagot. Napakasayang na angle at laso nakaposible niya makukuha sana. And it's just an unfortunate turn of events dito sa side ng DRX. 7-7 na ang score at nakapaghabol na dito ang Talon Esports.
7-7. It's a tie ball game, ladies and gentlemen. Full buy na rin yung DRX dito. So, mag-iiba na yung usapan. Ang ihip ng hangin. It is a gun round. Both of these teams, lumaline up pa si Buzz. Pero, ano ba ang plano nila? Di sila mahilig mag-default. Gusto nilang i-fake yung wall ni Mako. Para mapaisip sila na, oy, nagpupush sila dito. Saktong hard 4 stacks yung Talon sa B. Pwede lang i-overtake yung A. Wala lang sila makuha ang information, especially dun sa 0 point. Wala sila nakuha ang information at all off of that. With that, balik muna tayo sa spawn. Hanap muna tayo ng opening. Hintayin natin sila mag-push. And speaking of push, ginagawa ng Talon, tumatambay sila sa mid. Walls are going in. Ang ganda rin ng binatong guiding light ni Foxy just to help confirm na nandun nga sila as A is being taken over by DRX. Spike will be planted. Lahat sila manggagaling, well, di lahat. Dalawa manggagaling sa Art, tatlo manggagaling sa Flower. Paano ang post plants na pwedeng gawin ng DRX dito ngayon? Lalo na't si Mako naglo-lurk medyo malayo-layo. Foxy will get the first kill onto Pat. Will not get the second onto Sushi Boys. 4v4 kagad yung labanan natin. At biglang nagla-line up pala si Mako. Spike will be diffused. Will the snake bite arrive in time? Dinidefuse pa rin nila. RB! And Mako just playing the post plant beautifully. 8-7.
Medyo may konting like moment of weakness na pinakita dun ka a while ago ang DRX. But you know, it's just like, I'm just trying to overwhelm them. Ganda sana ng post na ginagawa dito ng Talon Esports. But unfortunately, Foxy9 hindi nakapagkuha man lang ng even more like casualties impact para sa aggressive stance niya. Ang ganda ng effort. Execution was almost there. But you know, following through is still gonna be DRX.
Yep, pero si Sushi Boys, papakitaan niya si Foxy9 paano mag-op. Papakitaan niya si Foxy9 para mag-op kasi siya naman may hawak ng op and he's holding B all alone. Mag-isa lang siya. Pero mukhang papunta yung DRX sa kanya. Medyo baka madehado pa sila.
Posible pa nga if this is gonna be the site to commit to ng DRX ngayon. But to even imagine, ang delikado talaga ng setup na ginagawa nila dito. 3 manning towards A site and the setups, the swarm grenades, and hindi ka pa nga posible makapag-swing at any rate, at any angle dun sa cubby position. It's so hard to even contest for backside. But for this time around, good thing that they have the smokes, good thing they have the flashes as well. But si Jit Boys, gusto pa nga makapaglason. Foxy9, hindi magpapahuli. Susubukan pa nga para papasukin at para makapag-go for laliman lang.
Yep, and paano nila ipi-play through itong laban pag-retake? Sushi Boys and Jit Boys, they take down Mako, so no more lineup plays, no more lineup shenanigans dito. Foxy9 stacks, they have to force the fights here. Tinap na nila yung Spike, mag-isa na lang si Foxy9, goes for the Blade Storm, tumaas, bumaba, tumalon, lumef and right, rock, baba, rock, Sushi Boys. Get the triple kill off of that. Unti-unti nagigising yung Talon. 8-8, ang aking birthday.
Advance happy birthday.
Sobrang advance. Thank you, thank you.
No, advance din talaga natin kailangan mag-isip sa larong to because we did not expect Talon to actually perform like that. Ganda ng operator play si Sushi Boys and marami siguro siyang natutunan din kay Foxy9 a while ago sa ginagawa nila.
Marami. And unti-unting pinapakitaan ni Sushi Boys kung paano mag-off ng tama. Pero DRX on the back foot here. Stingers, Sheriffs. Utilities, they have it. Pero will the executes happen for them? That is the question. Sushi Boys nakaabang. Pag may magpakita, hindi siya makaka-dash out. Nag-flick, hindi tumama. Kailangan niya tumakbo kaagad. Niratratan si Sushi Boys.
At walang magagawa. Napilitan magtago dito sa konting eskinita papunta sa link. But mukhang makita natin dito ang the flank coming in from Pat. Makakuha ng isa but si Buzz with the quick on answer back with just the stinger. And of course, quick follow-up dito. Foxy, tatapunan ng guiding light. But makita mo naman dito, the great wall of RB. Kinakailangan niya ma-overcome. Kinakailangan niyang lampasan. At of course, kinakailangan pa niyang pipitasin itong harbor na ito. Committing the ultimate is gonna be him. But of course, si RB makakuha pa nga ng isa. Of course, destroying the dome is gonna be him as well. DRX coming in from every direction. It's just gonna be the sky that they have to even worry about. With the flag seekers coming on in, it is enough time for them to actually go in for the defuse, but unfortunately, it's not gonna be their objective. Wala silang enough time dito, Nomad. Kailangan nila magtakbo at mag-save man lang na off. But that's the most that they could do this time around. Napakasayang dito sa side ng Talon ngayon.
Beautiful eco para sa DRX, though. Laki ng damage na ginawa nila sa Talon doon, and that was the Red Bull clutch. That is the Red Bull clutch. Just playing for the time, kailangan na talaga ng patience play. Sometimes hindi mo kailangan maging agresibo. Play for time, because time is gold.
Try not to get shot, okay?
Exactly. And there really is nothing else to follow up on that aside from like making sure that your time is basically well spent in this game.
Time is well spent indeed, Ling. Yeah, pinabully po kasi ako ni Ling dito behind the scenes.
Anong pinagsasabi nito?
Pahingi po ng tulong. Parang yung tulong na kailangan ni Pat dito sa site na to. Already inside the site, spike is planted. Lockdown is available for Pat. Pwede nilang ilapag yan for the retake. At yun na nga. At may kasama pang Reckoning. Dalawang ult para lang talaga masiguradong hindi magpupush forward yung DRX dito. Smokes gonna be thrown out. Lineups agad ang binabato. RB gets to 4v3 kaagad ang ating sitwasyon. At yung Talon, wala silang no choice kundi pumunta. Nightfall's gonna be thrown down. Nakakuha pa si Buzz long range with that Phantom and that distance. Mako and Buzz wrap it up. 10-8. Paunting-unting pumupunta sa match point yung DRX.
And they're just inching away towards their own victory dito ngayon, Nomad. And kitang-kita mo naman talaga, they have played their cards right. It is not just the angles that fell through dito sa side ng DRX, but it's just them providing the necessary backup that is here for the team. Napakagandang hold-off. The team was in a vulnerable state, but they made sure that they have every padding on that post plan na hindi sila magkakamali at hindi sila made-destroy by the side of Talon with that retake.
Pero will DRX continue with the path of destruction that they are slowly carving for themselves? Hindi pa natin nakikita yung full potential ng Talon. Well, actually, nakikita natin full potential ng Talon. Pero we're also banking on the fact na Talon, their holds, really good. Their retake, kind of shaky. And DRX, nakita natin na shaky yung attacking nila in the first part. Pero parang nabasa na nila. Nabasa na nila yung playstyle ng Talon in terms of retake. So, likely might be an 11-8 scoreline. They have B wide open. 5-man retake yung kailangan gawin ng Talon dito. And the Reckoning will be thrown. And no information is gonna be taken. Pero it's better safe than sorry.
But speaking of that, it's not exactly going to be the safest position na makuha dito ni Mako. Given na 4 ang magpa-flank dito. Coming out from the side ng Talon, hindi pa nga siya makakuha ng isa. Information is going to be kicking in para sa side dito ng DRX. But unfortunately, si Buzz dito ay nag-iisa. Walang trade-off. Sushi Boys, makakuha pa nga. And an answer back coming in from Jet Boys as well. It's going to be there. Wala nga siyang matatapon though na Lear anymore. The post plans coming in for Foxy 9 could be enough. One angle at a time! Mag-line up na nga! Foxy versus Foxy 9! The action is here! He goes out for the quick on defuse, but the Foxy 9, walang kamalay-malay! Hindi siya sigurado! He's gonna be holding up the defuse! Oh no!
What was that round! Foxy 9! Yung mga kampi niya, hindi pining yung spike, yung tuloy. Omen Victus replay. Kitang-kita natin dito yung aggressive push ng Talon, pero kitang-kita rin natin dito yung pagka in the zone ni Foxy 9. Unfortunate lang talaga. Unfortunate lang talaga na hindi niya narinig yung defuse. Unfortunate lang talaga na hindi pining ng kanyang mga kampi.
Ay, isang malaking sayang yun sa side ng DRX. Medyo delikado sila ngayon sa ekonomiya. If they keep losing rounds like that, extremely costly on their part. But they have to do the best that they can, whatever utilities, with whatever creds that they have left sa larong ito. Ay, sayang. Okay lang yan, no man.
Bakit?
Nafe-feel ko ang iyong frustration. Nafe-feel ko din talaga lahat ng frustration for the rest of the team. Isang ping lang could have made a difference there.
Isang ping lang, parang yun, iping nyo lang yung spike. Yun lang yung hinihiling pag nagka-clutch. Hindi nyo kailangan sigaw-sigawan sa tenga. Pinaparinggan ko yung mga nakakalaro ko minsan. Pero as I say that, Jit Boys shuts down Foxy 9. At kailangan nila bumak agad dito. And, medyo shaky. Medyo shaky DRX this time around. Full control over mid as well. Two-man push over at mid. Crows, narinig niya ang footsteps at baka makuha pa nila si Crows.
30 seconds left.
Makuha pa nila si RB, I mean. Hindi na makikita. They're already in sight. Si Pat nandun na sa site. Maghihintay na lang ng call na, oy, rotate na kayo dito. Planting na. Habang nakita ulo, sapat na yun para kay Mako. Pero may nakabantay ba sa flank? Wala ngayon, meron na.
Sana man lang makapag-respond din ang timing. Ito si RB, but mukhang si Jet Boys mga ang mag-uubos para sa kanila. Viper's Pit, mukhang konting kahirapan po ang makikita natin dito for the retake ng gagaling from Talon all the way towards the main. But Foxy, nag-provide ng information. Of course, the frags as well. 1v3, Jet Boys mukhang magtatapos mga dito sa round na ito with that 4K.
10-10. Ni Sarapen. Gucilo ni Armasen. How? The Carabao.
How din yun nangyari?
Exactly. Just blind spray from Jet Boys as well through that smoke. Could have been a world of difference, pero at the same time, may pressure natin yung DRX dito.
Iba din talaga na you're just not used to seeing Talon this way. Nagugulat na lang talaga sila na kanina parang iba yung form. Kanina triple duelist, ngayon medyo may pagkaseryoso na, and iba talaga magseryoso ngayon ang Talon. Right calls, right retakes, and basically making all the right decisions there is inside this game. And they put Talon here onto a tie scoreline. Naghabol, nilamangan, lahat na nangyari. It's just a mixture of emotions na naramdaman natin dito ngayon.
Oh, beautiful pre-fire from Crows. Takes down Foxy 9. The opening that they need to retake the site. Ang daming smoke na binato. Ang daming pader. Ang daming tubig na binato. Nagbayad na ba sila ng bills? Yun yung tanong. For the most part, Talon's bill has been already paid from game number 1. Sobrang bawing-bawi yung performance nila. But it's still a 4v5 DRX. Kahit na naka 4v5 sila, it's still doable for them to come back.
Extremely doable indeed. Given that marami pang natatapon dito na map control ang the side ng Talon Esports now. They decide to re-engage, might as well do it smartly. They have to get information and not die with that cause. Napakahirap ng kukunin ba sa stacks mga dito, hindi magpapalampas. Magandang trade na bigay dito ni RB, and they're gonna be providing so much more action here on A side with just the Jet, with just Sushi Boy here for the anchor.
No command para makapasok sila sa site. Para mapilitang maging Valorant yung laro. Aim duel only. Jet Boys with a spray down. RB goes for the trade. Makes it a 2v3. Still completely doable. Time is ticking though. 11-10. Stacks triple kill to wrap up that round. One more to match point.
isa na lang kinakailangan nila. Dalawa na lang po ang kinakailangan din nila para tapusin itong larong ito. Talon almost had it with them here. They applied so much pressure with this spike plant, but kung tutusin, Stack was just phenomenal with that Phantom. What a spray transfer na inipakita nila. What a mechanical prowess na meron ngayon ng mga players na ito. And it's just that where everything boils down. How are they going to be making these like micro adjustments? How are they going to be able to step up in this game and make a difference for the entire series? Dahil isa na lang talaga. All they need to end out this game. Naku naman, napakalapit. Napakadelikado.
Buzz takes it out. Napakadelikado na positioning ni Pat dito. And he does pay the price. Unting-unting nakakuha na information ng DRX. And as we say that, unting-unting nagpo-push up din si Cruz. Puntang lobby. Pero DRX, chillax muna tayo. May 1 minuto pa tayo. That's more than enough time to make a decision kung saan tayo pupunta. Pero kailangan na nila mag-decide. Kasi pag nag-decide sila pumunta dito sa B, oh no, baby, Fox Z holding this angle like a B, pero RB will take ng Fox Z. Pero Crows, like a smooth criminal, will they check the angle? They checked it! Last sila tumingin! And Stacks will take it down.
Hindi mo sigurado kung tama ba talaga yung nakikita nila. Kailangan tatlo talaga mag-check kung tama ba talaga ang kanilang angle side attack. But B-side, isang mabilisan doon. Nababagsak nila yung depensa nila dito papunta sa bilog. But Talon, Jit Boys, mukhang susubukan pa nga mag-provide even more action dito papunta sa pillar. But if you look at that singular angle, so of course, one at a time dito, si RB pa nga unang madadali. Fakes out the TPUs, magtatap muna tayo dito at magsiswing, and DRX already up to a match point. Ganun na ganun lang yon ang kinakailangan nila.
Match point. Match point. Mga kaibigan, the 2-0 streak of DRX might still continue on. Depende na lang sa kapalaran ng Talon. Depende na lang sa skills ng Talon. Depende na lang din sa equipment ng Talon. Kasi Spectres, Guardians, Bulldog, half armor. Against a Phantom pa. Yung Phantom, sige, parang wala lang yan. Pero pag half armor ka lang, one tap to the head ka pa rin yan.
But if you play your cards right, positioning off angle, laking bagay pa rin yun, no? Medyo paano magiging outcome sa mga larong to. Magiging outcome sa mga duels alone. Especially sa mangyayari dito sa Art, because they really have to take out the duelist. Nakikita ko na yung pattern. Kung walang Foxy 9, walang panalo. Kung wala silang may eliminate early on in this game, napakadelikado posisyon dito ngayon ng Talon Esports. Wala pa kang magagawa. Art completely open. That was a presentation of prowess and everything else from this Jet, this duelist. All the entries, all the kills that they need. Another flawless round to even put the cherry on top for this entire series. What a game there from DRX, and finally, naku naman, 2-0. Di na pinatagal pa.
Di na pinatagal at yung 2-0 streak ng DRX will not be broken kahit na yung Talon unti-unti nagigising. Unfortunate lang talaga sa Talon na sobrang late na sila nagising in this series altogether. That game 1, sobrang meh. Game 2, mas maganda na yung pinakita nila. Pero still, it's not a decisive win, pero ang ganda pa rin. Ang dikit na laban is very entertaining to watch.
Very entertaining indeed, aside from the fact na makikita mo talaga na may mga highlight plays na sinusubukan na i-take ng mga players doon. They were going for aces, and it's just frustrating na hindi naman lang nila pinabigyan yung mga teammates nila. But aside from that, aside from the quick on pattern na nangyayari with their team, it's just them showing us how Valorant is supposed to be done. Foxy 9 with the operate is completely deadly. And you gotta admit dito, Cruz has his moments as well. Ang ganda na pag-setup sana niya sa mga duelists, sa mga pagpasok dito ni Sushi Boys, and the quick on support na naipakita nila. Props to all the initiator and controllers out there, because without them, these rounds aren't gonna be possible. Those executions and everything else, the retakes, is just what everyone needs. And Stacks has this moment which is like something that is phenomenal for me, honestly.
Yeah, and speaking of controls, the best controller in the world really did assist the team. Mako Hands up to this guy, hands up to Foxy9, hands up to the rest of DRX. But kudos to Talon as well. They never gave up dun sa laban natin. At tuloy-tuloy yung paglaban nila until the very end. A well-deserved Sungli victory in the Korean. Well-deserved Sungli for the Korean team DRX as they stay on top. Sila pa rin ang nasa taas. Sila pa rin ang, well, for now, the best team that we have in Pacific. At 2-0 pa rin ang kanilang streak at di pa rin nasisira yun.
Quite a dominating performance indeed. And kung tutuusin talaga, it's gonna be quite a I wouldn't say quite a challenging run for them so far because they have been unchallenged, don't you think?
Maliban sa laban nila ng Global Esports,
yeah.
They are dominant. Completely dominant dito sa buong liga natin. Kailangan pa rin natin malaman kung kailan yung panahon na, uy, sino ang makatalo sa amin? Kami, yung kalaban nila yung sarili nila. We have to look
for a challenger. Yun na yun eh.
Baka kalaban nila yung sarili nila. Sila lang yung sarili na makatalo sa amin. Baka lang naman.
Well, a lot of problems in the world and a lot of for us to even think about. And kung tutuusin, the panel has enough time in the brain cells to even break out the games or sabihin natin yung series mismo. So, Mika, Asura, and Honey Glaze, back to you guys.
That is right. Maraming salamat, casters. A bit more brain cells for this one because Pearl was a lot better than what we saw on Split.
Yep.
And congratulations, syempre, to DRX. Still, of course, the top team in APAC. The team to beat dito sa VCT Pacific. Very apt nga na ito yung home court nila kasi sila yung big bosses dito sa VCT Pacific. Pero ayun, Talon Esports, this was a lot better.
Yeah, a lot better nga coming in para sa kanila. Their approaches, their executes were a whole lot more refined this time. And yung clutch potential nila was able to shine because now they actually have the post plant to look forward to. Kasi how many times were they able to get the post plant no game 1? I feel like it was, if just one, maybe none. This time, it was a whole lot more. Na nakita mo yung capabilities ni Cruz. You saw Jit Boys who, you mentioned Amiga, doesn't really play the Reyna.
He has
still
never played Reyna at all, apparently. Apparently. Dito sa in a competitive match. So, debut niya ito sa Reyna and that's very good.
And alam natin, nakita natin kung paano nila na-put to an edge ang DRX. We can see that Cruz, na-mention nga ni Azuray kanina, we have a lot of utility plays for this guy to set up for his duelist. And it has been really phenomenal dahil nabibigla din ang DRX dito. And DRX, they are pinned down to the point na parang makakahabol na to an overtime or even a win sa first half dito ang Talon. But then again, it's still DRX. And I love the post plans na ginawa dito ng DRX kanila, lalo na sobrang precise and sobrang structured talaga para lang ma-take down ang Talon. But then Talon, unfortunately, sayang yung round or sayang yung map na ito. It was really good.
Maraming rounds na sobrang dikit yung laban, di ba? You're holding your breath, waiting for that one final aim battle to happen, di ba? I really have to do comment, of course, Foxy9. My goodness. Ito siya yung MVP din natin for this series. And, you know, how can you deny it? Syempre, with those off plays, grabe, napakaganda talaga yung ng performance niya so far and also so consistent. Which is, you know, let's say parang a little bit more difficult like for like say a hard duelist, di ba? Yung parang pero siya napaka-consistent and that's what makes him so scary. And commendable din yung performance ni Jit Boys na nabanggit mo yung Honey Glaze and si Cruz actually. Very solid plays. And considering na siya yung IGL din ng Talon, he had very good rounds in Pearl.
Yeah, and for Foxy9, I really love how frustrated or parang gigil na siya doon sa isang round na yun na almost close to an ace, di ba? Nakakuha siya ng klaro ng damage. And then, it was really close for him to finish every single player from Talon. But then again, nandito naman kasi si Jit Boys para ma-pin down siya. So, sagutan lang eh. It could have been a good one hell of a series dito para sa side ng Talon. But then, it's still DRX winning this out.
It is still DRX and nabuti naman na nakita natin na si MVP natin si Foxy9 because we do have him on the line ngayon for a very quick interview. Hello, Foxy9. Good to see you. Good to talk to you here. Congratulations on the win for DRX. We have a few questions for you. First up, I want to ask, this is basically your first few matches with DRX. How has your initiation with the team been?
일단 폭신한 선수 오늘 우승 오늘 승리 축하드립니다. 지금 DRX에서 이제 두 번째 경기를 치르게 되셨는데 지금 어떠신가요? 팀의 그 합해진 다음에.
감사하고요. 네, 잘 돼가지고 일단 기분은 좋고 아직 고쳐야 될 건 많지만 그래도 진짜 대회 한 번 할 때마다 항상 이제 잘 고쳐지고 있기 때문에 너무 기분이 좋네요.
First of all, thank you for congratulating me. I am still getting used to the team competitions, the team strategies, but I think it's going very well. So I think time will fix everything.
Oh my goodness, there means there's still a lot more to come from Foxy 9. That's amazing. Azurai, over to you.
All right, so my question is a bit more specific for this particular series. You went game 1 against Talon Esports on split, and they had a composition that I think none of us was kind of expecting. What was going through your head, going up against Talon for that split map in particular?
이번에 시리즈 1 때 스플릿에서 상대 탈론이 3 듀얼리스트를 들고 왔는데 당시에 무슨 생각을 하셨나요?
I love that he's holding back.
신기했어요. 그냥 신기했고 저는 상대방 피지컬 좋으니까 방심하면 안 되겠다. 그리고 상대방은 에임 위주로 하는 캐릭터들이 진짜 많으니까 내 에임으로 찍어 눌러줘야겠다라는 생각을 했습니다.
So first of all, when I looked at it, I was like, "Oh, that's kind of cool." I wasn't expecting that. But they are known for their they have a really good the players all have great aims, and their characters are all based on good aims. But I told myself I have to destroy them with my aim then.
Yeah, love that. Hi, Foxy 9. I would just want to ask you a question that, we have a really fun match from split for the first map, but then how did you feel for the second one since it has been a really close game?
스플릿은 좀 압도적이게 이기긴 했지만 두 번째는 좀 더 가까웠습니다. 어떤 심정이셨나요?
그냥 딱히 막 힘들다. 와, 이거 질 수도 있겠는데 라는 생각보다는 저는 무조건 이길 것 같아가지고 상대가 따라잡고 있어도 그냥 이길 것 같다는 생각으로 마음 편히 했던 것 같습니다.
Even though it was much of a closer map than split, I told myself I'm pretty sure we can win. I think we can win this anyway. So I didn't panic. I just let the game flow by itself, and then eventually we took the victory.
Oh, I love that. Amazing. All right, Foxy 9, one last question for you. I wanted to ask how the overall Pacific League experience is, especially since you have all of these teams from all over APAC in your home court. Does DRX, take them out and stuff? Do you guys hang out and show them all of the cool spots in Korea?
일단 퍼시픽 리그에 이제 모든 아시아 팀들이 다 오셨는데 일단 현재까지의 감정이 어떠신가요? 뭐 다른 팀들 데리고 밥으로도 먹으러 가셨는지 이런 게 있으셨나요, 아직까지?
아직까지 그런 거 한 거는 없는 것 같지만은 하고 있습니다. 이제 해외 선수들, 저는 이제 해외 분들을 보는 게 전 진짜 신기하고 이제 감격스럽고 내가 이 자리에 있다는 게 너무 좋고 말이라도 좀 나눠보고 싶은데 제가 영어나 그런 게 안 돼가지고 참 아쉽네요.
So we haven't really hung out together yet in the Pacific League, but I'm very pleased to see everyone here. It's amazing to see all these international players. Unfortunately, my English isn't the greatest, so I can't communicate with them directly. But I'm very happy that I can see you guys at the arena here.
Great to hear from you, Foxy 9. Fantastic performance, and congratulations to you and the rest of DRX. Best of luck to the rest of your matches.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so nag-adjust pa rin si Foxy 9 sa lagay na yan.
Yeah.
That's amazing. So wala pa yan yung parang, he's not so sure, I'm not so sure yet of myself. Parang, okay, nakaka-ace na mag-up ace and wow, alright.
Feel ko naging conservative pa siya sa pagsagot sa tanong ko eh. Kasi, tignan mo, natawa siya. Alam niya eh. Okay, the longer you get into this, in this career in esports, kasi medyo bago pa siya, diba? The more, paano sabihin to? The more confident the answers become. Si Foxy 9 medyo safe pa siya sumagot eh, which is entertaining to see.
Which is very, very smart, diba? It's very, very smart, unlike other things that might be happening around us. Hindi lang dito sa screens nyo, pati sa behind the camera.
I was supposed to be yeah, but yun nga nakita ko nga kung gaano sobrang solid na Fox and 9. It's just really a general kind of description kung ano yung ginawa niya. Pero hindi mo maikakailan that it has been really phenomenal na binigay niya dito yung best na nakita natin dati na ang dami niya ditong mga impact na naibigay na i-laid out din laban na nga sa side dito ng Talon. So, yeah, more to come para kay Foxy 9. Dahil dami pa natin hintayin for him.
Even better. I'm excited to see what, yung parang kung ano yung itsura ng gameplay ni Foxy 9. Pag fully comfortable na siya within DRX.
Okay, so we've talked about yung gorgeousness na the series na nga rin, ng DRX, ganda na pagka-describe ko, you know. But I kind of want to go back real quick lang sa Talon. This means na wala pa rin nakuhang series win ang Talon dito, which is similar sa Detonation, is a very, very bad thing. Considering that Talon is one of our touted top teams na dito sa APAC, that is a very concerning deal din para sa kanila. At least what was kind of good is their performance here is so much better with Potifan compared to before, at least with that Pearl as the indicator match. So, does that mean that moving forward, we should be expecting a lot more from Talon, or the same thing din ba?
Alam mo, parang iniisip ko rin dito for Talon is that they are holding back. Parang may gusto pa silang ilabas dito for split, pero not now. Maybe soon, maybe later, pero I'm really excited to see kung meron ba talaga dahil gagana ba dito yung triple duelist setup na yun or talagang may iba silang ipapasok dito like a Gecko, maybe.
Pwede pa na i-hold yung triple duelist na yan. Although, I would be very interested to see like maybe kung Paper Rex, parang may nakita akong tweet na parang napapaisip sila nung nakita nila yung triple duelist. Oh my gosh. Pero ayun nga very interesting. You can't deny na Talon Esports made this series very, very interesting. And mas magiging interesting yung gabi nyo kung mag-grab unlibuhat challenge na lang kayo. Kasi may chance kayo na manalo ng trip to Seoul, South Korea to watch the VCT Pacific Championships and all of Talon Esports gimmicks and stuff live. You can even catch the best action during the VCT Pacific Finals with an exclusive backstage access to meet your favorite players and your favorite casters. So, pwede mo Asra kung pwede mo itanong na si Patifan, oh, what happened? Triple duelist, ganun, in person. Remember that you need to subscribe to Grab Unlimited, but don't worry, the first month is absolutely free, and Grab Unlimited gives you free delivery every day from every store. So, if you join the Grab Unlibuhat Challenge, you can stand to win Valorant gun buddies, player cards, sprays, and syempre yung chance to go over to Seoul, South Korea and watch the VCT Pacific Championships live. So, just complete a single Grab food order and you'll have one raffle entry na for this competition, and you can gain up to 10. Wait lang, nahawak ko yung 10 raffle tickets by just completing 5 Grab food orders through the Grab Unlibuhat Challenge. So, kita nyo yung QR code na yan? Just scan that, accept challenge, and malay mo, ikaw na ang kakasya sa maleta ni Kuya Grab. At ipapadeliver ka sa Seoul, South Korea to the doorstep of DRX.
Yes. And syempre guys, lalo na may mga teams na nagbibigay na nga dito ng kanilang specific mga games, specific strategies. Huwag niyong kakalimutan na i-share yung live stream natin dahil patuloy pa rin tayo dahil meron pa tayong stream bukas here on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch. Support your VCT Pacific and your favorite teams. It's Valorant_PH on Twitch and Valorant Esports PH naman on Facebook and on YouTube.
And of course, special thanks sa ating mga sponsors, Logitech, Red Bull, followed by Ralph Lauren, Grab Unlimited, HP Victus, and Zowie for making VCT Pacific League possible.
Ayan nga, and congratulations again to DRX for that. Mukhang status quo remains still the best team in the VCT Pacific, and Talon Esports hopefully. Well, we're looking forward to their matches. Yun na lang. We're looking forward to their matches, hindi ba? Pero that's it for today. Happy Easter nga pala. Happy Easter, by the way, to everybody. And thank you very much for tuning in. Thank you so much to our casters. Wala kayong nakikita na tao sa likod namin. And we'll see you for tomorrow dahil bukas. Handa nyo na yung bias nyo, mga kababayas. Dahil Team Secret na ang lalaban bukas. So, kita-kits dito lang sa Valorant Esports Philippines. See you tomorrow!